Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here, on side to Petra. Me and the Whitefinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa. If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus. Rock and roll! Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in. I just can't believe my eyes. We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. I am Unknown at the commentary, and we have Wolf at the expert analysis here today. Hey, how are you today?
I'm good. I'm looking forward to some more games today. Yesterday, we did have a pretty exciting start to our LCQ here in Korea, at least the broadcast portion of it. We didn't get to show you guys the runaway upset, but I don't think that's something runaway fans want to see with their eyes anyways. And then, of course, our seeding decider matches are on paper really high level because we have all of our top teams playing against each other. But as we saw yesterday, maybe some teams trying to hide some stuff, kind of keeping it a little bit fast and loose. We're not seeing the highest level of play from them, but it does matter a lot going into seeding. So hoping that we see some good games today.
Yeah, so talking about hiding things, our first match of the day, they don't have anything more to hide because if they lose this match, they're out. Like, the first match is going to be Genesis versus Pokerface. This is, I guess, arguably the highest stake match of the day. The winner takes all. Winner will be guaranteed to the last place to the playoffs, and the loser will be having to just conclude the season so far, like this half of the season so far, and will have to go all the way to the qualifiers to play the next season.
Yeah, so it's going to be a huge difference on what these two have. Of course, the winner will then have to play against SPG to decide their seeding, their final seeding for the playoffs. So we'll have one match after that, of course, coming up tomorrow. But this is the big one. This is the final real elimination match for LCQ. So if you're not familiar with our format, the teams that do not make playoffs, with the exception of the bottom team, which doesn't get to play in LCQ, do have a chance to fight through a double elimination bracket to try to qualify for playoffs. playoffs and qualify into the OWCS Asia tournament, where we'll have players from all of our regions together here on LAN. So very big deal. If you want to be able to challenge with the best of the best, you got to win this matchup. You want to be able to go play in an international tournament, even though it will be here in Korea with other teams from around the world, then you have to go through that playoff bracket as well. And it has to start here for Pokerface if they're going to do it. Sinpriza, already kind of showing us that they're stronger than I think a lot of people expected. Genesis, very up and down this season. So, finishing on a high note would be huge for them. But right now, tough to say if they're going to get it done, especially with the tank lineup that has really been struggling.
Yeah, exactly. We've been seeing Genesis yesterday. If all of us have been seeing Genesis yesterday, they were this close to just securing themselves playoffs because they were up 2-0 against SPG. That we thought that it would be a struggle in the first place because they lost 0-3 in the round robin, and they defied expectations once by just leading that series 2-0, and then they just defied our expectations once again during the match and just getting reverse swept. And that Esperanza match, I still think that Genesis would want that back. They just had no right losing that. They were once again really this close and to winning that series, that map and that series, and they just threw it away.
Yeah, they were very close. Could not get it done in the end. I want to see better play from Kellen today. Because what we saw was not playoffs worthy. And if it's the same play today, I think they will not be a playoffs team. So that is really what we're looking forward to finding out, as obviously they do have Kalios on the lineup as well, but seems to be more of a Sigma exclusive for the time being. And believe it or not, this is actually going to be, I believe, my first time casting Pokerface this whole season.
Oh, really?
I just happened to miss them throughout a majority of the regular season. I didn't cast that much Korea this season, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how they play today. As for me, they're one of the big favorites going into LCQ to come out of this. They were upset by SPG, and now they have this other chance to beat Genesis. SPG had that close series against SPG or against Genesis. Like that matchup was very close. So I expect this one will also be close. And unlike our seeding decider matches, because there's so much on the line, I think that we'll see the depths of what both of these teams are possible of, like down to the wire.
Yep, exactly like you said. Pokerface has also faced some disappointments. They definitely expected a lot more than this during the round robin, but this is their last chance of redemption, and we're looking at the bracket right now. As you can see, SPG having won against Genesis yesterday in I guess the flashiest way possible by reverse sweep. They secured themselves playoffs, and they are waiting for the winner of Genesis and Pokerface tomorrow to decide whether they will be at least a little bit of a higher seed than either Genesis or Pokerface coming into the playoffs. So, but of course, that seeder decider match will be a little bit important, but to SPG, they can rest assured that at least they are through. But the test is not over for this set. The same cannot be said for Genesis and Pokerface.
And Runaway went 1-6 in LCQ. They are out. If you guys didn't see it yesterday, we talked about it there, but they're completely out of the tournament. Big bombing from this team that a lot of people were really hyped about. Even though the roster on paper wasn't as strong, that was not the result people were expecting. Here's our standings for seeding deciders. So far, we had Yeti actually get the upset win over WAC yesterday. Falcons did take out from the Gamer in a pretty unceremonious best of 5 there. So these results that we have right now might be a little bit surprising to you if you see Yeti on top, WAC on the bottom, but it is a round robin format. We're having those matches today and tomorrow to finish out where we are going to finally stand. So WAC definitely has a chance to bounce back. They're going to have to play a lot better than they did yesterday.
Yep. Once again, WAC was a little bit of a disappointment yesterday. Of course, they were not on their 100% full strength mode, but still a lot to be desired from that team compared to what we've seen yesterday. We're going to the map pool. Of course, if you've been following Overwatch Champions Series Korea, this is probably a little bit of a redundancy for you, but those who have been tuning in for the first time, this is going to be our map pool, and the maps that are labeled Asia only are going to be Asia exclusive maps, meaning that you won't see these maps being played in NA and EMEA. So have a closer eye for that when those maps get picked. But we have to talk about the map selection rules here.
Yeah, so the map selection rule does allow you to pick any type. So if you're the losing team, you can pick hybrid, push, flashpoint, or escort. And then any loser after that also has the same opportunity minus any map types that have been played. So control's not in that list since control is always going to be our starting type. But we mentioned our today's matchups earlier, but we'll read them out for you guys one more time. Genesis versus Pokerface, our LCQ playoff decider is first. Then it's WAC versus From the Gamer, so that one should be, on paper, really exciting. But again, it depends on how much WAC is going to show up. FTG also struggling a little bit yesterday. And then Falcons versus Yeti. I think Yeti could, if they win today and end up going 2-0 in our decider round robin, they come in as a stronger team going into playoffs than I think people expected, because they were on paper our weakest team leading into the seeding deciders, but so far on top of the standings.
Yep, and this is going to be a really, I guess, a state of intention for the side of Yeti if they actually do make it all the way through Falcons, because Yeti, if they get out first of the seeding deciders, they can actually avoid Falcons in their first few rounds of the playoffs, and that's going to be actually really big.
Yeah, that absolutely is going to be huge, and that's what that seeding does mean. As we'll talk a little bit more about that later, let's talk about Genesis first. Decay yesterday popping off in a huge way, but not able to carry the weight of a failing tank line. Kellen really struggling, often out of position, often very strongly punished by Synprisa Gaming. We're going to have to see that tightened up today, but it's been a whole season of similar issues for this squad, and I don't know if the less than 24 hours between the end of that match yesterday and today's match is enough time to fix that issue, but going to have to hope for better. Pokerface on the other side. You know, coming to this one, I would have called them favorites, you know, at the beginning of the, before the bracket even showed up, and after their 3-0 over Runaway, they looked very confident, and the performance we saw from Kellen yesterday, yes, I think the DPS lineup is a little bit stronger for the side of Genesis, but I actually give Pokerface a slight edge going this one because I think they're the more well-rounded team.
Yeah, like you said, Wolf, this is a well-rounded team. They have a okay DPS lineup. I'm not saying like okay as in mediocre. They actually have a really impressive DPS lineup. They have Proud, Becky, and Finale. Two of these players have actually been impressing in the Overwatch League in the previous years as well. Peppy and Jasmine, of course, a little bit less profile in terms of career, but they're still really strong tanks. And also the support lineup, you have Faith, Iris, and Simple, which is not any pushovers, but we'll definitely look at that later. As Genesis, it will be Kellen starting over Kalios once again on the tank lineup here.
Yeah, no Kalios support or anything like that either. Sticking with Teru and Maka for this, as Kellen, you know, I think he's a strong tank player for sure, but I think the issue is that they're not playing around him well, and he ends up being a weak link as a result. Whereas on the other side for Pokerface, Jasmine and Peppy trading time here will be Jasmine, interestingly enough, starting here with Proud and Becky, Simple and Faith, Iris on the bench. But this team has such a more well-rounded identity in terms of how they do team fights. And in this meta right now, whether it's Orisa, whether it's Winston, your tank falling first means you're basically guaranteed to lose the fight. And so playing around your tank player, even if your DPS lineup isn't as strong as Decay, Choi Se-hwan, is for me what gives Pokerface a slight edge going into this match tonight.
Yeah, once again, like you said, Pokerface has a much more well-rounded roster, meaning that Genesis's win condition will be the same as yesterday. Will the DPS carry just be heavy enough? Will be strong enough to carry the entire team? Because as unbalanced as that is, they need to show up. But before we go anywhere, we have an interview. And so Quest, take it away.
2024 OWCS 코리아. 안녕하세요.
Thank you very much,
아나운서
Unknown.
이주연입니다.
We are back with the first team rep interview of the day.
네, 오늘 준비된 첫
Of course,
번째
first
경기,
match being the LCQ match between Genesis versus Pokerface, with the two team reps on stage at the moment. On Genesis side,
네, 제네시스 팀 탱커
we have Kalios
칼리오스 신우리라고 합니다.
for Genesis.
네, 칼리오스님 반갑습니다. 자, 다음으로는
And on
포커페이스
Pokerface's side,
부탁드립니다.
네, 안녕하세요.
we have Seobi.
포커페이스에서 코치를 맡고 있는 서희라고 합니다.
네, 서희님도 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 경기
This first question goes to both teams.
마지막 기회인데
This is the last opportunity to secure a spot in this playoffs.
어떤 준비를
So
했을지
how have
궁금한데요.
your teams
먼저
prepared for
제네시스 팀.
today's match? First for Genesis.
특별하게 준비를 하기보다는
Instead of
저희
preparing
플레이에
anything
맞게 어제
special,
보시다시피 좀 백라인이 강해졌기 때문에 저희 플레이에
we
집중하는 식으로 피드백을
I
좀
think
진행을
that
했고
we have
조금 더
to
단단해진
focus
모습을
on our
보인다면 이길 수 있을 것
gameplay,
같습니다.
focus on our team
조금 더
synergy,
단단해진 우리 제네시스 팀을 기대해 보도록 하겠고요.
to
다음으로는
take the win
포커페이스
today.
팀은요.
And for
일단
Pokerface,
저희 SPG 전을 지고 난 다음에 코치 감독진들도
After
이제
losing to
많이
SPG,
당황을 했지만 제일 실망을
we
한 건
were
선수들이었거든요.
kind of taken back a little bit.
선수들이 이제 피드백을 받아들인 과정에서
But during
태도가 많이
feedback,
달라진 것 같아가지고
I think their attitudes have changed a little bit.
피지컬에 의존하는 모습이 많았다면
And before, while the players relied on micro, I think that today I think we're able to showcase more of the macro aspect of our team.
아쉬운 역전패가 있기도 했는데 경기 끝나고
And the next
선수들과
match,
어떤
or the
피드백을
next question for
주고받았나요?
Genesis, what was the feedback after the reverse sweep yesterday?
실망스럽게 저희가 저희 발에 넘어진 느낌이라서
I think
여태까지
it felt
애들이 되게
like
여린
we kind of
친구들도
tripped on our own
많고
foot.
신예인 선수들도 많기 때문에 좀 당근을 위주로 줬다면 어제는 좀 채찍 위주로
So
애들한테
while
좀더
it was
집중해야
more of
된다,
a
관심 가져야
carrot on a
된다고
stick
그런
yesterday,
소리를
I
했던
think
것
it's
같습니다.
today it's
네, 자 오늘 한층
the
더
preparation for the match today is
자,
more of a
그렇다면
whip
포커페이스 팀은
for the,
기방선 경기에서 런어웨이를
in
상대로
terms of
승리하면서
preparation.
플레이오프에 한 발 더 가깝게 또 됐습니다.
And of course,
이번
Pokerface
라운드 로빈에
kept their
이어서 제네시스를
play
상대로
hopes alive by
승리하면
beating Runaway in the
플레이오프에
non-broadcasted
가게 되는데 오늘
match.
자신 있나요?
So how confident are you in taking W
선수들이
today?
이제 SPG 전 이후에 연습하는 모습이나 이제 경쟁전이나 아니면
the
자기들끼리
practice
얘기하는
progress
모습이
in
코치 감독한테 보여주기 식이
for
아니라
our
자기들이
players,
진짜 억울해가지고 열심히 한 거라면 오늘
I
경기
think
기대하셔도
that
좋을
they
것
were
같습니다.
really desperate to
네,
win,
과연
and
오늘의 승리는
their
누가
attitudes have
쟁취하게
changed, like I
될까요?
mentioned
지금까지
earlier.
제네시스의
So
칼리오스님,
I think we'll be able to
포커페이스의
take the W
성현님과
today.
인터뷰 진행을 했습니다.
And that was it
자,
for the team rep
외나무
interview for the
다리에서
first
두 팀,
match.
오늘 경기
Before we head into match one, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Wolf.
Thank you, Quest, for the translations. As always, like the team said, they said it all. They are really desperate, and they are should be, because this is their last chance at getting the playoffs, and they're going to get a lengthy break if they just lose today, because not only do we have OWCS Asia, we're going to have a huge bye in the middle of the season before we start the second half of the season this year. But before that, we're going to Oasis, Wolf.
Yeah, we are going to Oasis, so a pretty rare map to see. We haven't seen it all too much this season, and I'm looking forward to seeing what these teams' read is going to be. My read going into this best of 5, first to 3, is I want to see mostly Cassidy Tracer out of the side of Genesis. Play around your DPS players. And you can win the tank war if Decay is shooting the enemy tank with a Cassidy. If he's playing Sojourn, he's trying to win against the DPS. Maybe he wins that, but you often lose the bigger, broader picture when that happens. We saw him play really well in the Sojourn on Control yesterday. It was Nepal. It's Oasis. Similar map type here, obviously still, but especially on University. But still, I do think that is going to be the game plan here if they want to take this first map, take the advantage going to the series. As I think Sojourn requires a little bit more teamwork than the Cassidy just shooting the tank, shooting the front line, especially if they're going to run like an Arisa Mirror, for example.
All right, definitely a little bit more of individual heroics needed for the side of Genesis, but it looks like at the WDG Esports studio in Seoul, Korea, the fans are ready, the players are getting ready. So as soon as we get that call from production that we're ready to go in the game, we can actually press that dubstep button that you always have. But talking about the match a little bit more, winning, yes, both teams are, let's just say, arguably they're both struggling a little bit, but if they can just turn their fortunes here and now, this may actually be a huge momentum boost for them just to get into playoffs. Who knows if they can make a miracle run in the playoffs after they just overcame the hardest part of their season just to get into playoffs.
Yeah, and I'm optimistic about the growth that we've seen from both of these teams. Pokerface's staff there saying that they changed their attitude a lot after getting a lot of feedback. Then they were able to 3-0 runaway. So lost to SPG, changed up the playstyle, the attitude in game, and then suddenly come back with a pretty dominant win. That's looking great. Genesis, on the other hand, I think definitely have a very strong identity, and that is decay. Choice I want a little bit, and that's the identity of this team. And so, if you want to play around your DPS lineup, actually crushing the enemy tank line or winning the DPS battle against the opposite side, then you need to lean into it heavily here. Otherwise, Pokerface just being a little bit more well-rounded, make it the better of you. And so, yesterday we saw a little bit of that, especially when we went to Shambali. I feel like that was the best we saw from Genesis yesterday.
Yep.
But beyond that, there were a lot of struggles and a lot of ult economy issues and a lot of different types of ways to try to give Decay Sojourn line of sight where they basically sacrificed Kellen, left him on an island, and he didn't know how to handle those situations very well. So, going into this matchup today, there has to be a clear focus, and if you just try to repeat the success you had on just those 2 maps yesterday as Genesis, I don't think you go to playoffs.
Yep. Definitely a lot of work to do on the side of Genesis. Let's see if they did their homework. Also mentioning, Kalios mentioning that their backline improved a lot. We've seen that happen, so if they can just make that one step forward, they can actually maybe make it happen, but they have a big opponent in Pokerface to go against first. Oh, this is actually a really impressive artwork in there, Orisa there. It looks like we're almost ready, because this graphic here with the 10-player cams here means that usually the map is almost loading in, and after that, usually what happens is that players just kind of do really quick ping checks, and then if they have anything wrong, they pause the game, but if they don't, they just start the game. So we're probably getting, the players are probably inside the map already. Yeah. But, well, hopefully we can press that dubstep button real quick.
Jasmine, I think, had a bit of a monitor issue. Everything seems to be resolved now. It's been replaced, so we should be getting into it very soon here. Proud and Becky, I think, have a lot they can prove tonight. If they can actually stand up to Decay and Choi Se-hwan, that would be so huge for their image, their reputation. We've got a huge audience here for this matchup today. Obviously, for tons of great matches we have today, but for this one that means so much, I think if Proud and Becky show up, Jasmine gets to start tonight as well on Control. Pokerface, I think, could really get some fans.
All right, we are ready to go into the match. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going in. All right, the fans are full with energy, and I definitely hope the players are, because they need all the energy that they need in order to make this happen. Of course, everything starts with map 1 and round 1. It looks like if that hovers right now, we are looking at 2 very different compositions, Wolf.
I mean, we have the Kellen Winston here, and it is Decay Cassidy Tracer with Choi Se-hwan here. That's what I wanted to see. Pokerface showcasing the Bastion potentially here. Okay, not going to actually be real. Didn't think that was going to be real with the Orisa that was locked in. We'll swap over to the Cassidy themselves. They'll run Cassidy Echo with this Orisa. I think really leaning into the fact that if Kellen gets focused first here, then it's really easy for Becky to actually hit that back line. And the first fight here, the neutral, is going to be about the Cassidy DPS output and how much Jasmine can get done poke on the Winston.
Oh, that was a pretty good nade onto multiple members of Pokerface, but still no follow-up kills, meaning that it is back to the neutral. It looks like Pokerface does have a little bit of a positional advantage on that site here. Becky, very proficient on that Echo, taking out Teru, so this is going to be early numbers advantage for the side of Pokerface, and early control in favor of Pokerface as well.
The first fight's really tough for Winston into this Orisa, because you don't want to dive early, you don't have Primal, you're only going to have the heals from the Ana, and if you go in on University, then you actually put yourself exposed. This is not University, it's what, City Center? I forget the names, but anyway, you're not going to have line of sight to get heals onto Kellen, so he doesn't have the same armor that an Orisa has either, so he just gets focused down so quickly, then they end up losing control of their DPS line. Now high ground for Proud. Let's see how much Kellen can get done here. Does trying to push him off, is successful.
Maka does have that early nano boost. Oh, what a good nade from Maka there. Yes, Maka does have to sacrifice his life, but his sacrifice will be remembered and also taken advantage of by the other members of Genesis, as that was a really clean dive there.
Yeah, and that was all set up initially there by Kellen to push Proud off of the high ground, and then he's in a really great spot, has the nano boost, does know that he's going to have Primal in the longer fight, so he can play fearlessly there. And this is the kind of play I want to see with Kellen. If they're going to be running this Winston composition, has to be crisp like that. And they get the early flip here, still holding that Primal Rage.
Yep. Choi Se-hwan looking for a pulse bomb angle here. Becky very low, has to be healed up by his teammates. The flip attempt is there, but Choi Se-hwan takes down Proud. Simple uses the Kitsune Rush, but they're at a massive disadvantage here. Decay just trying to shoot at the Orisa and his face. does not make it happen. And in the meanwhile, Becky, Jasmine, and Simple all registering kills. So despite a early disadvantage from Pokerface, they actually make the flip happen.
Yeah, Jasmine just barely survives long enough there and ends up getting the Terra Surge to secure that kill onto the enemy Cassidy. And then Proud and Becky double Cassidy damage output is just too high for Genesis to deal with. Kellen, even with Primal, isn't going to be able to get it done. Now taking half his health bar here early. It's going to get all of those heals coming through from Maka to stay alive. Not the greatest look here. Now without Primal, without Nano, it's going to take a long time here for Genesis to get set up for this push. I think it's really just kind of slow eco pushing to get Maka that Nano boost that they really need. If Degay can get a pick, that would obviously be fantastic, but that's not necessarily the goal.
Yep, Becky trying to look for an assassination here. Of course, doesn't have the duplicate. However, oh, Decay taking down Proud. This is going to be just
bonus.
what Genesis needs. And also the Nano Boost is there. It's actually going to be onto the Cowboy and takes down Jasmine. So a lot of work done by that Nano Boost and also the Cassidy pick here. And the flip is actually really early into the fight. So this is actually signs of life for the side of Genesis.
Yeah, that was a really nice focus fire there. They end up getting the first kill. And then the sound barrier actually doesn't hit Jasmine, it looks like. So he just gets focused down there. And then Genesis put the Nano Boost onto Decay so we can finish off those exit kills there. And as you mentioned, it was a very fast flip. They had control from start to finish. Proud has Deadeye here, and he's on a bit of a flank. Might be able to actually threaten some positional advantage here with that Deadeye if he can get away with this flank. Otherwise, it is just going to be a duplicate for the start of the fight with Kitsune Rush.
Alrighty, and looking at Proud at the moment, he needs to win this duel against Decay if Pokerface wants a entry, I guess safe entry that is. Oh, Chisuan very low. Chisuan is not using recall. Feels safe enough. Proud, they know where Genesis knows where Proud is, and Proud is taken down once again by the hands of Decay. Decay is having Proud's number right now in this map here. Becky also taken down does not help Pokerface's fortunes here. Decay very low and taken down as well, but it looks like the general fight is already won by Genesis, and at 96%, this is gonna be Gardens on the side of Genesis here.
Yeah, Gardens, thank you. Finally, we got that name right out there. As Genesis will end up winning off of better DPS lines in the later fights there. The initial part of the dive, especially that second team fight, was really clean from them. And Kellen is looking a little bit better, a little bit reinvigorated here, at least for the first round. But it was Decay who really carried this game. Now, Choi Tae-won had some scary moments, right, when he got super low on the Tracer, but they weren't able to punish him very well. And Decay ended up winning out the Cassidy matchup, ended up winning out the tank matchup because he was doing so much damage to Jasmine. Now they're going to swap over to their own Orisa here. Had a really cool attempt there from Becky also to go for the stolen Ana into big Bionade in the room. A lot of the last fight there was Greed Proud on the flank, trying to look for the Deadeye, but is instantly punished. Like to see a little bit more fundamental play here from Pokerface. I know they can stand up this team if they play standard. They're going to look to do so in this first fight here.
All right. This is going to be the first fight on the high ground on University here as our second round. Proud taking down Teru. So Proud making a name for himself, but Proud after taking two. This is going to be an easy fight win for the side of Pokerface. And of course, Pokerface will definitely assume control on the first cap of the point.
Decay just getting javelined off the map there. I think the fight was likely lost before that because Proud did way more relevant damage there, but still just the cherry on top of the cake that is Pokerface once again getting the first cap here. And now Kellen is not playing the Winston, so it is going to be slow pushes from him. They have the Lucio to match Faith this time around. See if he can actually get in position to challenge here Jasmine. Look at how much damage Proud does to him before he can even get to the point. He is alone.
Ooh, Proud is in trouble and is taken down. Good catch from Chisuan. Chisuan actually doing a lot of work, taking both DPS players down by himself, of course, with the help of his teammates. However, this is a good comeback, early comeback from the side of Genesis. We've noticed, and this is a noticeable trend in both of these rounds, that Genesis, after losing the first fight, they're making a fast retake.
Yeah, I mean, Cassidy Tracer here for Genesis just has to be the name of the game, man. This is the best thing that they play, even better than Choi Tae-won's Echo, in my opinion. And yes, Kellen was a little bit caught, a little bit far forward there, but he knew he could kite back towards his DPS line. And guess what? Choi Tae-won, he gets it done. He takes Proud out of the fight. Then they could win that longer one. Kellen, faster Terra Surge build here as well, and they already have the percentage advantage here, as you mentioned, with the fast cap.
All right. They are trying to look, Pokerface, they're trying to look for a breakthrough, and then a breakthrough they do find in that headshot onto Decay. But Maka just wants to keep this fight going as they will be committing the Kitsune Rush, and also Pokerface follows suit. Simple taking down Chisawan, so this is going to be a likely team fight loss for the side of Genesis. Kellen also used the Terror Surge, but is taken down, so this is a pretty expensive fight loss.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why Kellen decided to commit the Terror Surge there. Perhaps they thought they could to make something happen there with maybe a Deadeye turnaround. I don't really think that was the right call, as Proud actually got that initial pick onto Decay before they even used the Kitsune Rush, and they matched Genesis's, and Genesis thought they could actually turn that one around, but they were sorely mistaken. Will be Pokerface now taking the lead here in what has been a very back and forth map of Oasis. Now Decay does have Deadeye here, can use it as space control.
And Deadeye is going to be used here. The sound barrier makes sure that the Deadeye doesn't find any kills here. Decay very low. Decay taken down by Fate. Jasmine has used the Terror Surge, but doesn't find anyone just yet. Teru is taken down by Becky. And Proud once again takes down Maka with a good placed headshot. Pokerface, and finally seemed like they're found their groove now.
Teru also using the sound barrier there is another tool down for Genesis for a retake, because I mean, if you try to go for that Deadeye play, we've seen it time and time again here in OWCS Korea. Oftentimes it gets you a free zone if there's no answer, but Pokerface just dropped the beat and then push onto Decay, and so he can't do anything, and that's the fight lost there. Now, ult advantage with Kitsune Rush faster here for Pokerface as well for this final fight. They win it.
Yeah,
they bring us to 3.
It's gonna be round win for Pokerface if it just wins unanswered. It looks like it will be the case as Becky takes down Decay, and Proud also takes down Kellen. There's just more desperation touches from the side of Genesis. Terror taking down, so this is just going to be probably Chisewan who is going to be the last one to touch, and it is going to be University going the way of Pokerface. So wow, Oasis tied.
Yeah. And I think, you know, Kellen looked really foolish in that last moment. If you just look from, you know, from the naked eye and you're not really thinking about the reason why he was trying to take that flank angle. Somebody had to touch, like you mentioned, so he has to try to come over there on a flank and actually look to help his team push in towards the point, as without his help, Maka can't get closer either. So just not much they can do. Choice1 just gets taken out for the denial there on overtime. And Proud is showing up in a big way. It's not just the Decay show here. I think obviously Pokerface having a better understanding of how to play around this Orisa. And I'm really enjoying the Cassidy Tracer here from Genesis, but it looks like they're going to swap here. And it makes me a little bit nervous, especially with Kellen back on the Winston.
All right, this is going to be... Oh, actually, Decay on the Tracer. So this is a kind of like a Winston variant of the Doofus dive that we've been seeing early on in the season. We'll see how that goes, as Kellen taking a considerable amount of damage. Remember, there's no Ana to just make that healing up really faster, and also that nano value will be absent on the side of Genesis here. We are looking at the neutral fight right now. Proud looking for some headshots, and both Echoes and Chisewan and Becky looking for some potential assassinations here.
Yeah, Proud has so much agency in this composition.
Proud is in trouble.
Is he? Okay.
He was almost spilled out, but in the end, Decay found well, good coordination from both Chisewan and Decay to find that, to secure that kill, and that's going to be early cap for the side of Genesis. Now this is going to be cleanup duty for the side of Genesis now. Pokerface, they either need to just survive or run away or just die.
Yeah, that was
quickly.
A very awkward position for them, because this comp doesn't operate once Proud dies, and I really felt like that he was going to live there. I actually thought he was going to be able to turn that around. I was on the knife's edge. If he actually does get that kill onto Choice1 and survives, gets the healing, then the fight is a complete wash the other way around. They played it on the knife's edge, which is concerning about how the rest of this map could potentially go, because I think the composition here of Pokerface is so strong, especially now that they've swapped over to the Junker Queen as well. It's the anti-Winston once again, and they can use the shout to try to actually get onto the point here. Build a sound barrier. Decay looking for flanks. He's the only one who can consistently kill Decay. Or sorry, kill Proud.
Well, I mean, he can kill himself, technically, so, yeah. But... All right, there is that early duplicate from the side of Becky, actually duplicating the Kiriko, and Chisewan deciding to duplicate the Cassidy, so this is going to be an extra Kitsune Rush for the side of Pokerface, which is going to be really interesting. However, the Deadeye from Chisewan doesn't find anyone, but Decay finds Simple, so a lot of low health bars all across the board for Pokerface. Pokerface probably just has to back out and regroup.
Yeah, that was a pretty messy fight for Pokerface, and their chances of winning this map have plummeted with this last play. Committing to the double Kiriko ultimate, I don't think really was the strategy that was going to be winning for them, as Choi Se-won's dupe does come through and is more successful. And on a Kellen, Primal for Proud, he might just be off the map.
Yep. Just taking out the map, just pushed him into a car accident. In the meanwhile, Becky takes down 2. So maybe Pokerface does have some hope, glimmer of hope. Kellen does elect to contest, but I don't think it's gonna matter much because overtime is already in place. So it's just gonna be a reset for the side of Genesis.
Awkward there because Kellen gets the kill onto Proud there, but he had then split himself off and used Primal for that, so doesn't have any Primal for contest, doesn't actually give them the stability that this composition needs to operate fully around this Tracer Echo for, so he ends up getting a pick, but it doesn't necessarily end up being a good call there. Then they're split, and Pokerface just cut right through the middle. We'll be able to hold this doorway with this Echo poke from Becky. He's almost going to have another duplicate. Hopefully he doesn't copy the Kiriko this time around. Would rather see him take Kellen here, or perhaps even the Tracer.
A lot of ultimates going to be online scene for the side of Pokerface. Jasmine with that Rampage almost ready, actually online now. This is going to be a very important fight for both sides. Becky assassinate Choi Se-won. That was the Echo diff for the moment, but Maka taking down Jasmine before. Well, actually, Jasmine did use the Rampage off screen. Well, Becky on the Tracer, so this is going to be double Tracer time for the side of Pokerface. Genesis, despite taking down the tank, they are still struggling to flip control over, and at 60%, a teamfight loss may mean that they may just have this map slip off their hands.
Yeah, definitely could be. Decay, see what he wants to pulse here. Looks like maybe wanted Jasmine, but thinks better of it with that armor that Jasmine has built up. All eyes on the Tracer pulse bombs here for this fight. Jasmine.
Well, this is an Orisa, a duplicate. Well, and also a good use of the Terror Surge by the side of Kellen, so no supports, no tank either for the side of Pokerface. Pokerface are in trouble. They do not, well, they will be in desperate touch mode at the and Genesis knows that, so Teru just wants to push off any members that or be there or just kill them.
Yep, and that he will. And Sound Barrier for Faith isn't going to be enough to turn this one around. It's just running for his life, but that should be the map going over to Genesis here, 2-1. And that was a really nice play to actually focus down Jasmine there. They focused him down twice. Decay's Pulse Bomb finds him the second time. And I thought the handling there by Pokerface was really good after they lost Jasmine. They duplicated the Tracer, so you have 2 Tracers running around, which makes it very difficult to lock down kills because they have Recall, they have Blink, they're super mobile, so they can continue to actually keep the point occupied while Jasmine ran back. But also Genesis were then very patient. Decay calls, it feels like it was definitely a Decay call. Decay calls to focus the Orisa, drops the Pulse Bomb on her, kills Jasmine a second time, and then they win that longer fight. So that was really well handled by both squads there. Actually, a really nice end to Oasis.
Yep, impressive stuff. Like, we've been talking about, we've been concerned about how Genesis could actually kind of improve from, I guess, or come back from their, I guess, assumably broken mental state, because that probably would have hurt morale yesterday. But it looks like Genesis, they are looking like they improved even from yesterday.
Yeah, and Kellen seems to be playing a little bit better around the advantages that they have or don't have. He's playing a little bit more passively. There were some issues on Garden for sure, but I think that they are looking a little bit better. And I worry for them long term if they want to keep running these Winston compositions without Ana, for example. But the timings of the swaps are really good. They know Rampage is coming up. He didn't end up getting that much value out of the Primal. Primal's proud off, but they lose that fight. He's like, all right, well, they have the ability to heal deny me. I'll swap over to the Orisa. We might be able to win that fight and focus down the enemy Orisa. There's clearly some like wheels turning that I don't think were necessarily turning yesterday in terms of thinking about what their comp is trying to do, trying to accomplish.
Yep, definitely so. And the side of Pokerface, yes, we have seen a little bit of a rare sight in Jasmine. I think Jasmine was okay, but I think it wasn't a Jasmine problem that lost them Oasis. But still, they might, Pokerface, you know, they might be considering Peppy to come back in, especially now that they have map selection. They can also just have like a Sigma map or something like that. But we'll see what Pokerface comes up with, because we're going to a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on map 2 of match 1, on the first match today. And Genesis, well, they are continuing the trend of winning map 1s in the LCQs. It is remaining to be seen whether they can actually keep it to map 2 and 3. But let's talk about the map selection here. We don't know what Pokerface is going to select yet. This is this is the win rates of each map that each team played.
Now, I think if you consider the Circuit Royale 0 to 100, that stands out as a pick like, oh, okay, they should definitely play that. But I don't think they will, just because it is Decay, and I think Decay has a ton of agency on Circuit Royale. I would rather see them pick Esperanza or Coliseo, maps that require a lot of coordination around your tank, and I think they have that in spades right now. We'll see if we have tank subs coming in for both teams. It looked like on stage maybe that was what was happening. I'm not 100% sure, but that's my intuition right now. As, you know, going to something like Suravasa could be a choice, as well as Havana.
Havana, I believe that this is an Asia exclusive pick, if I'm not mistaken.
It is. You are right.
Yes.
And it has been played once already. I think we see a lot of Winston here. Like, Winston is quite strong. Orisa a little bit tougher to pull off, especially on B, because of that indoor territory. Like, you can just get chipped away at by high ground, especially on the attack. As Sigma also could work here, but not a huge fan of Sigma on this map just because there are a lot of different ways outside of A where you can circumvent his shield. So it might be we see multiple tanks from both of these players coming through, which might be why we're seeing substitutions. As I think this is a map that is very risky for Pokerface with how much agency it's going to give Decay, but it can be played really well around on B.
You are right, Wolf. We are going to have Callius in, at least for the side of Genesis. We don't know about Pokerface yet, but like you said, this might indicate some sort of, I guess, off-tank, like heroes that are usually, like, traditionally classified as off-tanks.
Yeah, I mean, like the Sigma, for example, maybe potentially a D.Va. We have seen D.Va on this map a few times, especially on B because it's so strong there for high ground and low ground control, and then it's very strong on C. Does force a Cassidy out if the team isn't running one, if they're running like Widowmaker on C, which we do often see because of that wide, long strip of area that you have for Widowmaker to actually do a lot of shots. Finale actually in over Becky, not the sub on the tank lineup I expected. See what he ends up playing here. Just, you know, I was talking to you about this before the show started, but it seems like Finale seems to be a little bit more of a well-rounded player who can swap a lot. And Havana is a map where you do kind of want to run different compositions per checkpoint oftentimes, because the first point is a little bit more narrow, then you have that more open but high ground, low ground center place, and then the third one you go back to another wide area where, you know, playing Widowmaker can be quite strong. So Havana does require a lot of flexibility, and maybe that's why Finale's coming in for it.
All right, with Finale coming in, and also Decay very good on, I guess, hit scan heroes as well, I may suspect a long-range hit scan, like, oh wait, Eris is coming in as well. Okay, so this might indicate I think this is going to indicate a lot of, I guess, I would expect a Sigma double flex support and maybe a Widowmaker duel here.
Yeah, no, I always associate Iris with Zenyatta because when I was casting him back in the day, he played a ton of Zenyatta. Now, obviously, that we're not living in that timeline anymore. But
okay, Pepe, you were right. So this is
a massive
basically
sub lineup for Pokerface. Like,
it's a wholesale substitution for the side of Pokerface here.
Yeah. So Pepe's also coming in. We may see a bit of a Sigma poke war here, and then Widowmakers at the end. You can look for Widowmaker snipes on A if you actually are confident in it. We've seen this from Decay. I mean, back in the Kongdu Panthera days when, you know, we saw Havana first come out as a map in some of the early stages of that Overwatch League that year, like, you would see a lot of players swap onto Widow and get a ton done, and then sometimes it would actually fall flat on its face. I think Decay is one of the players that we were always worried about the Widow. We're like, ooh, the chances are not necessarily as high, but I think he's evolved as a player so much since then. And, you know, this map really does test your team's entire hero pool across the board because of how different it is from start to finish.
Ooh, okay, so I'm gonna read the one on the left right now. You have been hit by Becky's focus beam. If you don't shout out, Becky is good. In 3 seconds, you die.
Becky's good.
Becky's good. Okay, okay, that wasn't 3 seconds. Okay, I was a little bit late on the reflection time there, but still, I made the cut. But okay.
Becky Jangida. I'm safe. I'm safe. So Yeah, I do love the, you know, we're old enough to know about these chain letters from the Instant Messenger days. Back when Instant Messenger was special and unique, it was like, wow, that's faster than email. We can actually just talk to each other directly by sending messages on our hunt and peck in middle school, trying to learn how to type. And then someone would send you, like, if you don't send this to 7 members on your friends list, your crush will hate you forever. We're bringing it back a little bit. Love to see it.
Yep. It looks like the players are getting a little bit more time to get ready. Of course, we had a lot of substitution coming in. This is like, that's Godlios. That would be the kind of like the translation, or Goodlios or something, or some of the like.
Yeah, Dang in Korean is basically like awesome or cool or rad. So you can kind of translate it into almost any of those things combined with Kalios' name.
Radlius?
Yeah, because it has, you know, it ends with an eung, so like you can kind of add it to anything. That's why people love to put Jang in front of things, because it's really easy to combine it with all sorts of different syllables. But here we go, Unknown. Genesis up 1-0. Pokerface with a massive roster swap. 3 substitutions. This map pick better pay off for them. Otherwise, it's going to be such a costly momentum shift, because you're going to have to potentially sub out again. Some of these players aren't going to be as warmed up. So they really need to win this one.
All right, I am hearing that we are getting ready. Both players, both teams are actually ready to get into the game. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going in. All right, good energy from both of the fans from each team, and we are seeing a double. Of course, we need to see if Pokerface is going to stick with this, but this is going to be very surprising and also very exciting if I see both the Widowmaker and the Hanzo in play.
Decay, over the years, you know, he was one of the reasons why back in the old days that Kongdu struggled on Widowmaker maps, because his Widowmaker was inconsistent, right? But I think he's leveled up so much since then, and I would favor him into Proud, especially on the defender's side here. Look at the angle he's taking as well, so Proud can't find him on a pop-up shot here on A, and we'll see if Proud decides to stick with this or not. The Hanzo for shield break can be quite nice, and it is actually simple on the Zenyatta here, with Iris playing the Batiste. So a lot of different ways to break Kalios' shield at range here.
Yep, so Finale looking for a headshot here, of course. A Hanzo headshot is going to be critical in making a breakthrough for the side of Pokerface that they need. Decay is just moving around, constantly moving around, just not revealing, not revealing his position. And in the meantime, Maka's taking down Proud and Simple taking down Teru. Finale taking down just what? A lot of action going on without the snipe, without, I guess, Decay involved here.
Yeah, the problem with the setup here for Genesis was that they were trying to keep Decay so safe that he actually couldn't really trade shots back. And he did more damage than Proud here, but the bigger issue is that Hanzo is just going to push the shield, and they're going to end up losing out the neutral fight. And the Genji isn't really going to accomplish anything on the cross in this moment here without building Blade. So they just got rolled over, and compositionally, I think Genesis had to play this very differently than they did. They had to play way more up so that Choice One could actually threaten while Decay was also on the cross with snipe shots, but instead, they end up just losing so much control. I don't even know if they should necessarily contest this, because they have no power here, no flux, nothing.
Looks like, let's see what they're going to end up with. Well, Kalios is here, so likely that they will be contesting. Yep, they are contesting, and there is that Decay headshot that we've been waiting for. And Chasewan taking down Proud, so this is going to be a massive, I guess, range and DPS gap that we're going to see, at least for this fight. But Kalios is taking down Decay, takes down Simple, so this is going to be a little bit of stabilization for the side of Genesis.
And if Decay is going to play like this, man, just put him far forward, man. He's not going to lose these trades. He's actually finding the angles here, and they do contest. And this was so risky, because if they fail this, Genesis ends up losing out on the ult economy in a massive way. They will lose line of sight for B as well, and the snowball rolls. They take the risk. It pays off massively, because now they have line of sight as well, and it's back to the drawing board here for Pokerface. Look at how far back they have to play. Proud has no line of sight, and so really awkward here. They're going to have to look for a flux engage, but that could be matched by Kalios here. At least they do have that transcendence to at least answer the flux of Kalios. but then you don't have it for the blade. It's very complex the way Pokerface has to play this next fight out.
Yep, Genesis is definitely going to pose a lot of questions, and that is actually starting with taking down Peppy, so this is going to be the Flux denied for the side of Pokerface, and I don't even know if Genesis does need to even have to use their own.
No, I think they just win this fight straight up. Pokerface shouldn't waste any more ultimates. Proud, Infrasight gets Decay, but that's not really what you want, as this fight is 100% lost, and decision-making here really failing Pokerface. If they just hold on to the trance and look for the next fight with Infrasight, Proud can threaten while they actually look for the Flux, but instead they end up wasting that ultimate. And very awkward here as Genesis in full control still have that Dragon Blade. And there's only one fight left in the tank here for Pokerface here for A, and they won't have a Dragon Blade. So this is like, you're playing an ult-based composition without your ult.
This is going to be the one-way Infrasight that only Decay has, because Proud just like straight up wasted his. And Peppy had to half health. Proud very low. Chisiwan low as well, but is likely going to be healed up. There is that rally for the extra sustain. Callie's in a little bit of trouble, but it is going to be saved by the Immortality Field. And there is that Dragon Blade looking to dice and slice, looking at Eris here. Eris did take the side of Pokerface, did take down 2 members, so this is going to be actually a numbers disadvantage for the side of Genesis. This is a very awkward situation, Wolf.
Yeah, someone's going to have to stay on this cart. It's going to be Peppy. They have the respawn advantage here. They're just going to try to hard force their way through. Decay all alone. This is still a fight that Genesis could potentially look to contest, but not necessarily anymore, as Kalios is on the wrecking ball here. Desperation.
Touch, and Chisiwan on the Tracer as well, so this composition is kind of broken for it doesn't have a purpose. The only purpose of this composition is to touch. Kalios very low, but is, well, okay, I was about to say by Wrecking Ball is Wrecking Ball, so he would survive a little bit longer, but he didn't. And by the looks of it, it looks like Pokerface is going to be, in the end, going to cap point A, which is kind of a little bit bizarre, if you ask me, because Genesis had so many tools at their advantage, Wolf.
Yeah, I really don't think the Flux timing was great there from Kalios, and they had the Transcendence, and then the Dragon Blade wasn't able to execute anybody fast enough there, and Pokerface did have spawn advantage, so in this kind of scrappy trade, it's going to favor them. That's why they had to swap the Wrecking Ball to try to contest. It did not work out. Now he's going to swap back over to the Sigma here. They will be able to contest high ground.
Well, Pokerface doesn't want Genesis to end the high ground by just like flushing them out using the amplification matrix. Genesis slowly regaining ground. However, Pokerface will be having a huge ult advantage here in the side, because both DPS ultimates will be online very soon, and they also have the Transcendence. Proud trying to take down Chisiwan. Chisiwan at a sliver of health, but will be able to live to tell the tale. But will that tale be a happy one? Is going to be up to the question, as Genesis still has control of the high ground. Finale was very low, that was a very risky Dragon Blade. Doesn't find anyone. Decay, using that Deadeye, also doesn't find anyone. So this is a lot of ultimates used, but no casualties so far. Proud taking down Terror, so this is going to be a breakthrough for the side of Pokerface. However, Proud is punished by Decay, but it is going to be Pokerface who is going to be the winner of this team fight. And I don't know if Genesis has the members to touch for the B cap.
You may not like it, but this is peak LCQ action here. Scrappy fights, Dragon Blades coming out with Transcendences when Finale is super low. That was the surprise they were looking for. Didn't end up initially leading to value, but the follow-up there from Peppy ended up being big enough. Genesis got split in half, and Decay alone couldn't get it done. His Deadeye didn't find anything, and then he was quickly pushed upon by the enemy Genji. As simple as making the Zenyatta work, and Proud, they have line of sight advantage here. Genesis struggle to set up. He gets a triple, and now they're going to have free reign on the spawn room. This card is just going to push for free, and Choi Se-wan just wanting to get the last part of that Dragon Blade built here will sacrifice himself to just look for the reset here. Once he has the blade, maybe he can look to do something, but Decay is not going to have line of sight control. You can see how much he's struggling here. And every time he goes to hide, it's an opportunity for Proud to look for a pick elsewhere. Good shield positioning there from Kalios, but this is an ideal world for Pokerface. Remember, they were almost full held after that desperate hold on A from Genesis, and now might be able to finish the map here if Proud can maintain control of this Widow matchup.
Yep, Decay, if you just flip the coin over there, it is going to be Decay's job to make sure that Proud is under control if Genesis wants to stop that full cap, because they're already, like you said, well, they would be already disappointed with this because they were this close to a full hold, and Decay looking for a shot, but it is not going to be easy with Peppy, with that shield, and also with that amplification matrix on the side of Iris. So Kalios starting things up with the Gravitic Flux. However, Iris's Immortality Field will be there to keep everyone alive. The Infrastrike online for the side of Proud will be able to sight that Chisewan, Genji, and also Decay. And Finale with that Dragon Blade, finding a ton of value.
That's it.
Yes, Pokerface is going to use a lot of ultimates, but yes, of course, it is worth it, as they will be full capping Havana, and well, full capping Havana, it's not an easy task.
No, it's definitely not, especially when you're finishing with such a tiny time bank after taking A. They finished it with 30 seconds, not even an overtime finish here, so they actually have time in the bank. But when you look at the two compositions here, leading into that final fight, first of all, this fight here where Proud ends up getting a triple, that's almost game deciding, because this is just not supposed to happen. Way too aggressive on the contest. They did not play on the Widowmaker at all here. I mean, you're running Cassie, so I get it. You want to try to play up, but if you end up getting destroyed there, you can never compete in the Widow matchup after that. It's not because Decay is a worse player. That's still up for debate here in terms of the Widow matchup, but it's because of the range advantage, the line of sight advantage that Proud had. And then in terms of Dragon Blades, the answer to the Dragon Blade of Choi Se-Hwan is always going to be a Transcendence. Simple has that. It's very difficult for Choi Se-Hwan to actually get kills that way. And the answer for Finales was just one Brigitte, one Shield Bash. So he actually has way more agency, pulls the blade first. Genesis seemed a little bit caught off guard by that, and Taro just cannot keep the backline alive, and Finale ends up finishing the map for them. Genesis here now on the attack. Keeping Decay on this Widow is going to be a challenge. So far, has not delivered the same way Proud has.
Yep, and it looks like the, I guess, double flux support substitution for the side of Pokerface is really paying off. Like you said, it's not a matter, we're not talking about even mechanical skill diff here, it's just a comp diff in this, at least, situation. Of course, this may be just kind of a result-based kind of analysis. However, just having the Zenyatta and that Transcendence has been so much of a difference in at least the first round. It is left to be seen if Genesis can actually match that full push and maybe even go to overtime. But first, Decay has a Widow match to win first.
Yeah, he has a Widow match to win first. Wants to look for a little bit of backline access here on this angle. Doesn't want to challenge Proud, but rather threaten Simple, threaten Iris. Now that the barrier is placed, he has to look elsewhere, trying to find Proud. As Finale is just farming a blade right now as best as he can, leading that one over Choi Se-Hwan right now. So double threats here, and again, only the Shield Bash to answer Finale. So I do like this swap over the Genji. This is the flexibility we talked about with Finale. He can play so many different heroes that it's really difficult to actually counter Pokerface here, as once again Decay struggling to find value on this Widow. Proud doing twice the damage he has so far.
Simple taking down Kalios. So even in the neutral fight, that Orb of Discord is actually doing a lot of wonders for taking out Kalios, especially if we consider that it's going to be a mirror, and whoever just like melts the tank first is going to have massive advantage here. Maka does trade out Simple, so this may be a start, but I mean, Kalios has to walk all the way back to the cart.
Exactly, a little bit of greed there from Simple, but he is doing so much work to the Sigma shield, which is I think in part why Kalios is broken. Taro can't offer anything in that regard on this Brigitte. Choi Se-Hwan matching the Genji Dragon Blade build so far. But I mean, this could be a massive time bank here. If one slip-up happens from Genesis before that blade is ready, Pokerface just rolled him. Kalios again in trouble.
Kalios just like getting his HP chunked out very, very quickly with that Discord Orb. However, Simple taking down Decay and Maka. Proud also down, but it is going to be numbers advantage for the side of Pokerface. Yes, the rally was there, but it was not enough to save Taro. Simple on fire here with, I believe that was a 4-kill for the side of Simple.
Yeah,
here.
and a foot kill onto Choi Se-Hwan. 15% before he gets his Dragon Blade finish. Pokerface in a fantastic spot here now. Defense is great. And
ooh, Decay making a name for himself right now with 2 kills. He needs a little bit more than that if he wants his team to progress and match the time bank of Pokerface here. Eris using the amplification matrix finale.
a deflect kill. Deflection onto Decay.
Well, I mean, yes, he did. Well, Finale did fall after that Dragon Blade, but he did his job. Well, of course, it would have been better. It would have been better for him if he just got more value with the Dragon Blade. But with that Deflecta, his style, he just died with style there.
He did die with style, but now he's gonna have to swap over the Tracer to get back to this point as soon as possible. Knows he is disadvantaged in terms of the enemy Dragon Blade here, but Pokerface have that Transcendence they can operate around unless Decay gets access and takes Simple out. But he's swapped over to the Tracer himself as well. Blade angle here potentially for Choi Se-won.
Decay taken down. And Chisuan with the blade, but does not find it once again. It is going to be Simple's Transcendence that is going to negate the entirety of Chisuan's Dragon Blade damage. Well, Genesis is in trouble.
I mean, they really are. And Kalios here going to be staggered further, it looks like. Okay, it does get sniped there by Peppy. Good accuracy there on the left click. The orbs do come through. 30 seconds remaining, no Dragon Blade, only a Flux, and yeah, there's no Transcendence, but there is an Immortality field here. I think Decay is going to be the one who has to do some heavy lifting here if they are going to have any chance of finishing this off.
And that was down. A dirty shot.
And Proud forced Decay off the Widow. Like, this is the kind of play you want to see from this young player who is making a name for himself here in this LCQ. See how that Flux goes.
They need to touch. I think it was Chisuan that made some touch. Needs to survive though. Decay down, so probably Chisuan is the only one that is able to touch.
Rally out here, see if we can buy them enough time.
That was a good stun with the shield bash. Maka taking down Finale, so they might actually have a chance. Chisuan harassing Proud here. Taken down by Proud. Yes, Decay takes down Simple, but is traded out with Proud, and there is no bodies left on the side of Genesis. Pokerface equalize, and it is 1-1. We don't know where the series is going.
We do not know, but Proud having a series of his career here, popping off on the Widow. Obviously on map 1 had some great moments as well, but you know, they picked this map and you have to be able to deliver on the Widowmaker here. I feel like Decay did not, but Proud absolutely did. He was getting so many critical picks, and also the double support lineup running the Zenyatta was a huge difference maker here as well. And like I said, going into the series, if you're Finale and Proud, if you could prove yourself against Choi Se-won and Decay, two legends of Overwatch, two veterans, you're going to be feeling so good about the end of this series. Even if you don't end up taking the win today, you're going to feel sad about that. You're not going to playoffs, but if you can match these two legends, I think that is just going to do wonders for your mentality, for your career. And every time Proud got those kills, like when he killed Choi Se-won there at the end, the snipes were super good, the crowd erupts. And I feel like there is a huge underdog storyline happening here where the crowd is behind Pokerface. Now, I think Pokerface are favored going into the series, like I said before, but I think in terms of the players on stage and how famous they are, how not famous they are comparatively to the legends and the very experienced players of Genesis, it feels really exciting to root for this squad that feels like they're punching up in so many ways here critically.
Exactly. I did read chat a little bit in the meantime. I definitely think that Proud would be proud. And like living to his namesake. For this map, specifically, like you said, Decay, Chisuan, all like big Overwatch League names. Of course, they were not only did they just be in the Overwatch League, there were like big names like Decay. Even before the Overwatch League was even there, like in the Apex days when you were casting.
Kalios also, you know, he had his time to shine long ago. He was one of the first Overwatch competitive players here in Korea. So these players have such a long legacy, right, and so much experience, and yet, you know, Pokerface making it happen.
All right, and with that, the series is tied 1-1, and it's anyone's game now, and the series is just about to get fired up, but we'll see after the short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. Wolf, we have a series on our hands as we are approaching map 3 of the first match of the day. It is 1-1 tied by both Genesis and Pokerface, and we have Hybrid, Push, and Flashpoint remaining for Genesis to pick from.
I would like to see. I mean, the cool thing about the pick from Pokerface there too is it actually denies Shambali from Genesis. Like that's where if I were Genesis, I really want to go to Shambali. But now they can't because Escort is out. So you can't actually pick from that anymore. That makes things super interesting here. I wonder if they'll take us to New Junk City or Surabasa, just try to get some momentum back, try to win out on a control-based map type where they did already find success in this series. Because if you go into Hybrid and Pokerface outclass you there, it gets a little bit awkward. Now, Nimbani.
Ooh, okay, I understand. I think Kellen's coming in here, though.
Yeah, I think definitely so.
It's going to be a Winston map. It's going to be a Winston dive. I think, of course... Okay, I'm not good. You're the analyst here, but I can definitely I can see that coming.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely the right read. I do agree with you, but I think that's what's going to happen, but I don't know if I like it. Kellen looked much better on Winston today than yesterday on Oasis, but still, there are some issues with how they're playing this, and they've been kind of running the Ana-less Winston, which can really struggle. I think that's not going to be the case here on Nimbani. I think they have to run the Ana. It's just so important. But Proud has been so good, and the control of focusing down Kellen has been a big problem for Genesis. So on Nimbani, I would argue that the tank play is more important than almost any other hybrid map. Maybe you could argue like Midtown, but Nimbani is going to be a really big test for Kellen, assuming he's coming back in, right? If they want to play Kalios here, I don't think that's the right call. But we'll see.
I guess there is a world where Kalios plays when he plays Diva, because Nimbani also plays Diva a little bit, but I would assume from like history, yes, Kellen is here. So it is definitely going to be skewed towards that Winston dive composition, maybe even their Doomfist composition if they really want to, but I don't really see that coming. I also am interested to see what roster changes will be on the side of Pokerface, because maybe, So this is just my gut instinct. If I were Pokerface and if I heard that they're gonna play Nimbani, I would put Becky in for the Echo.
Yeah, I think that's a solid call. You can leave this up to,
of course,
Proud, I think, a lot, and Becky is gonna come in, so not a shocker here. I mean, obviously, I think that we were gonna see finale for a map like Havana because of the different heroes you have to kind of rotate through, but when you know you're going to be probably playing Echo most of the time, it does make sense to play Becky here. And if they end up running just a Cassidy Tracer comp or a Cassidy Echo on the side of Pokerface, I feel really good about that here. On Nimbani attack, when the Winston goes up on the high ground, if he doesn't kill the Cassidy takes half his health, he has to jump down, then the Echo is like, oh, it's free. And the Echo just beams everybody down who's taking damage there from the high ground.
Ooh, Jasmine is also coming in as well, so maybe a Winston mirror?
I think probably, as Peppy has been so good at Sigma, but, Jasmine coming in here a little bit more well-rounded, and, Winston obviously on the defense is quite strong too, because you can, after the Winston dives your team, if you play it patiently, then you put him half health, then you can either follow the Winston and kill him, or you can go into the backline with the Echo. There's a lot of agency both on attack and defense with the Winston. And Decay is going to have to get it done, man.
Yep. Once again, like the Genesis, like whatever map or whatever comp, whatever tank you play with Genesis right now, Genesis's game plan on this LCQ at least has been Decay, having Decay. Oh, Faith is back in place of Simple, so it's actually going to be a new support duo that we haven't been seeing. So this is going to be Faith and Eris.
Yeah, it might just be Batiste and Ana to come through. Depends on if he wants to play the Brigitte or not. They did not play that on Havana, which I think was actually a huge boon for them. The Zenyatta ended up being massive, and I don't think we'll be seeing that this time around, but if you want to play Brigless, I think this is quite strong, especially on defense, because you'll have, and they probably pick defense first, since the losing team picks the map, the team that won will be able to pick side first, so they probably pick defense so you can get that edge early. And if they want to just play Batiste on that high ground and try to keep Proud alive and allow him to carry, could be a strong win con. I don't know if we necessarily get to completion on this map for either of these teams. I just don't think these teams are stronger than each other enough to where we actually see a full completion of Nimbani. I don't think we're going overtime, but the Diva will be tested for both of these tank players at the end if we do get there.
All right, we're looking at a Genesis fan here. So this is the the conditions for a good day. Number one, I think about Genesis. Number two, I worry about Genesis. Third, I miss Genesis. 4, I root for Genesis. 5, I didn't
Praying until they win.
Okay. Well,
Irte kajipinda.
all right. Actually, your Korean's better than mine now. I mean, I'm losing my touchy Korean.
No,
man.
it's easy for me while you're reading it all out to read the end.
All right, but well, a lot of pressure needed for the side of Genesis right now. At the current moment, they haven't. Well, yes, they did win against Runaway, but they haven't won in a while on broadcast. So definitely, of course, we've seen a lot of Genesis fans on the stage here. And wow, that's
Big Taro fan here on the left. On the right, the big OWCS fan in general.
Oh, and shout out to our sponsors here, Samsung Odyssey, of course.
Yeah.
Shout out to them to making all these happen. And on the left, we have Teru. Well, a Teru fan saying that I don't need to go to a hospital if I get sick because Teru is my support.
Yeah, my healer, Teru. Let's see if we can get it done today. As tension really high, but the momentum definitely on Pokerface's side, and they're utilizing this massive roster. They have the biggest roster in OWCS in Asia across all regions, and they're utilizing it incredibly well here so far. So you love to see teams invest in having a big squad and then utilizing it to actually find success across a different map pool. And the new map system does favor Pokerface quite heavily because of it.
All right, we are ready to go into the match. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going in. Alright, once again, support for both sides, and we are going to be on Numbani. Pokerface is... Oh, okay, so they're on the defense, so this is probably going to be the composition that they will be using. Wow,
yeah.
We're seeing Ashe here.
And what you lose from running the Ashe, you can make up for, like if you're not running the Cassidy, you lose a lot of that DPS. But what you can make up for it with is the extra heal deny, the dynamite damage. Even with the nerf to the DPS passive, it's still pretty decent. And then you can help kill those stragglers with the Diva when the counter engage comes through for Pokerface. This is something that I don't think Genesis will necessarily see coming. They're going to expect the Winston defense, as Diva is usually seen after A. But see what Jasmine get done with it. Obviously the poke here from the Ashe can lead to a Bob, which can then give you so much more sturdy defense on the point itself.
Yep, they're going to full Overwatch 1 mode with 6 players shooting at the enemy, but Chae-Soo-Han looking for early spam here. Of course, this is going to be a little bit difficult with the Diva in play on the side of Pokerface. Also, Becky will be trying to look at the assassinations here, actually chunking down a considerable amount of Kellen's HP here. Proud also looking for some, like the dynamite damage that you were mentioning earlier as well. Currently, not that much action going on at the current moment. Kellen does dive in, has to like drop immediately after taking a huge chunk of damage. Kellen also taking a quick nap over there.
Yeah, will be purple, but gets healed back up afterwards. And so far, not really a whole lot of distance gained here for Pokerface, or rather for Genesis on this attack. We keep swapping sides, but yeah. Okay, Kellen
almost was beamed down, but then just lives to tell the tale, but it cannot be the same for Decay, as he was slept and then just immediately burst down. So this is going to be a little bit of, I guess, a reset for this, a soft reset for this side of Genesis. They have to back off a little bit.
I mean, Choice A1 can still poke and try to get that duplicate up, and I think that's going to be their best engage tool, that with the Nano. And Becky already has his.
Ooh,
Jasmine also will have a self-destruct, and Proud, man, if you hit those headshots, you can actually out-DPS a Cassidy in terms of pushing that Winston back, and he is hitting those headshots repeatedly here. All right, Nano angle here onto the Winston potentially.
As said, it is going to be a lot of damage towards Faith, and it does force out the Nano on the side of Pokerface as well. Becky duplicating the Brig of all people, but is immediately taken out as back to Echo form, and a lot of ultimates used. Chae-Soo-Han actually uses the duplicate self-destruct and takes that route. So this is going to be huge for the side of Genesis. A lot of ground taken away. The cap is already registered, so a huge time bank in favor of the Genesis side here.
Yeah, I think that was just a panic. I need to reset and survive there from Becky when he stole the brig, as Jasmine will avoid getting demec'd for a little bit longer. Actually should be fine here. That was a close call. That could have been disastrous. But yeah, the duplicate there for Becky, I think definitely not the target he wanted, but perhaps just wanted to live and clicked Q on whoever was closest to get his extra health bar there. But it's not going to be enough to stabilize them as he has just burst out of it. Choi Se-hwan, on the other hand, much more high-impact duplicate of the D.Va, even with the self-destruct kill coming through.
Yep, however, Becky is getting his revenge as he is going to not only just take down Choi Se-hwan, but also taking down Teru. So this is going to be Genesis being stopped in their tracks, at least for the current moment. Becky already approaching that duplicate once again, whereas Choi Se-hwan is only at 30%. So this is going to be a huge difference in the timings for the duplicate in favor of Pokerface.
Yeah, and they didn't actually get control of this corner, so this is very awkward here for Pokerface, or rather for Genesis now on this attack. And like they're running the Tracer, so he needs to find backline access. Decay does, as Becky holding this duplicate can actually look for.
Oh, but is taking down. Might have wanted to use that.
Yeah, I think he definitely wanted to use it, but was not expecting the Kellen snipe.
Yep, Kellen trying his best to just have control over the high ground, and the echo disparity right now is enabling Genesis to just force Pokerface to just back off, and that's going to be a free push, and also Decay takes down Becky. So Becky, 2 times in a row, is just denied any action in this fight, and Fate has to use the rally, and also the Nano is invested. However, will it be enough? It's going to be the question. Proud is also out of the fight, so this is going to be Jasmine in a pinch right now. Yes, that was a good nade onto the members of Genesis. However, it is still going to be Genesis to fight, as Pokerface, despite using both of their support ultimates, will be giving ground and also conceding point B to the side of Genesis.
Yeah, Becky getting taken out twice before he could use his duplicate, and then even though Kellen was slept in Nano there, it doesn't matter because Choi Se-hwan gets to be a second tank anyways. He has the duplicate advantage, can take Jasmine, become D.Va, and does so much sustained damage there, an extra frontline for Decay to get that damage done. And Becky will have the duplicate here to contest, but the damage has already been done. 3:20 on the clock here. Massive time bank right now.
Yep, a Pokerface will be having the ult advantage at the current moment, so they have to make this count. However, Genesis right now is comfortably pushing towards that corner. Yes, this corner is probably where they are going to contest. Becky looking for a good assassination target and also a duplicate. So duplicating the Ana, so Becky's preference is definitely onto the supports. Teru taken down with a good dive on Jasmine. And Maka is taken down as well, so Genesis will be having to reset. Choi Se-hwan taken down.
And killed by the dynamite there in the end on his way out. So good staggers. A huge bio grenade from Iris in that last fight. Does connect onto multiple Genesis members. Really difficult to keep Kellen alive. They didn't have the primal, they didn't have nano. So once that bio hits, it's really tough to win that longer fight. Becky's duplicate, you know, not entirely sure I'm 100% in agreement with it, but it does end up helping secure those additional kills and stagger the time bank. 1 minute now off the clock here, only 2:20 left. And Iris will have that nano boost. So if he decides to use it on here, could just be the D.Va for some additional damage, but also could be used on DPS.
Actually, that nano was used to save Choi Se-hwan because... No, Becky rather, excuse me, because the pulse bomb was stuck onto Becky. Without that nano, that would have been a kill for the side of Decay. Good save from Eris here, but it is going to be Genesis who is going to be using the nano to save Teru this time. So both nano boosts used to save their teammates. Kellen using the Primal Rage, but it's not enough to survive. And the extra sustain from Fate's rally is going to push Genesis off their ground right now.
Yeah, that was a really good call from Iris, because sometimes you just don't know, like, is it worth it? Am I going to actually stop this pulse from killing it, but then we end up losing elsewhere because I used my nano. We don't have as much sticking power there. He's already half of another nano boost, and Becky gets to keep the duplicate now for this next fight. And like I said, it's tough to finish C on this map. It's really, really hard. When you don't have corner control, you need to basically win 2 fights in a row and then have that extra momentum. And Genesis just don't have any tools in the tank here besides duplicate here. and maybe a rally that they could use to actually try to hard push their way through, but it's just going to be so tough as Decay is trying to harass the supports here on the side, but they could just ignore him for the time being because they know they can hard engage with this duplicate at any point. Here it comes.
All right, here is that duplicate. This time it is on the chase. Both duplicates used actually chasing one.
Dupe fight!
Well, I mean, it was a DPS versus a support, so had the advantage there. However, Teru is using the rally here for sustain. Genesis actually looking like they have the advantage here. Proud calls up to his friend Bob, and looks like they are going to bully out.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Jasmine ulted, but he survived then 8 Decay's pulls and then was able to take him out. Huge win for him. And there's only 20 seconds to go here. This may just be the end of this first attack here. Genesis will have one last push with the nano boost, but they need to group up. Cannot get anyone staggered here. Choi Se-Wan in particular is going to get some burn damage on him here. The longer fight they could absolutely win, but getting to the card itself is a challenge. Decay.
Yep, 2 seconds. The nano. Oh, the flame! Oh my goodness. That was insane from the side of yours there. Yes, I get the idea. The idea was great. Yes, use the damage reduction from the nano to keep Decay alive on the cart as long as possible, but you have to be on the cart first, and then Ears just deny that.
Yeah, that was really clean from him on the sleep there, and obviously he's able to deny the touch, but the fight before was really quite nicely played by Jasmine, eating the pulse bomb there, survives through with the self-destruct. So we do have a bit of a pause here. Oop. As Decay is like, check him PC. I don't know about that.
Probably, yeah.
This can't seem on. That's not normally.
There's no way that dart landed on me.
Yeah, it's actually one of the Pokerface players. Actually, I think Becky, who had the pause there.
Becky asked for a pause. Okay, so we're having a little bit of frame drop issues from the side of Becky. We'll see what the problem is. Hopefully, usually those kind of issues kind of are fixed when, number one, you restart Overwatch, number two, you restart your PC. So might be a little bit of a few minutes before we can actually start the game. I am hearing estimated time of 3 minutes, so this is our time.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know who that Widow is because the
very scary though.
Yeah. So I don't know if it's Decay or... I mean, I would assume it's Decay because it's next to a Genesis sign, right?
Yeah. It says, wow, so cool in the speech bubble, but I don't know what the squares represent.
That's probably the kill feed, no?
Ah, there you go.
Yeah, but I don't know who killed who. Like, yes, it's a Widow killing somebody, but, like, I don't have
I don't
the gamer
think it's
tag.
Decay. I don't think that would be a Decay sign. I think that might have been Proud. You know, Proud fan there, possibly.
Possibly. I mean, yeah, Proud did a lot of heavy lifting with the Widow and Havana there. I am hearing some good news that it's not even going to take 3 minutes. We are solved. The issue is solved, and both teams have typed in already. So we will be back very soon. Hopefully.
Yes. It is resolved, so just taking some time to load back in. Here we go. The unpause will come through. And let's see what Genesis want to run here on the defense, because they are, you know, they'll once this assemble does begin, we will be able to see what they want to run, because this is what I'm most concerned about for Genesis is when Pokerface can scout the comp and then run back and then swap, like they might actually just destroy you with the Cassidy pick. Proud has been so into running this Ashe, and it is kind of working overall. Like I think he has had some great headshots, but it does leave you a little bit less consistent damage to focus down Kellen, so I'm a little bit surprised by it, but he wants to keep running it. It is kind of working so far, as also Jasmine not going to be running the Winston on attack, it doesn't look like here, so this means the support line definitely going to have to play back with Kellen. Otherwise, if Kellen decides he wants to be aggressive, then that's when Maka especially is going to be in trouble versus this D.Va Echo. So Maka, a lot of pressure on this guy on this defensive A.
Yep, Maka, not only does he have to heal up Kellen after that aggressive jump, he also has to keep himself alive. So also a little bit, probably need a little help from the side of Terra as well. But we are in the Pokerface attack phase of Umbani here. Of course, not terribly a lot of action so far. Both teams are just scatting out.
Kellen's super low though.
Yeah, that's at least it's gonna be all converted into Maka's ult
Yeah,
charge.
Pokerface though gets Proud on the high ground here. They have complete control over the point. This is kind of a disaster for Genesis.
Oh, what a dirty shot onto Chasing One, but Decay just punishes Proud, and Teru takes down Faith, but Kellen needs to survive if they are going to make this defense successful, and will be able to do so, but
still a tick comes through.
Yeah.
And I think Decay, you know, they better be patting this guy on the back after that defense, because if he doesn't pop off the way he just did there and instantly delete 100-0 one clip Proud, I think they absolutely lose that point on the first attack, and the time bank is insane. But luckily he does pop off as Kellen decided to jump onto low ground there and got focused down, almost died. But as you mentioned, Maka, tons of nano charge as a result of that, and we'll have the nano boost here in the longer fight for this next contest. As you can see here, he's at 81%, just keeping Kellen charged up. They're pushing the stairs.
that sleep dart goes wide and is forced out of the high ground. Chasing One also very low. Decay's pulse bomb goes wide, so that's going to be a form of utility lost. Kellen is just bully pushed by the side of Jasmine and taking down. Oh, in the meanwhile, Becky also takes down Chasing One, so this is a window of opportunity for Pokerface. Yes, Genesis does have that nano boost, but is it going to have any meaning, though?
I don't think necessarily. I don't think you want to nano that Brigida. The Winston is close. Will they contest? The answer is yes. He's nanoed.
The nano Winston, and also Kellen does have the primal rage to survive longer and will be using so, but the problem is going to be Becky.
He slept off the point too. Kellen slept off the point. He actually wasn't contesting, so the cap just comes through.
Oh, Kellen is having a rough day in Numani today.
Yeah, I think it was a nightmare he was having while he was asleep there, as he just went straight into where Iris was waiting with open arms. Sleep dart comes through, and he's off the point while slept, so can't contest, and they end up losing the fight. And 2 ultimates on top of it. Pokerface now with a huge ultimate lead.
Yeah, Faith wants to keep the momentum going by using the rally. Yes, Genesis does match the rally, so this is going to be a pretty even fight, but not going to be so even after Becky takes down Terror, so this is going to be the rallying Brig taken out of the picture, so this is going to be more free push for the side of Pokerface.
Yeah, Becky. Half of another duplicate ready too. So much damage. Becky is popping off. He's crushing Choi Se-hwan in the mirror. Every time he finds him in the 1v1, he's just beaming him down. And Kellen obviously can't offer any sort of support, whereas Jasmine can absolutely chase down the Echo, especially when she's out of flight, and really put the hurt on. As you can see here, Maka sitting super far back, trying to keep Kellen relevant in this one as the defense continues.
All right, Faith. Well, okay, somebody has to be on the payload.
Yeah, it's going to be Becky for now.
At least Decay is trying to contest,
Goodbye.
but is punished. What a good, I guess, series of mechanics from the side of Becky. Not just about the sticky bumps, also the tracking there. Kellen is taking down. Genesis is all over the place,
Yeah,
Wolf.
I'm not sure if Decay had already recalled there, or if he just simply didn't expect the damage and the mechanics, as you mentioned, from Becky there, because he just burst him down so quickly with the beam, which does execute damage, and then that's just a jump off of the map there for Maka, knowing this is lost, does not want to stagger himself any further. Now, they're going to have a ton of ultimates here, but the time bank is so huge here for Pokerface. You just do not have any room for mistakes now on the side of Genesis. Blink charges coming back here for Decay. See if he can wrap around and get something done here, but one mistake, and it's lights out. And Pokerface take the 2-1 lead, so be so cautious, and you have to be so ult efficient here now as Genesis.
Yeah, Genesis, like you said, has to be as efficient as they can possibly can. And Pokerface, they have all the time in the world right now. They have 4 minutes, and they can just wait for all their ultimates to charge and just use the Alma. But Proud says that he doesn't have to. He's like, why do you need ultimates if I can just kill everyone? And I have Bob for the final push if I can. Becky using that nano on Iris. So Iris, we're seeing a nanoed Ana, which is a very rare sight. However, this is going to be lights out for Genesis at least. And on Numbani here, I don't think anyone can touch.
And like I said, I mean, if you lose one fight, it's basically done so, because Jasmine could just put a self-destruct on this point and say good night. Choi Se-hwan at least has dupe, so he can buy some time here as the diva. They get Proud. There's still hope for Genesis.
All right, they have, it looks like maybe, okay, a good series of heroics from the side of Genesis. Kind of delayed Pokerface a little bit, but they still have 4 minutes, 2 minutes and 40 seconds.
And also, Pokerface didn't use anything on that last fight, so we'll just simply be able to return with full war chest available, including that Jasmine ultimate I talked about moments ago. It's going to give them the ability to remech on the point when they do contest for completion. It's not even the point, it's actually short of the point, as we talked about before, with no completion here for Genesis. Okay, rallies traded.
Rallies up.
Kellen is super low, but he gets the nano. That was a huge nano from Maka.
Also, Pokerface is using
Terror!
all their ultimates. Becky taking down Terror. This is going to be huge. Maka just exposed. Also, Decay is just there. Kellen is just taking down. This is just it.
This is just it, man. This is a whole big old team gap we are seeing from Pokerface here. DPS is gapping the enemy side. Genesis losing out in that 2v2. Kellen is getting destroyed in the tank matchup. He's getting sleeped by Iris non-stop. Pokerface just looked to be the stronger team tonight, especially on this third map. Wasn't even close.
Yep, celebrations on the side of Pokerface. Yes, they still have a map to win, but they can definitely feel good about that. Like you said, Wolf, this is an all-out team difference. And remember, this hurts more for Genesis because it was their map pick.
Yeah, the fact that Kellen had to eat the nano there in the early part of the fight meant that he was never going to be a threat, and that meant that the DPS line, Proud and Becky were just like, well, I killed Choi Se-Wan instantly, and they were able to get Decay as well as he was trying to flank and just so fragile on that Tracer. Decay Tracer has always been a bit of a controversial topic, right? He's had some great games on it, but it's often been very low impact, and I think in this map, where they decided to flex him onto it, he did very little. You know, tossed a pulse into a Diva Matrix, wasn't able to get really much done to the support line. And I felt like Iris, in fact, was just under so little pressure that he was able to consistently hit those sleep darts every single time. And when they were duplicating, like at first when Becky was duplicating the Ana, I was like, I'm not sure about that. But in some of those fights into the Winston dive, he was nanoed, then he's like, well, I'll just heal deny him a second time. So we got one heal deny, second heal deny, Kellen is dead. And also the extra healing output for the Diva is going to feel really nice there too. But really tough loss here for Genesis. And now the wind is completely out of their sails. And if they had to play push, I feel like that's probably the worst map type for them in terms of how this game is looking right now. You pick Flashpoint, that's fine, but you're still going to have to go to push to win this series. And dire straits right now. And you don't even know what players are coming in for Pokerface on the next map as well. They might have a completely different strategy prepared.
Yeah, exactly. So I think Genesis does have, yes, they do have the selection of the map, but Pokerface might be even more ready than Genesis on their own map pick, as could be seen on Numbani as well. I don't think, like, I guess the difference in this series right now is that Genesis was not ready for Havana, but Pokerface was ready for Numbani. So I think that's the real difference here, and that also relates with what you just said about the Pokerface roster here. They have such a big roster that they can just have different players just prepare for different maps and different strategies, and I think that's really showing, and we'll definitely have to see whether Genesis can put up to this task, because they are one loss away from being eliminated from this tournament. Will Genesis be able to bounce back? We'll see after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on map 4 of our first series of the day, Pokerface. Now, just having check on Genesis, we are going to see whether it is going to be checkmate and Pokerface securing themselves a spot, last spot in playoffs. But Genesis, they still have one last chance, because if they just win 2, they can go themselves, but if they just lose 1, it's them just going to be eliminated. We have either push or flashpoint on the choice sport for the side of Genesis.
My guess would be Surabasa here for Genesis. Surabasa or New Junk City, but probably Surabasa. Oh, okay. Esperanza getting the hard one out of the way first, because this is the map type that I feel like teams, in terms of coordination, get the most exposed on, because this is the map type where you have some of the scrappiest fights, where ult economy is not as simple as it is on Control, as it is on Escort or Hybrid, where you know you're just pushing one fight after the other. This is about like, okay, which high ground are we going to push with these ultimates? Where are we going to actually find control in this choke point? Should we rally here to actually get high ground, even though we're not going to win the fight? Like, these types of questions are really tough to answer. Simple back in again here. We'll see if he wants to play the Zen or what the game plan is going to be, but he had such a fantastic Havana.
Yep, I agree. Definitely something I don't like. I wouldn't say he played better than Iris. Iris also had a fantastic Ana on Numbani as well. So this is like showing how strong Pokerface's roster is. Like, you swap out Simple out of Iris, it's just like, would you normally swap out Iris after that performance? No, but if it's Simple that had that much of a good time on Havana, maybe yes. So that just shows how strong this roster is right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, they just have such flexibility that no other team has across all of Asia. You know, including like Falcons. Falcons doesn't even have the same depth of roster. They have a really strong roster, obviously, and they have quite a large amount of depth, but they don't utilize the roster the same way. It's really just Hanbin and Smurf that you see subbed out. Surmajed did play earlier this season as well, but it wasn't a strategic choice, I don't think, in any way. As going into this one, I think this is a big test. Like, Genesis can prove the haters wrong. They can show up in a big way. In this one, Kellen, maybe he actually has a good performance here. We'll see what he's playing. If they show up, you know, they can earn this series. They can earn playoffs.
Yep.
But, you know, this is the toughest one. And for me, I give the huge edge to Pokerface, just based on what we've seen from them so far this entire series, what we saw from them against Runaway. And I am very concerned for Genesis's coordination here and mentality after knowing that you're now one map away from being out of the tournament. We might not see any more Decay this entire tournament. We might not see Decay for months. Choice of One for months.
Yeah, that's insane to just imagine. I think what Genesis needs to do is that they need to fight their own demons, because remember, Genesis was one map away from just avoiding this entire situation, and it all crumbled in Havana. They had about like a 40-50 meter lead at like only 90 seconds remaining, and they just let it all go. This, if anything, if Genesis wants to come back at all, this Havana is where they want to start their redemption run here.
Has to be here. It has to be now. A very tough map. Check your Discord. Genesis fan there got a Discord notification while holding the sign. But yeah, I think looking at the players' faces here as well, like, the tension is real. You could just tell DPS line a little bit frustrated with how this last chance qualifier has been going, how the season went, because a lot of high expectations on Genesis going into this tournament because of that DPS line. They've been weighted down, didn't make it to playoffs, had to go through LCQ. As you mentioned, one map away that they were winning. They were winning that map. And then it all slipped away, so close to being a playoff team, but now one map away from it all being gone until they have to requalify for next season.
Yeah, and that's gonna be, who knows, maybe
they might not even stay together.
That's exactly what I was about to say. We don't know how these teams will just form out in the next next season.
I mean, you may never see Decay play competitive Overwatch on this stage again. I'm not saying that's likely, but it could happen if this team splits up. He can't find a good team that he wants to be on, or the team that he's on doesn't qualify for any reason. I mean, you're not gonna see him this year, and you know the guy might retire. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, but like, the tension of what this means is so high.
Yep, and a lot of stakes definitely on both sides, but more so on Genesis. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going in! All right, words of encouragement for both sides. Genesis looking like they needed a little bit more, at least in this particular series so far. Looking at their hovers right now, it looks like it's going to be a Winston composition from the side of Genesis and a Risa composition from the side of Pokerface here.
Yeah, Proud sticking with the Sojourn for now. We'll see if he long-term goes with that, as Decay is on the Cassie. Joyce Wan will swap to Tracer. Okay, it looked like for a second he was going to stick on the Symmetra, just a little bit of a later swap this time around. Not going to cost them anything big, but this is the comp I wanted to see from Genesis today. This is the comp they won Oasis with. This is their best comp so far in LCQ. See what Genesis can get done with Decay at the helm here into this Orisa.
Ooh, Becky under a lot of pressure from Decay. This is what we want to see from Genesis. Like you said, Decay has to be the one who's going to suppress the aggression from the side of Pokerface. Pokerface, if you flip the coin over there, it is going to be up to Proud and Becky. Mostly Proud to keep Decay at bay.
Proud just going to be able to try to outrange this. Okay, they're diving.
Yep. Oh, that was a good beam onto Decay, so a lot of
heal.
Yep. But Becky is punished. However, I think the damage is more done. So on the side of Genesis, I was about to say that, but Proud is taken out of the picture as well. Yes, Jasmine does take down Terra, so this is a fairly messy fight. Chase Juan still surviving, and it is now going to be Jasmine in trouble. And I don't know how, but Genesis did win that first fight.
So I guess Decay was the real tank player all along. They focus him down, spend all their resources on him, and then way overextend. Pokerface, take your W, take that high ground, take the push. You don't need to actually chase and get those stagger kills. Big overextension there by Becky in particular, who does just end up dying. Without him, they can't force the issue any further. As Decay was isolated, there was no peel for him, but he gets to now just freely get back onto this high ground once again. And Genesis, I think, thanking their lucky stars for that one.
Maka was almost just taken out there, but does survive and does make that Nano Winston happen. Also, the Primal Rage is there, not just taking out Faith, that who was one hit away. So not a lot of value except for the fact that Kellen did live, but that's an expensive cost to pay for just the survival of the Winston.
It was, but it guarantees that they can keep this high ground as the bot continues to push here, and I think this is definitely valuable, and I think a expensive but worthwhile fight here for Genesis, especially because it's hard for Jasmine to get anything out of this Terra Surge without control here. He's going to need a speed boost, maybe even a sound barrier.
Okay, Proud has the overclock and also has a sizable charge on the railgun, but doesn't have a target. The Senior Rush from Simple just flushed everyone out of the side of Genesis, but now Genesis is going to contest the high ground. The Deadeye was used, but didn't find anyone. Faith taking down Kellen, so Genesis will be without a tank. Chaser1 also very low, is using the recall to survive, but also back to have that just zeroed out by Proud, so good right click by the side of Proud. Genesis has to back off.
Now that was really expensive for Pokerface too, and they have a lot of push they need to get to actually take the advantage here and grab control of that checkpoint. They're only a fifth of the way there now. So Genesis, I think, still in a pretty good spot here as long as this next fight is good, as Decay need to survive before we can say that is the case. We'll get away with it there. And now it's hard for Proud to actually get more damage done here. He's putting himself in a very aggressive spot. They're going to sound barrier for this.
Oh, they took out Decay early. They know who's going to be the primary threat. Maka falls as well. Kellen does trade out Becky, but it is going to be Genesis who is going to be bleeding out from this fight here.
Yeah, sound barrier to engage actually so good into the Ana, because the purple isn't going to matter. If you've got a barrier on your entire team, that extra shielding is going to be good enough here, and the robot is just going to push through. Probably should have put 2 on that one here. I think they still will be able to get this, but there's a contest coming through from Choi Se-Wan.
Yep, the question is how long he is going to be able to contest. Well, Kellen joined the fray, meaning that it's going to be actually a reset from the side of Pokerface. Proud taken out in the process. So that's, I think that was avoidable, but I don't think it did too much damage though.
I think if Pokerface put 2 on that robot, they actually probably have the timing to get that through before the contest comes over there from Choi Se-Wan, but Just leaving one there to try to favor positioning instead, and will end up losing out on both the cart push as well as the positioning, as that bio won't be too significant here considering they're not fighting just yet. Kellen does have Primal.
Genesis did cap the checkpoint, so that is the important part. Kellen had to use the Primal Rage probably just to make that push happen. Proud taking down Decay, so this is going to be a lot of damage denied for the side of Genesis. Genesis has to run for their lives, but Jasmine doesn't let Maka live, and also Teru is taking down Maka. I think that was a panic button ult onto Kellen, so that's going to be a nano loss for the next fight. I thought that fight was already gone.
Yeah, Maka's life is so hard in this, the way the Genesis have been playing this week, because Kellen is kind of overextending here, playing into, in this case, the Terra Surge and the choke point. This doesn't give Decay any opportunities to play towards his win condition. And Maka's just like, oh man, there's so many people I need to take care of right now, and I want to actually try to nano here to save the fight. Just so much pressure on him right now, and he doesn't end up making the right call. Another Ana dupe.
Yep, that nade didn't go as well. I was about to say about the nade, but Proud just got taken out, and well, what is? Wait a second, Genesis lost their support line.
Okay, this is Pokerface taking the lead here. Becky, yeah, you lost Proud, but you end up winning the longer fight there, and Kellen without Nano, without the Primal finished, isn't going to be able to do anything back here. And the Orisa does a lot of damage. Like, even if you lose Proud, if Becky is able to execute those targets that Jasmine is burning down, that type of trade will always favor Pokerface. Now they take a pretty significant lead here, 20 meters the advantage right now, and then back off as Decay respawns here. This one operate on high ground and fight the clock, not the push.
Yep, exactly. That's the idea. Proud being jumped on, but Kellen just has to back off. He doesn't have the nano like he would have wanted to. Oh, those are some nasty shots onto Kellen. Kellen taken very low, but does not have to use the Primal to survive. Just another attempt for a contestant on the high ground. Does not get any results. Kellen has to press the Primal just to survive. He got significantly pressured here. Now he's going to be very low again. Jasmine taking down Maka, meaning that Kellen will not have that healing, and it is going to be Kellen following suit, and also Terra taken down, so this is going to be more progress on the side of Pokerface. Remember, Wolf, if this goes exceeding 100 meters, Genesis might have a very hard time coming back from this.
You know, Faith, his sound barrier usage has been so unique in this one. His choice of one will get taken out here. It's been so unique in how they've used it. Last time used it for a strong push. This time used it to chase down Kellen, knowing the Primal isn't going to be enough if they actually get that onto him. And in defense of Kellen, they're not a bad choice. It's okay, another Ana steal. It's going to instantly be deleted.
Just survives. But Decay also just required the Nano Boost just to survive and not making any results. So this is going to be really rough. A good nade onto two members of the side of Pokerface. However, it looks like the Suzu was there just to help them out. Jasmine taking out in an awkward position.
They're in a really awkward spot here. You know, now as Pokerface, you need to get back and make sure they don't get that momentum back.
That was almost game ending.
I mean, will go down. Pokerface do lose a ton of momentum here, and it's not unwinnable here for Genesis because they have 2 minutes here, plus a pretty nice set of ultimates. Just need to keep this momentum going, as I think Pokerface definitely saw blood in the water there. Thought they were going to be able to get that push to end before Kellen could get his Primal back, because they knew Nano was down. See if they can get back control of this high ground. They're pushing through as quickly as they can, straight underneath with the bot.
Teru's starting the aggression with the rally. A good nade, but it is also just negated by the Suzu. Just Pokerface disengaging. They know time is on their side. Proud just dropped down, but to his demise though. That was a good nano onto Kellen, and Decay trying to just shoot out people from the Deadeye, but is pushed by the Javelin. However, still lives to shoot other people on the hair, but not for long as Becky beams him down. Teru takes down Faith, so this is a slight favor in the form of Justice, but Becky taking down Teru means that this is anyone's fight yet.
Yeah, Becky really turning that one around with the duplicate there on Choi Se-hwan, actually buying some additional time, and they will regain control of the robot. Now Genesis, without that nano, they still have the Primal, but they need to win every single fight from here on out, or they are not going to playoffs. And that's the tension that you could feel right now for this squad, trying to wrap around here, trying to look for higher ground. Decay pushing further than his Brigida. Oh boy, this is a disaster.
Oh, this is going to be bad. Maka also taking down. Chasewan does take down Proud as a consolation prize, but however, is it really?
Also committed here? This is disaster for Genesis. Everybody's so low. They're not gaining any ground here. And Genesis, I mean, there's only 30 seconds to go.
Yep. They, like, this is pretty much in the same situation where they needed to just win, like, 3-4 fights in a row perfectly now. Proud taking down Kellen and Maka with that.
Proud with a triple. He says, we're going to playoffs, baby. He's getting it done. And Genesis, there was nothing they could do against that. No Nano, no Primal from the last fight. Choi Se-won, they're looking for him. One headshot from Proud, and the map ends. Can he even touch? He will, but for how long?
Yep, that is going to be the question. Oh, Decay is taken down by Proud. Proud is on fire. I mean, just literally on fire, and Proud is punished by Jisoo-won, but still, overtime is ticking. Becky just duplicates onto the Tracer. Chasewan is nanoed, so that's going to be a lot of damage. So maybe they win this fight, but this is going to be a start of many if Genesis wants to pull the impossible.
Now, they had the spawn advantage there, and so they were able to win that fight. As Pokerface just kind of celebrated with the sound barrier there instead of using it efficiently. I think they definitely should have been able to win the map right there. But either way, Genesis have this miracle opportunity now. It is going to be so tough. And one mistake from the DPS line here for Genesis, and it's all over, as Proud can slow play this. If he ends up killing Choi Se-won, they just hard push onto the point, and that's the end of it. Same with Decay, gets caught by a stray headshot there from Proud, and that's GG. They have Kitsune Rush as well. Just push this Orisa onto the bot. Just play back on this high ground. One fight is all they need.
Yep, Kellen just jumping onto the high ground. Hopefully try to just have everyone on the side of Pokerface drop
down.
Becky takes down Decay, so that's basically almost a lot of the damage from the side of Genesis gone. Kellen.
He's split off too, and they're just going to rush the robot. Choi Se-won alone, only has one recall.
Kellen is there, but is very low. Terry taking down, so that's also a lot of sustain gone, and I think this is going to be it, Wolf. Pokerface will be our last playoff team in OWCS Korea. We say goodbye to Genesis.
Pokerface dropped the series against SPG. Looked dire for them. A huge upset win for SPG, but then crushed Runaway 3-0. And the coordination test is not passed by Genesis. They are not able to stand up to this massive roster with so many flex players, so many substitutions we saw in this series across these maps where Pokerface looked much more prepared, the much stronger, more well-rounded team. And you see the handshakes as they cross the stage here. This is the last time you are going to see these Genesis players on a competitive Overwatch stage for several months. And even then, you may never see some of these players again if they do not qualify until next year. And that's, of course, assuming they make a return, because this is no longer a franchise tournament. This is no longer a franchise system where you're safe. Even if you get eliminated from playoffs, you're like, well, I'll see you next season. That's not the case. You have to work hard and make a roster that can qualify every single season. There were so many top-tier rosters that didn't even qualify for this season.
Yep. Remember, we had some big stars like Rijahong that didn't even make it here.
Yeah, exactly. So your future is always uncertain when you get knocked out of playoffs like this. And when you think about the veterans on this lineup, Decay, Choi Se-won, Kalios, Kellen, it is sad to say goodbye to them, but player of the match. Who's going to get it?
It looks like it might be Becky. No? Proud, okay.
Proud going to pick this one up.
Well deserved.
It was tough, man, because I wanted to vote for Becky as well. Like, I was like, oh, it's between these two. But then Iris also just had fantastic Ana play all series long, too. So, I mean, I could have seen a split vote on this one, but I ultimately went with Proud because he played all the maps.
Yeah.
And he was consistent on all the maps as well.
Like you said, Wolf, like, I wanted to give... Like, everyone that played on the side of Pokerface today just deserved a vote, but just because Proud just played all the maps, he got, I guess, a little bit of a bias from all of us, because remember, Simple played insane Zenyatta, Ares also played insane Ana, and even, like, Peppy and Jasmine, they also played really well and just outclassed their opponents, which is a tall ask considering the name value of the players that they were going against. But in the end, Proud just went against Decay, did not lose, and also won in some occasions, a lot of occasions actually, and then just made a name for himself.
And we had 3 teams in OWCS Korea that were 4-4, Yeti, Runaway, and Pokerface. And what's so interesting about how this last chance qualifier went down was that Pokerface 3-0 Runaway, even though there were 2 maps behind them, like all these teams were separated by 2 maps. Yeti at +1, Runaway at -1, Pokerface at -3. So it was just 2 maps between each one of these ones and the step-ups. So we knew that Pokerface wasn't like a weak team by any means. Like they were 4-4, just the same as Runaway, just the same as Yeti, who got the upset win over WAC yesterday. We knew the potential was there. This is the defending Final Contenders Championship team in Pokerface, and they showed us clean play throughout the season, but I think they're really stepping up when it matters most here at the end. Coaching staff said it was an attitude change more than anything else that really pushed them over the line in that series against Runaway. But now, I mean, you look at this lineup and super well-rounded, super flexible. It's just one of the teams that you don't want to face in playoffs. Like this team is so frustrating to play against because preparing for them takes so many resources. And, you know, even if you beat this team in playoffs, the scary thing is, like, it might actually cost you so much prep time for some of the other teams you have to face throughout the tournament. And Pokerface just becomes and continues to be such a cool dark horse team. And we had so many Overwatch League players returning to Korea after Overwatch League ended. And Pokerface is like, no, I've been here the whole time. And they're changing the narrative a little bit here. Yeah, Decay, Overwatch League player. Choice I1, Overwatch League player. But it doesn't take an Overwatch League team to beat an Overwatch League level team.
And what an impressive performance from Pat, but we will be having to interview with the man himself. So Quest, take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are back with the first POTM interview match, or interview of the day. Of course, with Pokerface taking the victory over Genesis. And we have the man himself, Proud, on stage.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 우리 포커페이스 팀 러너웨이를 무너뜨리고
Of course, Pokerface beat Runaway.
무너뜨리고
They beat Genesis today.
무엇인지 정말 제대로 보여준 팀이 아닐까
And
싶은데
they
승리 소감
they
들어볼까요?
crawled from the bottom to make it here. So how do you feel about making it to playoffs? I'm really happy about being able to play next week.
네, 저 정말
And also happy that we won today.
돌아왔잖아요. 이럴 때마다 멘탈 관리가 좀 힘들었을 것 같은데 어떻게 멘탈 관리를
How
했나요?
did you
아무래도
gather yourself mentally?
앞으로 이제 6월까지 대회가 없으니까 이제 다들 힘내서
We all told ourselves that if we lose, there's no tomorrow. So let's we kind of rallied up and said that we have to work hard.
했는지도 궁금해요.
일단 첫 번째 비공식 경기에서 지고 나서
네.
우리 진짜 잘해야 된다.
After losing
잘해야 돼서 올라가야 된다.
the first game in our non-broadcast matches,
네,
we
자,
really
이렇게
stepped up our
저희가
mental
벼랑
game.
끝에서 살아 돌아온 우리 포커스페이스 팀인데 자 오늘 좀 경기를 말해보고 싶어요. 하바나를 선택했는데
We have to talk about today's
많은
match.
맵이잖아요.
And
왜이
Havana
맵을
is a map.
선택했을까요?
Is a map with
일단
a lot of
저희가
variables.
가장
So why did you
자신 있는
collect?
맵이었기도
Why did you choose
이제 제
Havana?
미도를 믿어주셔서 그런 거 아닌가.
It's a map that we're very confident in, and
선수였죠.
I think the team believed in my
상대
Widowmaker.
눈반이 맵을 가져오면서 승리의 흐름이 완전히 넘어왔습니다. 그 와중에 우리 프라우드 선수의 피지컬도 빛을
And of
발했는데요.
course,
오늘 제가
after
프라우드 선수가 어떤
taking the win
영웅들을
over
했는지
Numbani,
살펴보니까
the momentum
이벤트의
kind of
애쉬
shifted.
캐서디 소전까지 5개의 영웅을 하면서 정말
He shook his 5
열일하셨더라고요.
heroes:
오늘 본인의 플레이
Widowmaker,
어땠나요?
Tracer, Ash,
첫
Cassidy,
번째
Sojourn.
판은
So
좀 아쉬웠다 생각할 수 있는데
How do you rate
나머지
your own
판은
gameplay?
그래도 만족할 정도까지는 아니고 잘했다 정도인 것 같아요.
I think that map 1 was kind of iffy, but from map 2,
처음에 이제
I was
아쉽게 지고 나서
satisfied.
아쉽다 해줬는데 이제 이기니까 그래도 잘했다 해줘서
And
믿어줄
my
것 같아요.
teammates also kind of trusted me and said that the map 1, of course, it was disappointing, but from map 2 and on, they cheered me on and raised my morale.
돌릴 차례인데 내일 티켓도 미리 예매하신 팬분이 있을 정도로
Of course, there are fans that already bought the tickets for tomorrow.
있었기 때문에 오늘 승리가 더 값지지 않았나 싶습니다. 팬분들께도
So
한마디
please say a few words to your
부탁드릴까요?
fans.
열심히 응원해 주신 덕분에 다음 주에도 볼 수 있게
I
됐네요.
think that
다음
because
주에도
of your
좋은 모습,
love and
내일과
support,
다음 주에도 좋은 모습으로 보여드리겠습니다.
that's why we were
감사합니다.
able to play tomorrow and next week. So thank you
네,
so
자
very,
팬분들께
very much.
세레머니도 한번 부탁해요.
세레머니
And
제
the
전문
ceremony,
보라트
he gives
자,
the cheek
팬분들
hearts,
너무너무
of course.
좋아하십니다. 자,
the
이렇게
fans.
지금까지 포커페이스의
And that was
프라우드
it with
선수와
the
인터뷰
interview with
나눠봤습니다.
Proud
승리
from
다시 한번
Pokerface.
축하드립니다.
And before we head into the next match between WEC and FTG,
네, 저희는
I'm going to
잠시
head
쉬는
it back
시간
to Unknown and Wolf.
Thank you, Quest, for the interview translation. We heard from the man himself. What a, I guess, wholesome moment for Pokerface, Proud, and his team. But we finally, with Pokerface locking in their fate, we have all 6 playoff teams. Now we're going to the seeding decider matches, but we're going to that after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
그러니까 던질까 말까 느껴. 잡을까 말까.
막내 어떻게 하지 다 봐.
괜찮아, 어차피 민지 없어서 시간 많아.
그래.
천천히 해.
천천히 해.
막타 막내야?
공사하면서.
피곤하면 올라가다가 오늘 아닌 것 같은데 똑같어.
이렇게
한번 하면 되지.
아니요. 올리죠. 미니 유튜브 올리죠.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Wayfinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa, whoa, whoa! If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey! I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus! Rock and roll! Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in. We did it! We know how to party or what? Whoa, no way.
Welcome to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on our second match of the day. So this is going to be FTG versus WAC. We are currently on our seeding deciders. So no playoff spots on the line now, but we are currently fighting for whichever team gets a bye to the second round and possibly also opponent selection, which is also really big. I keep saying this because I don't think this has been advertised properly. A lot of people may believe that seeding deciders doesn't have a lot on the line, but I mean, just skipping an entire round of playoffs where you can just get eliminated and also being able to have that selection to just, have the best team that you can have an advantage on just is so huge.
Yeah, and there are obviously some weaknesses that you could show if you are forced to the brink by a team that's weaker than you and you have to show strategies, for example, that you wanted to play in playoffs. Like, you could get exposed here in our seeding deciders, so that there are reasons to also potentially hide strategies for these teams and also just, depending on how much effort they want to put in, how much they're preparing for playoffs themselves, what their training schedule looks like, etc. We will just see teams care differently. I think if you're a top tier team, when you think you're probably going to the finals no matter what, WAC and Falcons, you probably take this a little bit less seriously than, for example, Yeti, that came in as a 4-4 team that was just 2 points ahead of Runaway, coming into this going, okay, well, now's my chance to actually potentially really rise to the occasion and do something great here and potentially end up getting that higher seed, which could affect their ability to actually beat some of these tougher teams when it matters more than it does here. So Yeti, I think, so far has been our team that's risen to the occasion so much more than the other teams. We'll see what the rest of today is going to look like, though, of course. And I'm looking forward to seeing just overall crisp play from the four teams that we have for the rest of the day. Because yesterday, I feel like we didn't see too much of that. Like, Yeti was arguably the cleanest team, and even their game was reliant on Viper, and he popped off. But I want to see a more standard approach to Overwatch than playing Bastion every game. I'm looking at you, Falcons. Symmetra every game. I'm looking at you, Falcons.
Definitely, and we'll see. We have actually been pairing up these two teams that have both lost yesterday. FTG having lost to Falcons 1-3 yesterday, and also WAC showing a little bit. I mean, I don't know if this is supposed to be their intended namesake, but they were looking a little bit wacky, and their 1-3 loss against Yeti. Of course, WAC has still been the strongest roster so far in the round robin. They are 8-0 in the round robin, and they still, on paper, are arguably one of the strongest rosters in the world.
Well, welcome WAC first. And the question for me for the seeding deciders here is, what kind of team do you want to be? As WAC, do you want to be the legendary team that has all the hype coming behind you? Do you want to be the first place team that everyone saw that you were when you beat Falcons and you came into this round robin seeding decider with an 8-0, only dropping 2 maps? Do you want to be that team that's respected as a legendary, impossible to beat team? Or do you want to just kind of mess around and see what happens and then just put your real focus on playoffs? And I think that's what the fans are hoping for as well, kind of clasping their hands together, hoping this team can live up to the hype that they earned in regular season.
Yep, and going against WAC is going to be FTG from the Gamer, also a very, very strong team in their own right. They went 6-2 in their round robin. Of course, they did drop a match against Falcons and also WAC themselves in their round robin, but this team has a lot of potential. The real question is going to be which version of FTG, whether it is intentional or not, are we going to say? Because I think this team has a little bit of a, consistency issue.
Yeah, normally we talk about the tank line being some of the issues, but I think the DPS lineup a little bit shaky and the support lineup very inconsistent. As we'll take a look at WAC's lineup, Junbin will be starting over Max again. This is pretty standard practice for this team. Did do some swaps last time around yesterday, which did not work out. They were beaten by Yeti, so I favor WAC, and I would favor WAC against anybody except Falcons right now. But what WAC we see, we just don't know. And so I don't want to predict too much here or overanalyze what's going to happen before this series. It's going to be kind of, for me, moving into this one a little bit more reactionary, because obviously Lip and Heesong, best DPS lineup so far this tournament, but they were not yesterday.
Yep,
so
they were. Look, Lip just touted as the warlord by a lot of fans, and definitely has the ability to show that is truly the case, but it has to be a coordinated effort by the side of WAC, because look, we've seen that this team could be a little bit off when they just have their brains off. But FTG roster, Alpha A Flora, this is not going to change. They have a relatively smaller roster here on the tank. Rhea is available. However, Bernard is going to start over Rhea. Finn and Violet is going to be the only two supports that is available on this roster. So relatively small roster, a little bit less room for flexibility. Finn and Violet, well, they need to live up to their namesakes a little bit. Yes, Violet, I know that Violet does Violet things, but it was a little bit too Violet yesterday. So.
Yeah, and to me, actually, you know, Finn and Violet didn't have the greatest series yesterday, but to me, I think Alpha and Flora especially really didn't live up to my expectations for them yesterday. Bernard has been pretty solid all season long, but Flora had a really rough day yesterday, was getting outclassed, and there were a lot of weird matchups where he was playing into, for example, a Symmetra, but couldn't actually manage space.
All right, I am hearing that we are ready for our pre-match interview, so Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, guys. We are back with the second team rep interview of the day. Of course, the man on the left is Moon from WAC. As if you, for those that haven't tuned in yesterday, that's, I'll explain that later. But on FTG side, this is Neko. So basically, said that Moon said that he would wear those, wear that hat and those sunglasses if they lose. Of course, WAC 8-game win streak came to an end after losing to Yeti yesterday. So what was the feedback after the loss?
사실 계속 진지하게 말하기가 좀 그렇긴 한데
you can't serious in that hat and sunglasses.
좀 느슨해지는 게 보이긴 했어요.
I saw that players were getting a little complacent.
이번 주에 페이트한테 전화가 왔었거든요.
Actually, Fate called me yesterday or last week.
말을 하면 좋겠냐.
So what
내가 상대 팀인데 왜 나한테
advice should I give to my players? So Moon said, well, what can I tell you from an opponent's perspective?
많이 필요했고 저희도 좀 자극이 많이
So we needed a little kicker to kind of shock the players into, you know, to take things a bit more seriously.
질 줄은 몰랐네요.
I didn't expect us to lose yesterday, but it was good medicine.
정말 큰 자극이 되었을 것 같아요.
It must have been good motivation. I can't take him seriously either.
미안하다고 하시던가요?
전혀 뭐 그런 거 없고요.
They weren't sorry. Not at all. They were like nice.
생각해도 작업당한 것 같아서.
네, 살짝 그런 감이 없잖아 있긴 하지만 그래도 상큼하시니까 또 됐습니다.
Of course, looking fresh as always, especially with that hat and sunglasses. And FTG showed that they were ready against Falcons Dynamics, their strategies yesterday, but unfortunately lost. So which player is the biggest influence to such quick game in-game response against the enemy's game plan?
기본적으로 모든 선수가 뭐 유동성 있게 조합을 바꾸기도 하는데
I think that every player contributes to that, but if I had to pick one, it would be Violet.
네, 아무래도 바이올렛 선수 그런 뭔가 경력과 이런 능력을
Does his experience and
베테랑이기도 하고 근데 가끔씩
years of experience add to
기상천외한
that
픽을 좀
pick?
들고 오긴 하는데 그거 말고는 뭐 다 괜찮은 것 같습니다.
He's also a veteran, but he also has a few pocket picks, so I think that just contributes overall. So both teams suffered a loss yesterday, so a win today is critical. So what's the score prediction for today?
보시는 것처럼 지금 깜깜해서 보이는 게 없거든요.
So as you can see, it's a little dark for me, so I can't really see. So I'll make sure I'll be focusing on just winning. I hope that you won't have to wear that for next time. But I think that Moon has to wear that for tomorrow as well.
그래도 왁이 약한 팀은 아니니까 만약 이긴다고 하면은
As for FTG, again, WAC is not. WAC losing yesterday doesn't mean that they're a weak team, so I predict a 3-1 victory. And that is it for the team rep interview. And before we head into match 2 between WAC and FTG, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Wolf.
Thank you, Quest, and what a chat of Moon that is. A man of his word, of course. Yes, Fate did not accept the challenge.
Yesterday, Fate said, "No, I'm not taking your deal," and then he lost, and they wore it anyways. So he just continues to be such a class act. You'd
Yep.
love to see it.
And also,
Ilios again. Wax did
again.
pick this yesterday, and we're going to run it back. It did not go the series very well for Wack yesterday, but again, a lot of issues in terms of coordination. Even Moon saying it there on stage, like, yeah, we got a little bit complacent, didn't really prep that hard. And that's kind of what I felt as a caster watching that match and actually analyzing it and looking at what they were doing. It was not the same Wack we saw go 8-0. Maybe that Wack shows up today, but otherwise, they could find themselves going 0-2 in this round robin. It would be basically impossible for them to get first.
yeah, and then I think what's really important for Wack, and just we're talking about Wack because it just left such a strong impression on us, but losing can also be a habit. So even though if you know that your team is really good, if you just start losing to some of the teams that you will end up going against in the playoffs, then it's going to be a problem. So I guess starting that winning habit should be starting now, if you ask me. But there are fans of Lip over there and fans of Wack over there. I like that drawing on the right over there. It looks so anime. But we're talking about a warlord here, so very, very serious face on the left side of the screen. Interesting to see what we will be expecting in terms of compositions, though.
Yeah, it is tough to say. It's Ilios, so Winston does kind of rule the day. We saw a Analyst Winston yesterday out of Junbin, and he really struggled on Ruins. So I'm hoping that they've kind of made some adjustments in terms of their composition if they want to be playing that again, as the Winston mirror is very likely to come out on Ruins, and we did not see well, actually, if I'm remembering correctly. I don't remember it coming through. I think it was a 2-0 that we did see on Ilios. We'll see what they do decide to run, but
it was Lighthouse and then it was Ruins.
Yeah,
so.
Lighthouse and Ruins, and ended up getting crushed without the Ana. So I'm hoping that Shu is such a fantastic Ana player. Just let him play it. Let him do it. I want to say let him cook, but I'm like, let him play standard. Let him just give Junbin more agency. And I want to see more out of Flora, too. That's the kind of big looks for me as Flora and then the support lineup.
All right, I am here that we are ready to go into the game. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going in. Alright, so we've got an energetic crowd from both sides, and
Ooh, Bernard Zarya. Zarya Cassidy is one of my big favorites. Flora, a fantastic Cassidy player. And Shu on Ana.
already a
the
big
Ana
improvement.
Winston? That's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm seeing. And we'll see if Lip sticks with this Widow, a good staple of Ruins across Overwatch history. But no, he wants to play Sojourn for a little bit more utility. Teleport will come out. Hisong will back to Tracer. Alfie does the same. So a little bit of the Space Cowboy here with Zarya and Cassidy. So much protection here for Flora to just burst through Junbin's health bar.
Yeah, FTG has been enjoying a lot of success when Flora is just protected and then just shooting. It becomes a shooting bot because he is actually really accurate on those shots. Well, it's going to be left to see if he can actually live up to the challenge of Lip, but not so in the first round as Lip makes an insane headshot on Flora. That is going to be the opener for Wack. Wack woke up after 2 days.
Can't really react to a railgun to bubble there, and Bernard is not going to be able to save him this time around as he is just taken out using that range advantage. Lip, like you said, awake and online already at the beginning of this series, and that's going to be the first cap to come over.
Yep, and Finn looking forward to charge that. Oh, Lip once again taking down Finn. I was about to say Finn is looking to farm that amplification matrix. Got instantly punished by Lip. Lip just clicking heads at the first opportunity that he sees.
Yeah, just charging up these railguns, immediately taking people's heads off. As Bernard hasn't been able to do much in response. Obviously, the Zarya is pretty weak into railguns specifically, but they need to actually push up as far as they can and get Flora into range of Junbin to start contesting the tank matchup. Shu also has Nano at the ready.
Yep, this is going to be a huge boost to the, I guess it's going to be either the overclocked Nano or to the Winston. That's going to be the two likely recipients of the Nano boost. Hisong, on the other while, is looking for some trouble. Well, of course, he needs to. That's his job. Junbin is going to be the recipient of the Nano farming, doing a lot of damage and also farming up that Primal Rage and keeping everyone out of FTG outside the point. And there is that double support ultimate from the side of FTG. However, WAC is responding with ultimates of their own. Of course, this is going to be the Overclock and the Primal Rage. FTG is struggling to even have a foothold on the point. Alpha E taking down by Lip. This is not going to help FTG's chances. WAC is playing like the 8-0 team that we've been expecting.
Yeah, this is the kind of performance we wanted to see. Hisong will get these final 2 kills here and recall away. And it looks like Bernard will just barely survive. Actually, nope, drops back down, doesn't kite back. Wanted to get the Primal out, or rather the Zarya ultimate. Why am I not remembering the name of this?
Graviton Surge!
Yeah, Graviton Surge, thank you. As they need to contest here with Alpha Yi. We'll get on. Oh, actually, no, he's not.
He's going to have his life taken out away from him, and then also the round taken away from him as well.
And Bernard, I think maybe if he backed off there and lived, maybe had a better chance, but they probably just chase him down and kill him anyways. It doesn't matter. This whole entire first round was about Lip killing people with railgun.
How do you even connect that?
I mean, as soon as he sees someone's head, he just pops it. Like, that's what he does. He's like, I charge railgun, and then I kill with it. I don't miss those. And Flora, he didn't have any agency. They played so slow, so back, and kept getting outranged by the Sojourn that FTG just never got a chance to use the Zarya, never got a chance to build that Graviton. Just felt like it was a one-sided affair from start to finish, and now moving to Echo for Lighthouse.
All right, are we going to see the Ash from Lip? Okay, no, we're actually going to see the Tracer Echo from the side of WAC. FTG still opting to going to that Cassidy. So a little bit more of, I guess, sustained damage, but burst damage is insane on the side of WAC here.
Really is. Taking a look at Bernard's FPV here. Having to sit back, try to play towards the point. Flora taking this cross angle. They're not going to punish him. The leap actually from Winston towards the point itself is Bernard just, again, trying to hug this corner, but where's the support?
Taking down Hisong. This is going to be an early advantage. Probably, I imagine this is the first team fight win for the side of FTG into this series here.
Yeah, so far. Okay, Alfie going to get Lip there on the retreat as well, so that should buy them some additional time. It is Tracer after all, so it won't be too significant here for WAC losing Lip, but not entirely sure how Hisong, I guess he got way too aggressive there on the Bernard. Thought his armor would stay down and then thought he could burn through with his beam, but is unsuccessful. And now FTG are completely formed up around the front of this point. Difficult for even a Tracer to find its way in. Actually, it's going to be a swap from Lip. I love that. Onto this Cassidy.
Yep, Lip just decided, oh, I'm just going back to clicking heads. I like that. And Bernard was purpled and down to half health, but Orisa is Orisa, does have the durability to keep herself alive, and it is going to be a neutral fight at the current moment. No ultimates online on either side. Bernard just looking to just charge up that Terra Surge, and probably when the fight starts is going to be when that Nano is online, is going to be now. Hindered,
Flora,
but still with that Primal Rage to keep himself alive. But Violet is taken out in the process, so early advantage towards WAC. And it looks like the point is going to flip very soon. Yes. But 66%, not bad for the side of FTG.
FTG also have a good amount of ultimates here. Problem is they don't have any mobility to get Bernard onto the point, so that's why holding those and winning those really hard and continuing to keep Bernard in position is so important, because now Flora to get towards this point, as that's Alpha Yi losing his recall. Getting towards the point is going to be really tough, but he actually do, even with that recall, force Bernard onto the point now. Good javelin!
Good javelin! That's oh.
1 second away from his flight, and now they have Terra Surge for point control, pushing away Lip out of his Deadeye as well. FTG, a miracle win here, but it's a win nonetheless.
Yep, Tron does have the rally up, but it is not going to save them, save WAC from conceding the point at 71%. They need to make a choice here. They need to either back out or just go all in and win, because if they just lose here, they just might win the round overall.
Yeah, I mean, FTG definitely will if they end up losing this fight, a little bit split up, but they're going to regroup and actually look for the join of Shu with the Nano. Hisong gets into this room here, and Flora once again in trouble. He was taken out in the last fight.
It's in favor of WAC, so this is going to be the flip. WAC just got that team kill and made that flip happen right before overtime. Just triggered, and looking at the ultimates right now, it should be FTG that has the upper hand, but WAC has positional advantage.
Yeah,
here.
I think because of the positional advantage, I don't really give FTG the edge here, but they will have multiple fights to approach this since it's only 50% that's being ticked over right now. Shu got javelined there, but looks like he's not going to care too much about it. Still has the Nano to get Jinbun a Primal. Doesn't even need the Nano to get Primal. He's going to have both here. He's operating on the ceiling, dropping back onto the back line right now. You can see the line of sight being maintained here from Shu. Bernard kind of out on his lonesome. They're not going to punish him, but he's just trying to get onto the point to look for a Terra Surge angle, but the rest of the team is just so cut off right now.
That was a need from the side of Shu. Doesn't find anyone. WAC just stalled enough for all the ultimates to be online. And there's that Nano Jinbun that has been reaping so much for the side of WAC, and already not just Jinbun, but the entire team of WAC is just winning over FTG, and FTG now is in a situation where they have to just desperately touch to keep that point alive.
I just don't think this is doable. I mean, even Bernard's just going to toss his Terra Surge out the window because he knows this Doomfist is way more valuable. But he was completely split off from his squad, and FTG now not going to be able to take the fight they want. It's going to be a scrappy one if they do end up bringing us to 3. See the point here? There's the touch from Bernard. Deadeye just denies everybody.
And well, I guess WOAC just outclassing FTG, at least on Amelius here. They definitely just got some motivation from that loss yesterday, and we will be having a 2-0. And I'll be honest with you, Wolf, I don't think it was close.
No, not close at all. Lip Diff, he just absolutely destroyed his opposition in Flora. And then that last fight, you could see it, the observers did such a good job of showcasing exactly the position of every single player. And while Jinbun was actually getting access to the backline there, Bernard decided he was going to try to push onto the point because he was like, oh, there's a window of time here. I can push the Brigitte. But it was really only the Brigitte that was blocking him from getting onto the point. He's like, yeah, I get on this. But then eventually, as the backline gets pushed away for FTG, he's just alone on the point. And the observers stopped watching that because they're like, well, he's dead. Let's watch the other more relevant fight, which WAC is also winning. And then Bernard gets pushed on there, and then he has to swap to Doomfist because there's no way he can get value out of his Terra Surge and just further delay himself here as another WAC fan.
Toronto fan, yeah, WAC.
I mean, unknown. I look at the scenario as it's pretty dire right now for FTG in terms of how that went, because there's not a whole lot in any matchup, support, tank, or DPS, where you can go, well, at least I got this part right. You know, this part was looking pretty clean. A little bit messy. They were punishing the Echo decently, but it didn't ultimately matter in the end.
Yeah, like you said, also there were also some individual moments where Alfie on the Tracer, when Lip was also on the Tracer as well, was kind of like winning that Tracer fight, and then Lip just instantly just swaps to the Cassidy and just assumes dominance once again. And then I think this is going to be the storyline of the series, whether Lip, of course, WAC is not only just about Lip, but Lip's Sojourn, Lip's hit scan in general is just so strong that whether FTG is going to find an answer to Lip's hit scan is going to be the answer to whether FTG can just beat the aggression from WAC or not.
Yeah, maybe Alpha needs to play Genji. Maybe they need to find some other way to get on top of this this insanely strong long-range hit scan player in Lip, because otherwise it looks like this might just be a 3-0. And I'm saying that after map 1.
Yep.
That's how dominant it was.
Yep. It was a very dominant display indeed from WAC, and let's see if this continues after a short break. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on our second map of our second match of the day, and boy, map 1 was not close at all. I have a little bit of bias towards Lip right now, but it was definitely the Lip show.
It definitely was a Lip show. Obviously, both of these teams have really good win rates on most of the maps because they were top 3 teams. Yeah, so I don't know where we're going to end up going here as FTG because I don't know if the map even necessarily matters right now. It's the performance level that we're seeing for WAC, where they did show up today. And I think it was a case of Moon got out the belt.
Yeah.
You guys look back to some of that old LA Valiant content from the old days, and you know Moon, when he's not happy with players' performance, he gets out the belt, and discipline is given, and then they come back as a great team. It's Esperanza will be the choice here for FTG. Not necessarily know if this is going to be a significant map choice, but playing around those high grounds, I think, is critical here. It's absolutely key. And if they do not end up getting control of that second fight in that high ground, and Lip has high ground, I don't want to imagine how this is going to go if Ilios is any indicator, especially on Ruins.
Yeah, so I think, of course, FTG made the map pick, so they might have been preparing for something. But I'm kind of concerned about FTG right now because we've seen like a lot of good Cassidy plays. We've seen also some good Sojourn plays on being like on display in Esperanza. And Lip, if Ilios was anything, it was about the Cassidy, it was about the Sojourn. So a little bit of maybe, of course, the question is going to be whether FTG does have an answer to that.
Could be Genji from Alpha Yi. You know, that's something that we have seen in the past, and it has worked for them. You know, you look back to the really old days of Alpha Yi.
Wait a second, that's
next level.
Yeah, that's next level. That's well, Bernard did play the Orisa a little bit, didn't have the most success in Ilios, but no doubt that he is a very good Orisa player.
Oh, absolutely. Great fan sign there. WAC looking solid today. FTG need an answer. They need to be able to either control high ground consistently with Bernard or shut down Lip with dive with something like a Genji. Genji Tracer even could work. That's not as strong these days. Could be Genji Echo. There's a lot of different ways. Echo Tracer for Alpha and Flora, but trying to compete Cassidy v Cassidy or Sojourn v Sojourn or any variant of those matchups, probably not going to be the play here.
All right, definitely interesting to see what FTG has to offer. And I'm hearing that the map is ready for both teams. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going in! All right, still high levels of energy from both fans of both teams, and looking at the hovers right now, we are seeing some interesting things on display. Of course, it looks like Bernard is still confident with the Zarya composition.
Yeah, I don't know about this. They used it a lot in week 2, and that was after the Doomfist Echo Tracer fell off. That was kind of the comp they relied on. They found a lot of success with it, and Bernard, I talk about this all the time, but he's like the OG Zarya, right? But against what WAC is running, it may just simply be outranged. Eventually, when Flip swaps over to Sojourn, he is going to see this now, and will just try to outpoke it, as Jinbin will struggle in neutral into the Zarya on the point itself, but Flora is going to have to do a lot of work to keep him at bay, and he is doing a good job of it so far.
Yep, just clicking heads. Jinbin actually really, really low. It's Jinbin going back to the safety of his teammates to get healed up. This means that FTG has a little bit more space to work with. And Jinbin is has left on the backside of FTG to just give a little bit more harass on with the right-click poke, but doesn't get too much from it. And Flora, on the other hand, is looking for a way to either take out Jinbin or maybe even Lip. That's going to be, I guess, the best scenario for the side of FTG here.
Yeah, Zarya doesn't help you against enemy Cassidy headshots too much, so see how much they can get out of this, as Lip is struggling a little bit here as they do have control of the robot.
Shu having a very early nano here.
Yeah, he wants to use it early, it looks like, here onto Jinbin for the engage.
There it is. This is going to be the dive, and instantly followed with Hisang. That's a good coordinated dive, and Bernard also falls as well. So this is the coordination that we've been looking for WAC. It's I've been joking about the lip show, but Hisang's coordinated just dive with Jimbin after that nano was perfect.
Yeah, and they were struggling to actually win the neutral there as Flora had advantage, and they did have control of the high ground and the cart, but you need dive to break that, and to be able to break it that efficiently, that easily, is a really good sign for WAC. Now tripling the distance here of FTG, and Bernard not doing a whole lot thus far in terms of damage, so has not really built any of that Graviton Surge here.
Yep, Flora has to back off a little bit because he is antied. And a lot of ultimates on the side of FTG as well, but also on the side of WAC is WAC too, because remember, the previous fight was only won with just the nano.
Yeah, and now Lip is just backed away.
Yep, FTG is trying to contest the high ground, but just Jimbin with that Primal Rush is just trying to push everyone out. No casuals, no follow-up kills, no convert kills just of yet. It is going to be Hisang with a Zarya on the board, so it's two tanks. The classic Winston Zarya from Overwatch 1 at play. FTG is committing with the sound barrier. Flora does take out Hisang, at least Zarya form, duplicate form of Hisang. Bernard low, but has to be healed up a little bit. But Bernard is just being, just sticky bombed down. She takes out Flora as well. So this is going to be a team fight win for the side of WAC, and they're going to contest for the cap here.
So refreshing to watch Junma play the Winston way better today than yesterday, and just way better than most of the teams we've seen here since we've gone into LCQ and the seeding deciders, because he's playing the team in half, cutting Bernard off from his teammates, bursting him down, then pushing onto Flora. It's just an absolute display of both mechanics, but also macro and team fight game sense here from WAC. As they just, again, just one ultimate expended, win a team fight there. Primal for high ground, and Chorong sticks with his Brigida. Now they can try to just use Deadeye to keep FTG away during the Graviton Surge.
Or they don't even need it to take out Violet.
Yeah, Violet way too far forward there. You should be the one who's in headshot range of the caster. You can get value on the around the corner. And the robot just keeps rolling, just keeps pushing. 65 now here at 6 minutes.
Now we're back to back to step one, where Shu has the nano, and Jimbin is probably going to be the recipient of it. Maybe even Lip if need be. But Finn wants to start the aggression with the amplification matrix.
Nano's out.
Nano is there. Oh, that was a good immortality field to save multiple members of FTG here. WAC is committing to the fight as well. Bernard very low. Violet taken out early, so this is going to be a lot of utility lost for this side of FTG. WAC loses Jimbin with a good pulse bomb from Alpha. Hisang also takes down Flora. This is trades back and forth, but in the end, if you just calculate all the progress made by WAC, this is, yes, even if they end up losing this fight, it is a lot of time denied from FTG.
Ends up dying to Hisang's stickies there, even though Hisang is killed. Violet's down. We'll have to rejoin the squad. He is Lucio, so it's not going to matter too much, but, you know, even these late picks in these fights really affect FTG's ability to recontest high ground. Bernard's Graviton Surge was desperate at best there, and they ended up winning the scrappy fight, but they need a lot more than just one team fight and back control of the robot. They need control of this high ground. Without ultimates besides that sound barrier, it's going to be tough. They could just do what we saw in the previous series, and Violet use a sound barrier to get on top of Lip and just bowl him over.
Well, that is exactly what they're going to do, and actually they're going to take Shu out first. This is a start. Lip very low. Chorl also down, so this is no heal. Lip gets no healing support and is taken down, so good play by FTG. Like Wolf said, they used the sound barrier early to just get momentum to jump on Lip, so finally they get some mileage on the cart here.
Now they need to win this next team fight too if they want to end up really pushing into WAC's territory and competing with their distance. They need about 80 meters to take that advantage. And obviously, FTG will have to push into these choke points now and try to wrap around to get high ground. So far, pretty successful. That you see Flora up here with Finn. And we'll be able to start chipping away at Jimbin. See if this Ant Matrix gets done.
So this is going to be control from the high ground on Flora, so maybe they do contest for the push to the cap for the checkpoint, but WAC, once again, with that nano, is reaping a lot of rewards. Jimbin on with that nano Winston having a lot of confidence. Lip also taking down Bernard. So once again, WAC putting a very economic win with just one ultimate used.
Yeah, and that's all of the distance gained here for FTG. Just down by the wayside, like it's all thrown away. It's all the progress gained is gone, and it's just wiping a clean slate. And you know, they just keep trading these nanos and primals so perfectly. Every time they don't have primal, they have nano. Every time they don't have nano, they have primal. The nano builds the primal. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Alpha, he's trying to take down Lip.
He overthought it though. Big whiff. Like, that was a huge opportunity, just tossed in the bin.
Yep, I think it was initially a good idea because he wanted to chip down Lip's HP first because, you know, just the stick will not one-shot Cassidy, because of the roll. But like you said, a little bit of overthinking there. Good opportunity, just kind of wasted a little bit. And now WAC still has control over the high ground.
Yeah, Violet also shouldn't be peeking there. Definitely not going to be high value. Bernard is just getting chunked down as well, split from his team. Immortality Field is temporary, and they even have to use the sound barrier here to retreat.
And Toronto is taken down early, but Shu believes that this fight is winnable and uses the nano to Jumbin. Jumbin still has the primal rage if he really wants to survive, and this fight was indeed winnable.
I mean, FTG they used so many resources there, but I think if they used them earlier, if used them more decisively, they would have won. I think against a bad team, a weaker team, you end up turning that with a sound barrier there from Violet. Bernard's like, okay, I'm high energy, I have sound barrier on me, I have grab. We turn that against a weaker team, but not against WAC. And now they've committed so many ultimates that Violet's going to swap off and go to Kiriko. They're going to switch over to the Orisa comp. But they just lost way too much time, way too much eco. And FTG disrespecting WAC in a lot of ways on that last fight, and they're going to pay for it dearly. Yep, looks good this time, though, with Flora getting that pick onto Hisang.
Hisang taken down. Lip still looking for some kills, even while he's on the retreat. And Flora, well, looking decent on the Cassidy, but he needs to do a lot more if FTG wants to turn their fortunes around. Also, it needs to be a little bit more of a team effort. Shu taken down by Alpha, good pulse stick, but Lips takes down Violet, so this is a 4v4 fight, and Toronto definitely thinks that this is winnable, is taking that rally up. Bernard very low already. The Immortality Field is expended. Jumpin just pushing people around. Finn is taking down Lip. Taking that kill credit for that. Lip also taking down Bernard. He's on the same time taking down Flora. So WAC just is making all these plays happen with minimal investments with resources.
No real overcommitment there from WAC. And yes, it was, multiple ults coming down the rally, the primal, but it's worth it because it gives you back control of this high ground here from the gamer. So far away from any semblance of control. As another bio hits Bernard. He has to push back for a moment. And the robot is just uncontested here by FTG. Essentially, they cannot get close.
Yep, the Deadeye is denied by a good javelin by Bernard, but that doesn't really add up to much at the current moment. Yes, Finn does use the amplification mixtures, but does it convert into any kills? Yes, Jimbin is low, but is probably just going to be converted into a nano charge. And nano is there on Jimbin.
Should be enough for them to stabilize. That was a really cool play from Hisang as well there on the Batiste. Does a ton of damage.
Almost took down several members of FTG there. Overtime is already burning down. It is up to FTG. Bernard is going to use the Terror Surge, and what a nade. But still, FTG gets the better trade. Currently, Jimbin is also taken down. Charles takes down Violet.
It's overtime
on the
here.
Exit.
Do not want to be losing anybody as FTG. Alpha Yi will turn this one around. Loses the mega, good deny there from Chorong.
Ooh, Alpha Yi has to be careful.
Yeah, he's actually so critical for keeping control of this cart. He will escape. Thought maybe he was going to go down there after the whip shot came through when his recall was down. Flora getting pressured meanwhile.
Flora taking down by Hisang. This is going to be so huge for any attempts for FTG to make a miracle run happen. Hisang just being unchecked right now. Of course, Jumpin is wreaking a lot of havoc, and also a lot of attention has to be on the card for the side of FTG, so they don't have the luxury of protecting Flora, and they will pay the price for it as WAC, once again in a dominant fashion, wins Esperanza, is looking good to win the series right now.
WAC looking like the far better team, and the Winston play was clinical there. And the synergy between Shu and Junbin was on point the entire time. And Shu I mean, the guy is so good at Ana. We know this. We've known this for his entire career, which has been long and storied. That his Ana is fantastic. I was surprised when yesterday they weren't really running that. They were trying to perhaps hide. I don't know what they were thinking, but we were puzzled. And now that they're playing the Ana, we're like, oh, well, actually, as it turns out, we were pretty right about our take about that yesterday.
Yes, that is very correct.
They look very good right now at utilizing fast nano builds, punish the Zarya, punish the Cassidy, punish the enemy support line. And Violet made two really bizarre decisions, almost a third time getting killed there, but peeking into Lips Cassidy, trying to offer some damage back, dies for it. Sound barriers that second time when it was really, really not necessary, and the fight was definitely lost, and then peeking a third time there, or in that third arrow I was talking about, was peeking a second time into to Lips Cassidy and taking so much damage and taking unnecessary risk. Got to really tighten that play up, because a player like Lip, a lot of players, like I said, you can peek and be like, all right, where's Lip? Is he still standing over there? You peek Lip, that's the last thing you'll do.
Yep. Yeah, probably, especially when Lip's on good form like this. Like yesterday, we saw Lip. I mean, of course, it's not an indicator of whether Lip was, just kind of like going a little bit easy, or whether he was actually in bad form yesterday. But if he's actually playing like this, yeah, you don't want to peek him. But with that, WAC is on match point. FTG has to pull a reverse sweep if they want to win and get a hold on, maybe run for a chance on that first place in the seeding deciders. But we'll see whether that happens after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on map 3 of the second match of the evening, and WAC is looking very dominant today, and FGG, they have Hybrid, Flashpoint, and Escort to select from.
It's been Winston dominance, it's been Lip dominance, it has just been an outclassing across the board from the gamer, making some interesting compositional choices, right? I mean, the Zarya Cassidy has worked for them in the past. It feels a little bit dated for sure, but still a solid combination, especially when you consider how good Bernard is, and they maybe weren't feeling like they could match the Winston there, with Lip being the, hit scan who's going to pop the Winston in those neutral fights, but FTG, I feel like it's not really them messing anything up. It's just that WAC is better today, and they were not yesterday the stronger team. They're going to take us to Midtown here for what could be potentially the final map of this series to bring back to a 1-1. Would drop FTG down to 0-2 -5. We'll put them in last place in our seeding decider for the time being. And we're only, halfway through right now the seeding decider, so there's still a lot of games left to be played, but Midtown coming through here, an interesting pick for FTG. We'll see what their game plan is going to be. We've seen a lot of different strategies here. We've seen Symmetra teleports. We've seen Orisa standard pushes. We've seen Winston dive. We've seen Doomfist even for point A specifically only. So could even just be more Zarya Cassidy.
All right, we're seeing Max coming in for Jimbin. I still might guess what that may mean for the team. Maybe I would be surprised if the ball is going to be played on Midtown, but still, maybe just want to give him some playtime. That is we'll definitely see what that happens. But just in the end, it still looks like WAC looks superior right now in every single way that we can think about.
Yeah. Max has played a lot of different heroes when he's subbed in. This sign indicating the Sigma we've seen in the past, but also we've seen him play Winston with Soldier when they're playing Winston Soldier on push specifically. We've also seen him play a little bit of Diva on Midtown, so that could be something he goes for. The Diva has been, I think, tried a lot, but usually fails here on Midtown, so I hope that's not what it's going to be. Might just be basic Sigma, put up a shield for Lip, and just be like, I'm a third support for you, Lip. I'm going to make sure you can pop off even harder. And that sort of facilitation is, I think, just what WAC needs to bring us to a 3-0.
Yep, WAC is currently being the villains of chat here. They are denying the potential skin farms for all those chats all there. But FTG, they are the ones that are going against the villains here. Let's see if they can match up. I am hearing that the match is ready. So ladies and gentlemen, we are going in.
Drone delivery, at the time when this map came out, and it felt like a pipe dream. Wow, it's so futuristic, but we're living in the future now.
Yep, exactly.
That's a real thing.
I mean, I actually tried it in Midtown. Well, in New York. So I would definitely say I personally have lived through it. And wow, I mean, what a world we're living in. Also, we're living in a world of Lifeweaver. I would be very surprised if that would go out the gates.
Yeah, I don't think so. But I do think it is going to be Max on this Sigma. And give you a little bit more pushing power for the attack. And some of the other heroes. Orisa can be really tough to play without a Symmetra teleporter on attack. And see Bernard scouting this one out. Speaking of, the teleporter is going to get them closer, and then he'll swap back to Tracer.
Oh man, I was just thinking about how this team might eventually just go all in into Lip. Okay, never mind. I was thinking about the Photon Barrier, the Sigma Barrier, and also
Immortality
the
Rally. Yeah.
But we're going to the Chaser, so we're going to maybe see some individual pop-offs from the side of Heesang Lip, looking to just snipe some heads with that.
Yeah, notice that Heesang is wrapping around and threatening point caps and also harassing Violet right now as Lip ends up getting line of sight. They can just kind of keep fighting Lip back as Flora here is dealing with the Tracer and the enemy hit scan at the same time. He's dealing with two threats at once, so he's under a lot of pressure. Has to operate on that mini.
Yep.
Almost has a Deadeye.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage done. If you just look at Flora's progress here, it's almost double. And Heesang's pulse bomb doesn't find the target, but his double pistols will, and also finds Finn. So just Heesang single-handedly just takes care of the enemy backline from the side of FTG. This crossfire from the side of WAC is actually working out really well.
Yeah, Violet is able to get his shield up in time to block the pulse, but it is not enough to save him after the shield is nearly burst down. He's just picked off there by the pulse pistols, as you mentioned. And that was a great first attack here. Time bank is 5 minutes for WAC here, and they basically just did it with nothing. A pulse bomb is all they really needed for that one.
Yep, FTG will be having almost 5 ultimates online, so they will have a lot to work with. Bernard stunned at the current moment. I think probably with the accretion. Oh, Finn got hindered there, but it's probably not gonna do like a terrible amount of damage here. Lip has to roll back to safety, looking for a pick, but no casualties on either side yet. Alpha E starts up the fight with the duplicate. Already gets a lot of charge on that pulse bomb. However, it is going to be WAC Chu taking kill credit onto Flora. Max used, okay, Bernard is also using the Flux as well. FTG using all their ultimates there desperately can. They want to win this fight, but however, Max says otherwise. He's also taking out Violet, so despite FTG using all the ultimates and all the resources at their disposal, it is going to be WAC who's going to come on top.
When Brigida was first released, she was so strong into Tracer that basically she just removed Tracer from the game for a while. She's obviously since been nerfed, but you know, right now it's Alpha E, you know, struggling in this matchup. Heesong making Brigida look like Tracer is the counter to Brigida as he just continues to kill Violet. And Heesong is having a great series here.
Oh, Lip also having a great series as well. It's taking down Bernard. Lip just threatening everyone off the point with the Deadeye. Also just shooting heads. Flora, Violet, they all fall, and it is Finn falls as well, so it is going to be the Lip show once again in the streets of New York. We have an outlaw on the loose.
He certainly is an outlaw right now. There's got to be wanted posters everywhere for this guy. FTG is putting them up wherever they can find an empty wall because there's just no stopping this train. And Lip hitting the headshots, hitting the magnetic grenade, the mag grenade there onto Shu as well, or onto Finn as well to finish him off as Alpha Yi. High ground here on a pulse. No great targets. They just have so little control that it feels like Alpha Yi has so little agency himself. Down on Blinks in this matchup here will miss the melee.
Yeah, Alpha Yi just has so much to do. He has to win the 1v1 against Heesong. He also has to care about the backline and also has to keep their own backline alive, so there's just too many jobs for Alpha E as well. But also has to live, but fails to do that. Max doing a great job checking out Alpha E. WAC is going to use this numbers advantage to use the Gravitic Flux for some more ground. However, it is going to be good usage of Finn's Immortality Field to keep everyone alive. But still, slowly but surely, WAC is going to push in and probably have a huge, aim to have a huge time bank on this full cap here.
Yeah, Alpha E taken out by Max after he used his recall in that Tracer duel. Now has the Pulse Bomb ready.
Doesn't even need that Pulse Bomb for the side of Heesong to take out Violet. Alpha E does use that Pulse Bomb, but is denied by the Immortality Field. A lot of low health bars on the side of WAC, but does not have any life-threatening conditions so far. Flora is looking for some shots, but it does not look very easy for Flora right now.
It does not look good. Max getting healed up here is going to have some of his shields remaining. He's getting closer to his next Flux.
Well, Flora taking out Toronto with that Deadeye is going to be a start. Maybe signs of life for the side of FTG. WAC does have to back up a little bit.
Alfie not going to be able to get a limb there, but will be the resets here for WAC. Now Toronto swapping over to Zenyatta. I really feel like Bernard's Flux was amazing there. It hit so many people, but like you mentioned, there was no real follow-up damage, and it wasn't used with Flora's Deadeye. I think they could have won that fight earlier if Flora was in position, but he's been playing so scared because Lip is just winning this 1v1 whenever they collide with each other. But at least they get some reprieve here on this fight. See what Toron can get done with the Discord Orbs. Just going to further empower Lip, as we've been talking about this entire time. Look at that. Discord Orb, he's rolling out of there. Get him away from me.
He needs to.
Deadeye on the flank, he just walks in him.
Deadeye not finding anyone, though, but still dividing the ranks of FTG. Charles taken down, but Shu is also Oh, Shu and Chorong are taken out, so Whack is supportless right now, but Max doesn't care about it. He takes out Finn. Maybe he does need to care as Bernard takes him out. So once again, well, good defense by the side of FTG right now.
Max saw Lip's flank there and the Deadeye he popped, and he was like, oh, okay, I'll just lift him into the air and he'll end up getting like a 3K on the Deadeye. But the angle was not actually correctly figured out there by Whack, and Lip doesn't get anything, Max's Flux doesn't get anything, and then they just get pushed on there in the interim while FTG identified Lip was taking that greedy flank. So good punish there from FTG, and the clock is now dwindling. We had 5 minutes of time bank after A, and pushing towards C here. We're sitting at 1:20, just 80 seconds. And it's going to take a big transcendence here, I think, for Whack if they want to finish this map. Bernard.
Yep, there is that early trans, but it's denied by the stun over there. It was probably by the accretion, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, definitely.
And Hisang is pounding, is just punishing the mistakes of the FTG right now, or rather, the good play, empowering the good plays of Whack over there. Flora taking down Lip with that cheeky Widowmaker
Trance
pick.
is ready, too, here for Chorong to give Max so much extra sticking power on this point for the final contest.
Oh, Chorong.
Or just kill Violet?
Yes, just kill Violet, and also uses a chance to give more sustain so that all the members on the side of Whack stays healthy. There is no, well, there's no anti-nade on the side of FTG, so there's no beating that.
Good
and
pulse.
Also good pulse on Alpha E to maybe keep hopes alive, but it looks like Max is just going to be the doom for the side of FTG. Flora once again desperately trying to make a pick with the, oh wait, actually does.
Yeah, I think they're going to hold here as Hisang does get taken out, and Alpha E, man, he hasn't been doing much this whole map, but he does carry that final fight. I think that should be it. An attempted touch here from Chorong.
Not gonna happen. Wow, that is an impressive defense from FTG. Like, despite all the good things that happened from Whack, Whack did a lot of good things also. FTG, in the end, they denied a full cap.
Yeah, they did get the full cap denial, and the final fight was really well played from Alpha E. And, you know, there were a lot of things that were broken up there. The Transcendence came out, kind of an awkward time. Alpha E wasn't punished. He ended up getting the stick kill onto the Zenyatta, so that Discord Orb was removed. Half of the healing, or really like maybe a third of the healing was removed there. And then Alpha E did end up getting a lot out of his recall and helped clean up the kills. They have spawn advantage. So what felt like it could have been a finish for Whack does stop short. But if their defensive A is significantly stronger than FTG's, where they lost on the first push, then, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter they didn't finish the map. But at least FTG now know there's a straight-up win con here. If we push to the end of the map, if we push to C, this goes to 4. You know, we have a series. And that's the hope. You know, that defense is going to feel like a very, very small silver lining on what has otherwise been a very dominant performance here for Whack over FTG. We got that one victory, stopping the finish.
Yep, and then who knows, maybe that momentum can be the start of a reverse sweep. We've seen a reverse sweep happen already. Well, not today, but yesterday, so maybe they just, a little push was all that they might have needed for that reverse sweep to come. We'll see, but Whack, they, once again, Lip on that Cassidy looks terrifying.
It really does. It's going to be a mirror this time around. No echoes, nothing like that, as Flora tries to push her on the left side here, using the Sigma shield to try to get into this room. They will be able to do so.
Yep, but is, like, harassed a lot by the side of Hisang over there. Hisang doing a lot of work. The Immortality field has to be expended. Hisang taking down the Immortality field, so there's no second chances for the side of the FTG, and Whack capitalize. Everyone jumping on the members of FTG as soon as that Immortality field is destroyed.
It's crazy, too. He doesn't even have to blink or anything like that. All of FTG are priced into pushing through with that Sigma shield before it breaks into the room, but Hisang just sits on the side and takes out basically half of the health of the backline before they even get into the room, so it's really tough for Flora to do anything after that. Now it's just going to have to be get back up again, reset, try to push one more time for FTG. But this time with the low ground push here for Whack defensively, getting to the point, getting to that room rather, is even in itself a bigger challenge. They will be successful. See that Violet just shield bashes his way into that room, so find the room this time without too much Hisang harass. They win that battle. Better chance this time for FTG, but they need to make this count.
Yep, indeed, and Hisang...
Oh, the stick!
The stick onto Violet. Yes, Violet is did make it into the building, but the building is where the violence happens. So FTG are in a very awkward spot where they don't have their brig, and it's going to be they have to run for their lives, and they have to pay the price. They have to pay a ultimate just to get out safely.
Yeah, and that is not going to be what you want. This isn't going to gain you any ground. Heesung does get taken out here, but they're so split. You can see right now they're trying to, again, operate through this room, move around the fire truck here, and now start contesting the point, but they don't have really tons of control, even with the man advantage. Finn is down, and Lip has Deadeye. I don't know if he needs it.
Well, Violet is very low despite having the rally on. Bernard is taken down. Flora takes down Charles, so that is a start, but Lip is just firing in all cylinders. He only has one gun, but he is shooting the heads of multiple people, and also Heesung came back to just finish off Flora. So that is, despite FTG, despite their best efforts and a lot of resources invested, it is going to be WAC who successfully make that defense happen.
Heesung just keeps finding and killing Violet, and this is not even Violet's fault. He's playing Brig, you know, if the Pulse Bomb gets lobbed at him, there's not much he can do, especially when his team is losing the fight already. He just keeps getting isolated and killed, and Heesung is just ruthless on the back line, and then just breaking shields and firing at the front line. It's Lip, who has been uncontested, and Flora feels invisible this series, just as he was yesterday against Falcons. Lip just looking so much stronger right now as Heesung once again pushing the envelope here on the point.
Well, Alpha E trying to just distract the members of WAC by just, you know, baiting the point, but Heesung is just there to mark Alpha E, and also even with the help of Violet, Alpha E is still having a hard time going against Heesung, and there is that Bernard Griffin. Plus, I don't think it found anyone.
No follow-up whatsoever, even if it had. Lip once again uncontested, and another pulse onto Alfie. Heesung is winning 1v2 against Alfie and Violet. He has been this entire defense,
and he's winning.
He's winning 1v2 every time. Okay, he does go down here. But let's see what FTG can make of it. Immortality, or rather the Amp Matrix, does help them out. They are on the point.
Well, I think they're just going to give 2 ticks and then just going to recontest whenever Heesung is going to be back. There is that rally from Violet. They know that they're going to try the recontest, and they just pulled the trigger early. So good play, but good understanding from the side of the FTG. It looks like they are, yes, despite the overtime burning down, it is going to be FTG that does cap A, and with Lip just kind of staggered over there, maybe they can also assume control on the bridge, on the high ground on the bridge.
Well, FTG less than half the time bank though, because of the late cap here, they're going to need to actually be extremely efficient with these pushes. And Alfie does not commit the pulse there, will not actually secure the limb, and the control they had is now gone as WAC get the respawns coming through. And high ground, although it was brief, they did grab it for a moment, but now it's back in control of WAC here as they have to move back to the cart. So this is where Lip has another shooting ground. Fish in a barrel is what he's looking to do here. As Heesung also threatening with the pulse, you can see it there. Oh, you know, every time we see that Tracer on the flank, you see that Tracer silhouette, you know he's looking for Violet.
Oh, Alpha, this time it's going to be Alpha who takes down Choro with that pulse bomb. So good play from the side of Alpha. He's going to be the breath of fresh air for the side of FTG. However, it is still WAC. I don't think they're just going to be deterred by it.
5 ultimates for WAC here, including Heesung's pulse bomb. And they're just going to wait until they push through this underground. And then maybe even a Deadeye will be committed to get back zone control here, as they can't quite push all the way through just yet as WAC regroup.
Good payload control from the side of WAC. Remember, even though most of the members are on high ground control, I think it's going to be Heesung that is still contesting the point every time FTG is attempting a push, so the payload is still under the bridge, and Lip takes down Fid. With the help, probably with the help of the with the Flux. However, the Deadeye is still going to zone out everyone and takes down Violet once again. Violet is going to be the victim. Oh, of course, it's not going to be kill credit of Lip. It's going to be Heesung with that pulse bomb, and Heesung doing a lot of damage to the side of FTG. But in the end, it was a good coordinated effort from WAC.
Such a great fight from WAC. Lip also with a predictive mag grenade there onto the recall of Alpha Yi. Almost ends up catching him. He will go down, of course, but it would have been even more stylish, as this is really last fight territory here for FTG. They cannot lose any more fights until they get to B. Finn's Amp Matrix isn't necessarily going to be the answer. I think we need to see Alfie come up big with a pulse here. Immortality Field's already down.
Now, Amplification Matrix just to push Whack away from that underground tunnel. Whack respects that and is going to disengage. The pulse bomb just sticks onto the shield and will not take out Chorong. Good reflex from Chorong there. So this is a key tool gone, and it's going to Flora with the Deadeye, trying once again to zone out the members of Whack. However, they can just wait out the Deadeye, and now this is going to be the engage for Whack. The contest is there. It is Lip's Deadeye now.
Immortality field down.
Well, it doesn't find anyone, but still buys enough time for Heesang just to wreak havoc on the lines on FTG. Heesang rips apart FTG and rips apart FTG's hopes. This is a 3-0. This is the Whack we have been expected.
The Whack we were promised, Unknown. And they will move up 1-1 with a +1 scoreline with a 3-0 today. Ended up getting 3-1'd yesterday by Yeti. Will bounce back in a major way today. Complete outclassing on the side of FTG, showcasing why they were the 8-0 team. Moving into our seed deciders, Bernard, cheeky laugh here as Lip does cross the stage. They give a bow to the crowd. A well-deserved win. Dominant from start to finish. One of the most one-sided series we've had.
Exactly.
Honestly, the most one-sided series we've had in both LCQ and seeding deciders. I don't think anything has come close to how one-sided, how dominant this one was. And it was like Heesang is crushing Alpha E. You know, Lip is destroying Flora. Bernard, you know, I don't feel like he got completely outclassed by Max, but Max denied his flux with his accretion. There's just been so many shining moments. I mean, Violet just, you know, not given any support whatsoever there on the backline. And like Alpha E needed Violet's help to deal with Heesang. Let's see who gets a play of the match.
I think I know who that is.
I know that face.
It is going to be Lip, the warlord of Overwatch. Whatever he plays, okay. I'm going to discredit his tracer a little bit, but whatever he plays on the hit scan, at least for today, was just absolutely a menace for the side of FTG. Like you said, he just outclassed Flora, and Flora is just no ordinary pushover. He is a good hit scan player in his own right, and just he made him look like a child today.
He really did. And Lip has been so dominant throughout different metas across Overwatch's history. Ever since he came onto the scene, he was like a sub-player for a long time, and then started to get really famous during his time on Shanghai Dragons. And Sombra, top tier. Cassidy, top tier. Widowmaker, top tier. Sojourn, top tier. He may be the best hit scam player in the world right now. I mean, he's competing with a lot of greats, some of which we'll be seeing in our next series on Falcons, but the guy is just so solid. He was so consistent this series, and you know, you look all the way back to Ilios, for example, and his railgun shots the second we started this series, and that was the moment where we were all just reminded of his brilliance. We were all reminded of his greatness. And sometimes it doesn't matter if your coordination's a little bit off, like Wax has been so far for the seeding decider, when Lip just kills people, and it's not even a fair fight. I mean, some of the shots he had, which we'll see in the highlight reel, no doubt, on Ilios, for those who missed it, were unreal.
Yep,
let's take a look at some of those now. Like, watch this. Okay, wait for the next one.
Oh, chef's kiss.
Okay, one more.
That's not even Alpha's fault. Like, I'm not even going to say that's even Alpha's fault.
No, it's not. It's
Bernard,
not.
Bernard just got his head ripped off.
Like, when you watch these highlights, like this player of the match highlight against From the Gamer, who have legends on their squad, could be like a pub stomp montage, like that a pro gamer would put out, you know, looking for tryouts. Like, I want to join your team. Like, look at my montage, my highlight reel that I put out on YouTube. And this is just Lip actually playing a pro match, styling on people, making it look easy. You know, there are certain players in our tournament that lift so much for their teams. Lip, Viper, you know, these types of players that are just so incredibly good that they just make games lopsided.
All right, we are going to interview the Warlord himself. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. And we are back with the second POTM interview of the day, with Whack taking the Overwatch victory over FTG. And we have the man of the hour, Lip, on stage.
오늘 승리의 POTM은 립 선수가 차지하게 되는데요. 립 선수 자기소개
So please
부탁드릴게요.
introduce yourself.
안녕하세요. 팀 왁에서 딜러를 맡고
And
있는
I am the DPS for Whack. Lip.
네, 반갑습니다. 자, 오늘도 역시나 왁이라는 소리가
Of course, it
나오는
was a
경기력을
performance
보여준
that
우리 왁팀이었습니다.
made everyone
승리
say,
소감 들어볼까요?
of course it's whack. So
일단
how do you feel?
어제부터 경기를 시작했었는데 어제는 조금 전체적으로 만족하지 못한 부분이 많이 나왔어서
There were a lot of
오늘부터는
parts in my gameplay
무조건 이겨야겠다는
where
생각으로
we weren't
왔었는데
satisfied
정말
with
다행히 이겨서
in our yesterday's match, but
네,
today I
자,
think we
이번
played pretty
사전
well.
인터뷰부터 우리 감독님의 그런 코스플레이가 눈에 띄었잖아요.
Of course, Moon had the famous, the infamous orange hat and sunglasses.
감독님을 노린 좀 몰카였나요?
So was yesterday's match a bit of a hidden camera type of situation?
이기고 싶었는데 어제도
네.
And of course, we wanted to win yesterday as well, but unfortunately, it didn't pan
어제
out.
패배가 무색할 만한 경기력을 보여준 오늘이었습니다. 왁 감독님의 그런 감귤 모자가 좀 자극제가 됐나요?
Has his orange hat been a bit of a motivation
네,
for
감독님이
Whack?
살짝
And
서운하시겠는데요, 이
Lip said
정도면?
yes.
아니 그냥 전 딱히 그런 거에 신경 안 써가지고
He doesn't really
네,
care
신경을
if
쓰지
Moon is
않았다고
sad or
합니다.
happy.
자, 어제 지고 나서 좀 팀원들끼리 어떤 말을 오고 갔나요?
So what did the players talk about after the loss yesterday?
다시 돌려보면서 같이 이야기도 했었고 이제
We talked about we're watching the VODs,
전체적으로 좀
kind of blamed each other just on as a joke.
경기는 다시 저희가 복귀를 잘해서 지금 오늘의
But I think we were able to bounce back
네,
successfully,
이렇게 서로 주고받는
hence the
덕담
victory
끝에
today.
오늘 또 승리를 차지하게 되셨는데 오늘은 정말 왁팀의 피지컬과 조직력이 돋보였던 경기였습니다.
Of course, today's match,
FTG의
it
노림수와
was
변수를 완전히
a
차단하는
highlight
모습을
reel of both
보여줬는데요.
their
자,
micro
오늘
and their
경기
macro
흐름과
game.
구도 전체적으로 어땠나요?
Can you talk us about the momentum of
FTG 그러니까 팀
the
상대
match?
FTG는 어제 예티와는 좀 다르게 이제 탱커 쪽의 이제 서브 탱커 쪽을 많이 쓰는 팀이라서
FTG likes to use a lot of off tanks, so we prepared our game plan around that.
저는 일단 오늘 무조건 뭔가 안 질 것 같다는
And as for
생각을
myself,
가지고
I came in with the mindset with, okay, I'm never gonna
예견된
lose
결과
today,
같아요.
and that's why
예견된
we.
결과와 마찬가지였다라고
And of course, it was a predicted victory.
오늘 립 선수의 에임이 역시 장난이 아니었습니다.
Of course, his aim was
보여주셨어요.
incredible with Cassidy and Sojourn gaining a lot of ground for Whack. So can you talk
아쉬운
about
부분도 있다고
your own
생각하는데
gameplay?
그래도 잘한 부분이 많은 것 같아서
There were a few parts that it was a little disappointing, but overall, I think I played pretty well.
주셨습니다. 자, 1세트 때 트레에서 캐서디로 영웅 변경을 하셨는데 이때 좀 운영 차이가 돋보였어요. 어떤 판단이었나요?
So why did you decide to make the switch from Tracer to Cassidy?
조금 상대 조합을 봤을 때는 좀 어려운 부분이 있을 거라 생각을 해서
I believe that according to based on the team comps that FTG pulled out, I think that Cassidy made more sense.
네, 자, 이런
So that's
판단이
why I made the
하나하나
swap.
모여서 오늘의 좀 값진 승리가 이루어지지 않았나 싶습니다. 자, 오늘의 승리로 토대로 상위권 도약이 가능해지면서
Of course, with today's
팬분들의 마음도
victory,
한층 편안해지셨을 것 같은데요.
Whack is one step
걱정하지
closer
말라고 팬분들께
to
한마디 부탁드려요.
getting that first round bye in the playoffs. So please say a few words to your fans.
그냥 기억에서 삭제를 시켰고요.
네.
So as for us, we just kind of deleted the loss from our memories,
내일 남아 있을 팔콘 경기에 다시 집중하면서
and
내일도
we will
무난하게
be
이기고
focusing on our match against Falcons tomorrow. So I'm not sure whether or not we'll be moving to the playoffs in the first place from the seeding deciders, but I will make sure to put on a good show for the fans. Thank you very much. And that was it with the POTM interview with Wax Lip. And before we head into the Team Falcons versus Yeti, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Wolf.
Thank you, Quest, and wow, that interview was both entertaining and informative. So, also, cold-blooded Lip is very scary as we figure it out. But we have Team Falcons and Yeti coming up next after a short break, so don't go anywhere.
그러니까 던질까 말까 싶어요. 잡을까 말까.
막내 어떻게 하지 다 봐.
괜찮아. 어차피 민지 없어서 시간 많아.
그래.
천천히 해.
천천히
너
해.
아까 막내야?
공사하면서.
그러면 올라가다가 오늘 아닌 것 같은데.
이렇게
아, 한번 하면 되지 뭐.
아니요. 올리죠. 민니 유튜브에 올리죠.
Begin excavation log. Sloan Cameron here on side to Petra. Me and the Wayfinders just found the coolest artifact I think I've ever... Again? Come on! Whoa, whoa, whoa! If you want to mess with these artifacts, you gotta go through me. Hey, I'm on to you! I gotta tell you, I wanna scream it out. Hey! I'm gonna show you, here's what it's all about. Up top, you big doofus! Rock and roll! Excavation initiation! Time to really drill it in! We did it! We had a party or what? Whoa, no way.
Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are approaching our final match of the evening. But before that, we have to talk about our second match. It was WAC assuming dominance once again, as they did in the round robin. We finally got the team that had an 8-0 record on a round robin in our second match.
We did, and they showed up in a big way. I think just trying to forget about the loss from yesterday. Moon pulled out the belt. That's what happens, and they played a much better series today, made some small adjustments in terms of the composition. Thank you, Shu, for playing Ana. And, you know, overall it was just a big team gap between those two, which is kind of what happened when they faced off against each other in regular season as well. I think FTG only taking the one map. But now we see Falcons, who also gave a pretty low effort attempt in their series against FTG and just played Symmetra for a really long time. It wasn't the most efficient gameplay we saw from them, but they just kind of messed around and still worked FTG to the ground. Against Yeti, Yeti was the team that did say, okay, WAC, if you're just going to mess around and not play serious, we'll actually crush you. Yeti did beat WAC. If Falcons disrespect Yeti again, maybe Yeti could get a second upset win. Because to put this in perspective, if Yeti win the second one, they'll be the only team that's 2-0 going into the end of day 2.
Yep.
And will be on top of the standings and actually could end up competing for that first seed. So, you know, it's time to care, because if you want that first place, if you're Falcons, you'll have to beat WAC as well to get there. But it is definitely what you want, because as you mentioned, you get to skip the first round, you get to have your opponent choice. It's very important.
Yeah, because, like, adding on to what you just said, if Yeti wins today, like, let's just say Yeti wins over Falcons today, and then they do end up getting, like, first seed, we might end up in a situation where Team Falcons and WAC has to play each other in round 1 of playoffs. That, of course, neither team doesn't want to happen.
Yeah, but it might happen.
Yep. So it's definitely a possibility since Yeti won WAC. If, like, let's just make a hypothesis of what if Yeti wins over Team Falcons today. Yeti will win over WAC. They won over Falcons, and by that would probably assume that they would also win over FTG as well.
And even if FTG beats them, they will probably have the better map score, because FTG is right now 0-2. So, like, I mean, but winning today basically gives you first seed. Actually, it's crazy that you kind of put this idea into my brain, but it actually would happen that way, almost certainly, that they get first if they win this one. So we'll see what Team Falcons can get done. As yesterday, I don't want to say it was a disappointing performance, but it was not the dominant performance you were looking for as the 7-1 second place team against FTG.
Yep. And of course, we definitely, looking at this roster, you definitely expect a lot more than what we've seen yesterday. Of course, WAC did give us an example of what they could do, so maybe Team Falcons is going to follow suit. But we are going to introduce Yeti into the stage. Yeti has been the best performers up until yesterday and the seeding deciders. Of course, we have Viper that had the standout performance. Avril, we saw on social media, that was very, very enthusiastic about Viper, and I mean, of course, deservedly so.
Yeah, I think this feels like Viper versus Falcons more than anything else coming to this one. Is when you're Donghak going into this, you're facing off against either Hanbin or Smurf, likely Hanbin most of the time. That feels like a tough matchup to win. Proper Stalker, that's tough as well. Will be Hanbin to start off tonight. No Majed, at least for this first map. Yep. Falcons, you know, they have such a strong, robust lineup. They have good coaching staff. They were the favorites to take this whole season. Now, we're not even in playoffs just yet, but they fell short of first place in the standings. And to lose this match to Yeti, if Yeti gets a second upset, would definitely, again, really change our expectations moving into playoffs. But I favor Falcons, and if I had to give an official prediction, I would still say this team probably gets it done 3-0.
Yep, I agree with you outright. And then we also have to talk about the individual members of Team Falcons here, like Proper Stalker. What do you even this is even hard to just put adjectives into it. They're just good. But before we go into the rest of the roster, we're going to introduce Yeti here. Of course, this is a 5-man roster, no flexibility. In terms of substitutions here, we're going to see Viper, Knife, Donghak, Irony, and Bliss. Just comparing each of the individual members, you just have to give Falcons the heads up in terms of whether you think who's going to win. However, Yeti did have a solid game plan in terms of hey, let's just have the entire team just play around Viper, give Viper time and space for him to do what he does best.
Viper with a very humble interview yesterday as well after getting player of the match. I really appreciate his attitude towards the game. He is definitely a great player in his own right, but I think we're going to hear from the coaches now.
Yep, so Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. And we are back with the third team rep interview of the day. The match between Falcons versus Yeti. On Falcons side,
팀 팔콘의 코치를 맡고 있는 크러스티라고
we
합니다.
have Krusty.
네, 크러스티 코치님 반갑습니다. 다음으로는
And as for
예티
Yeti?
팀 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
안녕하세요. 예티팀.
And this is Fate. I think he stole Moon's sunglasses.
네, 페이트님도 반갑습니다. 자, 안경을 이렇게 찡긋하고 올리셨는데 왜 오늘 그때 이기셨는데도 불구하고 안경을
So
끼시고
why did
계시죠?
you decide to wear the sunglasses despite yesterday's match win?
억울하셨는지 좀 강압적으로 너도 해라.
Moon actually forced me,
좀 거절하기 힘들었습니다.
네,
and it was
조언해준
hard to
만큼
say no.
이렇게 또 퍼포먼스를 보여주셔야죠.
노력해 보겠습니다.
네,
He'll
맞습니다.
try
자,
to put on a
팀팔콘에게
performance
질문
for,
먼저 여쭤볼게요. 자, 어제
in terms of wearing
프로포먼스의
sunglasses
박수음부터 한
and stuff.
거지까지 팀팔콘의 다양한 모습들을
And
볼
of
수
course,
있었습니다.
Team
자,
Falcons
이렇게 새로운
showcased a
조합을
lot of
구성할 때
different
보통 코칭
team
스태프가
comps.
먼저 제안을 하는 편인가요?
So
아니면
does the
선수들이
coaching
제안을
staff
하는
kind
편인가요?
of suggest these comps first, or does the players, or do the players come up with them, the opinions first?
이번 건 다행히 받아들여줘갖고 이렇게 쓰게 됐습니다.
I actually deny,
선수들도
the
이렇게
coaching staff actually
함께
denies a
의견을
lot of the
내니까
opinions
더
from the
다양한
players,
팀팔콘의 모습이 나올 수 있는 것
but for
같습니다.
yesterday,
자, 그렇다면 예티팀 어제 좀 지난
we
경기
went with
강력한 우승
a lot of the
후보였던
players'
왁을
opinions.
꺾었어요. 오늘은 또 다른 우승
And
후보의
as for
팀을
Yeti,
만나게
they
됐는데
pulled a huge upset
오늘도 이
against
기세를
one of
이어나갈
the
수
favorites
있을까요?
to win the tournament, WAC.
저희
So will they be able to take the victory again today?
일단은 또 도전자의 위치에서 최선을 다할 것 같습니다.
And I think
네,
that because we
이렇게
have the mindset of the
안경을
challengers,
쓰시고
and because
진지하게
Team Falcons is such a strong
말도
team,
광인 같다는 느낌도
we're just
드는데.
going to try our best.
자, 이렇게 웨이트님까지 얘기를 들어봤습니다. 두 팀 모두 오늘 1승 어제 1승을
So both teams took a victory yesterday.
로 플레이오프에
So
진출할 수 있게 되는
there is a chance that they will be moving on to playoffs as the first seed.
1시드를 차지할 수
So how
있을까요?
confident in securing another W and to move on as first seed?
만족할 만한 경기력을 보여주는 게 일단 우선이라고
And
생각합니다.
Krusty's answer
그렇기
is
때문에
that,
후회 없는 최선의 경기를 하도록 하겠습니다.
of course, first seed is important, but the important thing is to not be disappointed in our own gameplay. So we're going to try our best to
일단
not
진짜
be disappointed.
열심히 할 거고요. 네, 또 뭐
And
선수들이
as for Fate,
잘해주고 운도 따라주고 하면
We're obviously going to try our
가능할 것 같습니다.
hardest, and
네, 과연
with a little bit of
오늘의
luck
승자는 누가 될
and with
것인지
our
저도
players
기대가
performing,
되는데요.
I think we'll be able to pull it
지금까지
off.
팀팔콘의 크러스티님,
And that was it
예티팀의
for the
페이트님과
team
인터뷰
rep interview
나눠봤습니다.
with
팀팔콘
Krusty and Fate. And before the match starts, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and Wolf.
Thank you, Quest. Excuse me. Some good words from both sides, and I think, well, that was a productive interview. And we're going to Busan.
Yeah, do appreciate Krusty kind of saying like he let the players do what they wanted that time. You could definitely feel it in terms of the compositions we did see. Busan should be a fun start. Also, good to see Fate wearing the glasses with that goofy bet that did go forward, even though it didn't go forward yesterday. As it's no secret that Fate and Moon have had a strong relationship as coach and player for a very long time, going back to the Shanghai Dragons days. But Fate, now a coach himself, even calling Moon and asking for advice and stuff like that. You do love to see competition between these two now, but also still maintaining that friendly relationship. I really do enjoy it. And we'll see what this first map of Busan is going to bring to us as Falcons are the higher seed. They will be able to take the first map pick. Again, another advantage you can get from the seeding tournament moving into playoffs.
Yep, exactly, and they would like to keep that higher seed coming into actual playoffs as well as players are getting ready for the actual gameplay. And also, speaking of Fate, I just wanted to give a shout out to Fleta, who's also coaching Yeti as well. So another Shanghai Dragons alumni alongside Moon that is going to be coaching Yeti. And I mean, of course, I think they're doing a really good job because we've seen Yeti having massive improvements alongside the season. Remember, at the end of week 2, this team was 1-3. We were even worrying about them getting into like maybe falling into LCQ territory, and then looking at them just winning over WAC and maybe contesting against Falcons. This is a huge improvement.
Really is. We'll see if Yeti can get it done again. I think it would be a huge upset, but we already saw it happen once yesterday. If they could do it twice, like I said, it's basically guaranteed they're going to get the top seed, which is incredible. It's unbelievable. It's unreal. The worst score they could get is 2-1, and that's the best that both Falcons, who they defeated, and then WAC, who they also defeated, could also get, so they'd win both of those head-to-head. So huge win here for Yeti. If they can pull it off today, it would be massive for this team. Viper, see what he can get done. Yesterday, he was the main character, and I'm expecting that is once again going to be Yeti's best win con.
All right, I am hearing that the game is ready to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going in. All right, it is going to be Mecha Base as the RNG gods has given us. Excuse me, sorry.
How dare you?
My bad. I should have known better. But we are going to Mecha Base and Falcons. Okay, I like the Cassidy pick. It's not going to be Bastion, but are we going to see?
I mean, Yeti with Symmetra Reaper, like this could actually be real, what they are showing us. I don't think with Doomfist though. It's not really common, but holding it, okay. Doomfist on Mecha Base, Doomfist Tracer Sojourn, a very rare comp here. And it's going to be the name of the game for Donghak to try to get behind Hanbin and actually then threaten the backline, build a Meteor Strike as fast as possible as Knife finds this off angle.
Ooh, Viper immediately taking out Fielder, so this is going to be an early numbers advantage for the side of Yeti. Yeti is doing a good job collapsing on the members of Team Falcons. Yes, they do lose Arnie in the process. However, they just are earning a lot more than they lost and will be assuming first control on the point.
And also, Falcons sticking with the Symmetra. I thought it was going to be a swap-off. I was more focused on the Doomfist, but they kept Stalker on this pick just like we saw from them yesterday. Did not find success in this first fight, and now they're going to be fighting against the clock here a little bit. No real photon barrier charge built for Stalker, who's getting outranged again. And their disengage from the teleporter was super clean. Yeti, after getting that pick, let's see what they could do now. Falcons, that they've got proper on this high ground. Doomfist can really struggle into Cassidy.
Yep, is showing right now. Proper just blasting Donghak into oblivion. And that's probably not going to help Yeti and their chances of keeping this point alive, but well, Stalker is taking down, but Proper also doing a lot of work taking out Arnie and Knife, so this is going to be a flip in favor of Team Falcons. 38%, a decent amount, but not like by a significant amount.
No, not to be so. Falcons will actually take this opportunity here with the point control to rush Stalker back and swap him over to the Genji. Or actually, I think he was picked in that fight late, so we'll swap. Does decide to swap back to Symmetra though, so he's a little bit late. Not that Yeti will be able to necessarily figure this out in time to punish this. Donghak's actually onto Mauga.
Alright.
This is a really greedy plan.
Yeah, I mean, I do have my doubts about Mauga, but there before that we have Knife on the overclock looking for blood here. Is going to take out the Immortality Field. Does take out Fielder, so once again, early numbers advantage for the side of Yeti, but is going to be no... Well, okay, Proper does take out Donghak, but is Yeti going to have the advantage there?
The flip is already here. I mean, Yeti is pushing 50+% here. Viper can just blink away. And Donghak bought so much space for Knife to actually pop off with the overclock. He ends up picking up 3 in overclock there, and Hanbin not able to actually get any value out of the Terra Surge. Now has to use the Symmetra teleporter to get in the position to use it here to contest high ground, but range advantage definitely Yeti's right now. There's the TP dropped.
All right, there's going to be Bliss's rally here. Hanbin is very purple and also very low. Has to have the sound barrier just to survive. That Terra Surge not finding any kills. Hanbin still very low at 32 health. Surprisingly living right now, but Stalker and Fields are just falling instead.
I mean, they get away. Hanbin survives, but I don't think that Falcons can contest. There's no Tracer here. Chio probably has to be the one to touch this, as we'll see if Proper swaps over to Tracer here. He's not going to. It's actually Hanbin first on this Doomfist, but he's going to get burst down so quickly.
Yep, he
Where's
just
the touch from Chio?
The touch.
There just isn't one. They just don't even swap. They Proper trusted that Hanbin was going to be able to get enough done there for him to rotate over on the Cassidy. And Yeti with some really cool hero swaps there. The Mauga allowing that overclock to get value just for one fight. Just one fight, all you need to get back control. And then the focus on the Hanbin there was super clean. They forced out the sound barrier. It didn't get any value. Yeti. Knife this time, not Viper, controlling the narrative.
Yep.
And Falcons once again hell-bent on running this Symmetra to the ground. And we'll see if they stick with it out of the teleporter this time around. With the Diva here from Hanbin, I would not recommend. All
right, we'll see if that's just going to be the teleport, or is it going to be the actual pick going to be in play in downtown here.
Okay, swapping to Tracer. This makes a lot more sense.
All right, Knife on the high ground looking for a potential snipe. A lot of those left clicks were eaten by the defensive matrix here. Chio falling early and also proper falling down early by the hands of Arnie. This is not looking good for Team Falcons. Falcons looking very vulnerable in the early stages of the series here.
We have to start begging the question, like, are Yeti just super legit? They're playing their own style, and Falcons not respecting it, but Fielder had to Immortality Field early. This time they start off the fight with a win.
Yup, 2-3 members, so this is going to be a very quick flip in favor of Team Falcons here.
Yeah, and Donghak does get picked off. Maybe I did a little Hanwha Eagles curse here onto Yeti. Like, when did they become such a strong team? But look, they are going to end up, respawning here. High ground advantage for Falcons. Knife trying to find a flank angle here, actually, to see if he can get any headshots, but we pushed off by the Diva. Smart call there from Hanbin. So again, range, not necessarily an advantage here for Knife if he can't maintain line of sight.
Yep. And it's going to be, I think, well, Stalker is definitely looking to build up the pulse bomb and trying to find a pick here. Stalker, but still has to go against... Oh, wait a second. I don't think that was a stick, but still, in the end, takes down Viper, which is going to be huge because that Tracer 1v1, well, the fight with the Tracer bomb was going to be very important in taking ground here. Donghak is going to be the recipient of the nano. However, Knife is going to be a casualty by proper. Yes, the power block did charge up, but it was not going to save the Doomfist here, and Team Falcons is getting the momentum rolling now.
That was a really weird call from Yeti. Like, Donghak basically took his hands off the mouse and keyboard there. I thought he was just like, all right, well, we lose this, I die, we reset, I'm going to have the ultimate. But I think the call from Irony was, no, I'm going to give you this nano, you're going to get Meteor Strike, we're going to actually hold this point. But they didn't have control at all, so very bizarre decision here from Yeti that is going to backfire. As Knife once again tries to come up here and challenge high ground here against this Diva, but is just not going to find any angles. Despite his range advantage, needed the Doomfist to get on top of proper first. Finding a punch there, but won't lead to an elim. Unless...
Well, the Immortality Field denies any sort of elimination from the side of Donghak. Chio has to use the sound barrier. Hanbin tried to make the refill happen, but it's taken down. But does the self-destruct does take Irony, and Knife is down, but multiple members of Team Falcons down, everyone down actually. So this is probably going to be a flip.
Unless Fielder has something to say about it.
Yeah, okay. Fielder is finally punished, but Chio is back to contest. And also Hanbin is there, so this is going to be overtime burning down. So Yeti might not actually make the flip happen at all.
Yeah, okay, return here from Bliss. This is going to be a really close fight. There's just no real damage here for Falcons. They were able to occupy the point and prevent the cap for a long time, but they could not kill the Doomfist. Now that Stalker's here, we'll see if they can turn this one around. But all they need is one fight here to bring us to 3. Proper down.
Yep, but Fielder is going to use the amplification matrix. However, no DPS duo from the side of Falcons, so this is going to be yet another teamfight win for the side of Yeti. And Chio is just taken down late.
If he gets demeched here, that could have been disastrous. He will just barely get out after his armor is gone. But the decision to try to use Chio to look for the right-click boop to actually push the overtime there, I think is a little bit overzealous there against Donghak, because they kind of trickled in and gave Yeti the opportunity to win the numbers game with their faster respawns coming through in the one team fight there. Now they're at 50%. Now they have massive ult advantages here with this Doomfist composition. Nano at the ready. The Meteor Strike for ability to access the backline there. Sound Barrier is really going to be the best answer the Falcons have, but they need 25% more before that's going to be relevant. As Stalker wants to look for another pick here onto Irony.
That pulse bomb, the stick does not register. It goes a little bit wide, and Knife is able to just run away with it. No ultimates used on the side of Yeti yet. The Meteor Strike is going to take down Proper, and also Chio is in a little bit of trouble. Fielder does help him out a little bit. Hanbin is going very low. It's going to be demech just before the self-destruct is there for the refill. Yeti is in the driver's seat
and
now.
They have Nano Boost still, only committing the Meteor Strike in the rally, and the Meteor Strike comes up big. Fielder, we know he had Immortality Field. He used it on himself right after there, but it did not save Proper. And Yeti in full control. Sound Barrier, it's not on the point. Stick. It's going to be some serious damage. That's the shield gone.
Humpin'. Oh, wait. Arnie is taken out of the picture by the self-destruct. This might change things a little bit. Overtime is burning down, though. Somebody needs to touch. Knife is taking out everyone that's touching.
Gio's down as well. That should be it.
Oh, my goodness. We are seeing a potential Yeti win here. Yes, Humpin' is doing his very best to keep the point at least contested, but without the mech, without the pilot diva, it is going to be Yeti against all expectations that is going to take Busan.
And this is rising to the occasion. This is what I said going into today when we were talking about our previous series, WAC. I was like, what team do you want to be? Do you want to be the team that shows up and hides strategies? Do you want to be the team that says, well, I already got first place. I don't care, as a beautiful knife here. But look, Yeti showed up to this saying, I'm 4th place. I'm the 4-4 team that's 2 maps ahead of Runaway. I'm coming in here. I have everything to prove. I have everything to earn, everything to gain. I could walk out of here at first place. Is that likely? No. And that's what the coaching staff said as well in the interview. Like, we're not coming in today thinking we're going to win just because we had the upset win yesterday. We're just going to focus on our game and try our best. And it's only 1 map right now, but they outclassed them both rounds. Take a 2-0 here on Busan. And like I said, if Yeti wins this, they're probably our first seed, which is just unreal, unbelievable that they might do it. I came into the series expecting Team Falcons would outclass, but Yeti are playing their own style. They're playing Doomfist.
Yep.
They're making it work.
And they also put through Malga in the mix on Mecha Base as well. So, and this time, it actually made sense. So, like, this is, like, I guess, good tactical, I guess, preparation from the side of Yeti. And remember, we talked about Team Falcons as like, hey, they were trying to like hide strats, they were taking it easy a little bit. It looked like, at least in Busan right now, for the first, like in the first map today, Team Falcons was actually trying a little bit. And they were trying to win, and then Yeti still overclassed Team Falcons. We have to see if this is going to be the case for the entirety of the series. However, Team Falcons look like they just dropped a sweat, and we have to see if this trend is going to continue after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently approaching our second map of the last match of the evening, and Falcons, unexpectedly on their own map pick, no less, they lost to Yeti, and Yeti is leading the series 1-0. Now we have a plethora of maps and map types to select from. It is going to be Falcons map pick once again.
I think if you go to push or hybrid, you have the most value as Falcons because you can deny a lot of maps you don't want to play because these are the the map types that have the most common strong win rates for them. Like if you wanted to play away from Blizzard World, for example, you could just lock in hybrid and be like, all right, cool, you can't play Blizzard World now. Okay, they will do that.
They will do that.
And go Midtown. I was gonna say otherwise you go push because it's the map type where you can control which map it's gonna be, as well as go, okay, I'm the better team, I'm stronger, I'm Falcons. I think the best teams always look best on push because it tests the most high-level skill in every different regard. And Midtown is going to be the pick here. Really interested to see what compositions we're going to see because I don't think that Yeti will continue to run the Doomfist, but they might. Like, it worked really well, especially in Overwatch Champions Series Japan, where players like Pressure were continuing to run Doomfist on Midtown and finding great success with it. It is viable, and Donghak he's feeling himself today. He's playing his own way. You love to see it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of criticism towards Donghak in the early stages of the round robin where, I mean, yes, he was okay, but he didn't like compete to the level of Hanbin or any other top level tanks, but we're definitely seeing that top level play from Donghak here. But we're going to Midtown to see if he can continue that good display.
That's not how you spell laugh.
Well, of course, it's New York. They have a lot of, at least they spell Broadway right.
Yeah, they're getting there. I can't believe Team 4 would spell laugh like that.
Aw, come on. Let me personally email those people.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm just going to have to... I'm like, do they think that's funny? Is that the joke? No, I don't know. It's been a long 2 days, okay? Today's much faster than yesterday, but I'm kind of losing it a little bit.
Of course.
As we've seen a lot of upsets. We definitely are. As in terms of the attack here, it's Doomfist. Doomfist, Ana, Brigida, Knife for the opening shot will swap over to Sojourn, and then I'm going to try to actually use this Doomfist to buy space on the point and then get line of sight. So difficult into this Orisa composition to make this Sojourn work with Doomfist because you don't have something to peel for you. But it's been able to buy Knife enough space. Okay, he's going to swap. They see the Orisa, they're like, nah. Swap into Malga!
Alright, I think what the idea is about Yeti is that they think that Malga is just going to be the specific counter to the Orisa.
Yeah, they think they could burst the Orisa down with that DPS to get on the point and give Knife an angle on the opposition's support line.
Also interesting to see Stalker on the defensive Symmetra, which we usually saw on the attacking side, but we're having a pause as Donghak... Wait, we had a trade of kills. Donghak was taken down by Chio, and then Knife took down Chio, if I'm not mistaken, but we are going to have a slight pause. We will definitely look at what the issue is. As soon as I hear from production what the issue is, we will let you know. It is actually paused from the side of Falcons. Hanbin says that he has an audio issue.
Yeah.
So usually, like we said, it's a USB issue or it's a software collision issue. Hopefully not taking too long. Oh, that's a poll that they drew. Okay, so what's more valuable than $1 million? Number 1 was friendship. Number 2 was health. Number 3 was love. And then number 4 is knife. And then Knife got 67%. Okay.
Yeah.
Knife, $1 million. More valuable than $1 million confirmed. And then we have
the cat watching Yeti at home.
All right, but the cat worked, so we're back. But we've traded kills so far.
Yeah.
Yeti is missing a tank, and Team Falcons is missing Fielder, not Chio. Excuse me.
Yeah, this trade definitely favors the Falcons, but they are in an awkward spot here. But because they have a charged up Symmetra here, I think it is just going to be the reset here from Yeti without the tank. That's a lot of their damage and sturdiness gone. And let's see if they can actually regroup here as Donghak's back.
Yep. That nade, bio nade did not.
2 ticks.
They're actually looking for a third. Hanbin is going to contest, but is very low. Arnie takes down Chio, and Donghak is proving the reason for the Malga pick by just melting down Hanbin. And Donghak also takes down Stalker in the process as well. Yes, Knife died, but at this point, Yeti is probably going to be happy with it.
Very haphazard defense here from Falcons, expecting that with the, and perhaps honestly a little bit messed up by that pause, because like the angle that they went back to recontest with was super broken up and split, and there was no threat on the Knife, who without overclock just railgunned them from a flank angle. I mean, we would call it a flank. He just had a side angle there as Falcons trickled through with Hanbin super low. He's going to swap over now to the Sigma to try to deal with this Sojourn, at least in terms of blocking the damage here. But with overclock at the ready, can be quite difficult. Pulse.
Oh, Viper Pulse. I don't know if it's stuck, but Fielder did have to use the Immortality Field to negate the damage there. And also Chio is going to use the Sound Barrier. Also, Fielder used the Amplification Matrix. Does take out Donghak. That extra damage was worth it. Knife very low, but is going to the safety of the health pack, but will be that much damage lost in the meantime. Stalker very low, but still lives. No, does not live. I thought he was going to live for a split second, but does not. Hanbin also in trouble. Fielder has to use the Immortality Field once again to save both him, but is not going to save Proper. This is such a messy fight.
Chaos, but I think it's definitely going to go the favor of Falcons here. As I say it though, Hanbin has no backup, and Viper just rips through the support line in the back. And Yeti, somehow, someway, when Bliss pressed Q, when he pressed Rally, I was like, oh, what are you doing, you silly, silly Brigitte? But you know what? It was enough to give Viper that extra damage. And they're not going to be able to finish the cap here, but they still win the fight, got a ton of distance, and they can back up and operate around this high ground now as Donghak switches over to Winston.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of tank swaps. I guess this is going to be the rock, paper, scissors of all tanks. Like, they're just willing to give up ultimate charges for a better matchup. This is going to be Hanbin's ultimate with the flux there, taking out Donghak. So this is going to be a reset for the side of Yeti. The question is how many people can survive. I think it is going to be the rest, everyone except Donghak. So this is a relatively safe reset for the side of Yeti here.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. Yeti still has a decent amount of time. They have the nano building, and that's really what they want to operate around. Hanbin used his flux. They actually are running Torbjorn now.
I guess they're just
well.
I guess that's just to counter the Viper Tracer, just harassing the backline.
It's definitely an interesting choice, and I do agree that it is going to be great to keep the supports alive here, because that has kind of been the issue, is Viper killing the supports, but isn't going to offer you a lot of long-term sustained damage, especially against this Nano.
Nanoed Winston here. Chio just in time used the Sound Barrier to keep himself alive. Irony and Bliss taking her out, so Yeti does not have any supports. Knife is going to follow suit, and Donghak is going to have to reset once again. This time, Viper is going to be staggered just a little bit, so Yeti is going to have to take a little bit more time for the entire roster to come. They still have 2 more minutes, but it is a little bit concerning now.
Yeah, especially with the Torbjorn and Molten Core starting to slowly build up here, but I do feel like this is a very risky choice from Team Falcons. Worked out the last time against that Nano Boost push, as there was just too much extra damage onto Donghak, but he's going to look for the Primal this time around into the backline, and there won't be a Sound Barrier to answer this time. I think the Nano's stronger than the Primal in terms of how those engages do look, but again, Proper in line of sight here, uncontested.
Proper, not only with that fully charged railgun, also has that
over the overclock, yeah.
So, okay, so it is Knife that's going to start up with the overclock. Doesn't have anyone at the line of sight yet. Not finding any value with that overclock, so probably overclock is probably turn is going in favor of Team Falcons. There is Donghak with the Primal Rage, trying to just push everyone off that bridge. Stalker so very low. Hanbin is going to use the Gravitic Flux to take down Bliss. However, a lot of members of Yeti just all over the place, taking out Team Falcons one by one. And Yeti will be able to push this cart into that corner. The question is, will they be able to make it into point B?
It's on Knife. He has to win this fight against Proper. Now that Proper's overclock is down, Viper with the pulse.
Not finding the target.
Molten Core buying a ton of time.
Oh, Molten Core just melting through Donghak. Of course, yes, Proper did get the kill credit for that. However, Proper is taken down by Arnie, so we don't know. Chio has to invest the Sound Barrier for it, but it is 19 seconds, so might as well be worth it.
It's crazy how much Falcons had to use to defend, but as you mentioned, it may not matter how much ults they have, because I don't know if we're talking about what happens after B, if they can't actually capture B. Donghak onto the Doomfist here, trying to rush back for this contest here. Despite the shield bash attempt, looks like he will start overtime.
Yep, the touch was successful and didn't have to pay his life for it, so that is step one for the side of Yeti. Donghak already at half health, has to use the power block, but it's not going to save his life. Bliss also taking down as well. Members of Yeti falling one by one, and it is going to be, despite a somewhat questionable point A defense, they will stop Yeti just before point B cap. So quite a decent defense from the side of Team Falcons here.
Torbjorn really shutting down a lot of what Viper was trying to do on the Tracer, and then, you know, you mentioned it, the overclock that came out from Knife really didn't find anything. It's wild how Knife is actually getting way more value with his regular railgun shots than his overclock ones so far in the series. He just likes the real, natural railgun shots, no artificial railgun shots coming from overclock. But let's see what Yeti could do on the defense here, because obviously that was a pretty lackluster push, and the one fight that they won that almost pushed them to B was a miracle fight with a rally, with everything going their way. Falcons getting a little bit split. Almost felt like they didn't even deserve to get that B contest in the first place. So Falcons bouncing back in a big way as prop up the box, I guess.
Wait,
I've never seen this interaction before.
Yeah. Wasn't there supposed to be the box underneath the pigeons, not having the pigeons having, you know...
Yeah, I think that we might need a pause for this. That's not natural.
And there were usually 2 slices of pizza. Who took that?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there might have been some in the box, because we couldn't see what was going on with the box there, but very unusual. Now, in traditional Stalker form, of course, once he swaps to a new hero, he just plays it until he loses. So I guess he's going to play Torbjorn on the attack. No, he won't, but he will swap to Sim and teleport people maybe, and then we'll go to Tracer, right? There's no way he Torbjorn attacks, right?
No way! He's playing the Torbjorn!
I do want to put it out there that this is not strong. I do want to let everyone know that this is not meta. But let's see what
Don't try this at home!
Do not try this at home. Please do not. I don't want to see this in my solo queue.
But nevertheless, we are going to see, well, Yeti just Knife with that 100% charge railgun, looking for a potential kill. Stalker almost taken out. Also, Donghak very low, needs a little bit of help, but is trying to take out Proper and does succeed to, but not before Proper takes out Knife. But still, I think it's going to be much of an advantage for the side of Team Falcons. Well, I mean, excuse me, Yeti. But Arnie taken down by Humbin and also Bliss. Humbin just taking down 2 supports by himself. Donghak also doing a lot of work. Both tanks on both teams are just doing a lot of work here.
If Stalker swaps to Tracer now and they rush over here, they have the advantage right now. Hanbin's still contesting the point, but he doesn't want to lose his Molten Core charge, so he's not going to swap. And I really think he should, but let's see what they can get done with this next attack here. Obviously, a lot of ultimates coming online, but the nano boost for Donghak is going to be ready really soon, so Irony should be able to keep him alive, get him a Meteor Strike. And this push for Falcons, let's see how efficient they can be, because if they can force out double ultimate and then the next push comes through, they're looking golden. Molten Core, I think if they find an opportunity, could be a strong way to continue to contest point. Knife, not great line of sight at the moment.
Ooh, okay, I thought that was a kill onto a hero, but it was just onto the turret, so no real damage done, but this is going to be the real contest here. Donghak with that nano recipient is going to just, with the help of Viper, of course, Viper is going to take the kill credit for that, is going to just punch Stalker out of the oblivion. Donghak is going to bail out with that
Meteor Strike.
Meteor Strike, thank you, but Hanbin is going to bully the support line of Yeti for multiple times in a row now.
Really scrappy fight here, but it does favor Falcons, and this should be them getting the cap. Yeti, I don't know how Hanbin was able to find that angle to get both the supports there with his self-destruct remake, as Bliss is going to commit the rally. They want to contest.
Yeah, they do want to contest, but Stalker is going to use the multicore that he has been saving up. Does not find any targets. Of course, Knife Overclock did not find any targets as well. Wait a second, Bliss just stepped onto lava and then is just burnt down. Irony also is taken down by Proper here. Proper was contested by Knife, but Proper rises up to the occasion here.
Stalker's disrespect has no bounds. We have to see a hammer kill for him to like really complete the full Torbjorn. So let's keep an eye on whether he can pull that off or not. As Yeti, I think, overcommitting on the contest there, hoping they could be able to slide past and get onto that back line. But obviously with the Molten Core, it's so difficult. Bliss was kind of between a rock and a hard place, so to speak there. As once again, it's Knife, who is trying to fight for line of sight. We'll be able to get up here, and then it's taken out by Stalker. Lobbing that in.
That's the right-click headshot, and that's actually a lot of damage, so... But that's got to feel good for the side of Team Falcons. With that just one kill, they just assumed control of the high ground. Of course, Donghawk just punched everyone out of existence on that high ground. However, they don't have a lot more to push, just this corner, and this is going to be the golden box of victory for the side of Team Falcons. They know this, they want to flush out everyone out of the way on the side of Yeti by using that amplification matrix. Hanbin has to survive using that Immortality Field. Guys, we need to start worrying about touching now. Proper is punched to death by the side of Donghawk. Donghawk very punished though by Fielder. However, Bliss is going to take out. Oh wait a second!
Nobody's on the point, winning the fight, but stepping off. A C9 moment there on the side of Yeti, pushing hard, winning the fight, but not controlling the cart, pushing way too deep, and Falcons will tie us up 1-1. What a silly game of Overwatch that we just watched. As Stalker, he did it to us, man. He played Torbjorn on attack. He played Torbjorn on defense. He
well, he just headshot a Sojourn, and I am at loss for words.
I think
right
Stalker
now.
is making a statement, and I don't know if you guys could figure out what it means, but I'm sure you guys will get there eventually. But he's getting into his opponent's heads a little bit. He's getting into their headspace, and I'm not entirely sure why there was no cart contest there. Like, obviously they were pushing super hard to get those limbs, but as you're winning that fight, you have to pull back towards the cart and deny the cap itself. And it wasn't like a one-team fight classically, but they were starting to win the fight. Unfortunately, just at the wrong location. As I don't know, we just saw Attack Torbjorn win on Midtown, and actually looked strong. And I'm watching Stalker just like spam and accidentally kill people, and I'm like, all right, guys, hold on, please not try this at home. And we got trolled by Stalker, all of us. But you know what? He's the one who's laughing in the end.
Yep.
Because he won and tied up the series.
Yeah, he won, and he's probably going to ask for, next thing you know, he's going to ask for the player of the match to us. But we'll see how the shenanigans goes after a short break. We need some break time after that, and I believe that you guys need a little bit of break after that C9 as well. So see you in a few minutes. We'll be back. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on map 3 of our final series of the day, and wow, what have I just witnessed? I'm still yet to recover from that mental damage, emotional damage that has cost me, but we are moving on. We have to move on. It is going to be Yeti's map pick. Push, Flashpoint, Escort is the map types available for Yeti to choose from right now.
Yeah, we'll see what Yeti decides, and if they're also going to recover from the mental damage of losing the Torbjorn attack. It worked well against the Doomfist dive, obviously, and they kept struggling to clean the turrets, and like oftentimes the turret was the only victim of pulse bombs coming through from Viper and stuff. It was a very bizarre map. Like, I don't think the Torbjorn is wrong or bad, but it's not meta and it's not strong, and I think it's something that people... I think people have the impression it's not strong, myself included, but ended up working out really well as we're going to Saravasa. But yeah, I mean, Stalker is just showing people that he thinks that he doesn't have to follow the rules in the meta, and as long as he keeps winning, you know, I'll give him a pass, okay? I think Krusty was probably had a few choice words to him after that map, but you know what? At the end of the day, he was like, do what I say, but okay, you won. You did good, kid. We'll see what happens here on Saravasa, Yeti's map pick, as things will definitely change up quite a bit, but you can play it more like you did on Busan. You can still run the Doomfist dive. I don't think we'll see Torbjorn here, although we have seen it on Saravasa in the past. We'll see if that's what Stalker wants to do, because once Stalker has an idea in his head,
he's not going to let go of it.
He doesn't let it go until he loses, and he doesn't do a whole lot of losing, actually, as it turns out.
Yep. And even against FTG, they only dropped a map at the seeding deciders, but we'll see what the details are going to unfold and what the fortunes, what the stars are going to tell us, because we are ready for the map, and ladies and gentlemen, we're going in! Nice tree, by the way.
Yeah, that's the... Oh.
I almost trolled you, Wolf.
No, it's okay. We messed up together. So Stalker started with the Torbjorn, they swapped to the Symmetra. What if he does a Symmetra like, this is next level to go Symmetra Teleporter, swap to Torbjorn. That's the next level hover troll into actual real Torbjorn. Let's see. I don't think he's going to be running it because they are running a Sigma composition here.
All right.
Okay.
Stalk. Wait.
And this time it's into not Doomfist, but actually the kind of rush Mauga, so it's much easier for Mauga to deal with the turret than Doomfist. And I don't want to analyze it because Stalker just going to Stalker. That's what he's going to do.
And I think Team Falcons won the initial pick gamble here because I believe that Donghak anticipated the Orisa to come back. That has to be the reason for the Mauga pick here. However, still on the neutral right now, Stalker doing Stalker things. I thought that was a Violet exclusive, but it is going to be Stalker doing Stalker things now. Proper, just ever sturdy on the Cassidy as always, looking for a off angle.
I want to watch Stalker. That's not Stalker.
All right, that is indeed irony, but the Sleep Dart goes wide, and it is going to be the Ana just trying to farm the Nano, which they already have, but the question is going to be who is going to be the recipient. Oh, it's actually going to be Mauga doing a lot of damage there.
Bye-bye shield, but the grasp is enough to keep him alive through this Nano.
Yep, so the Nano doesn't do terribly a lot. Donghak also very low as to...
I mean, Falcons are at 65. They really need to win a fight here quickly. Yikes.
Yeah, and they're actually going to lose one, so... Can we even call this a team fight when it's just like...
They got the turret! They got the turret on them!
So it's a trade. So Knife was traded out for a turret and also Viper, so... Team Falcons won that trade, and it's also definitely going to be a guaranteed flashpoint secured by the side of Team Falcons.
So can we all agree that we have to vote for Stalker for player of the match if they end up winning this series now, and just get the interview with him to find out what the hell is going on?
Oh, I would definitely vote
I'm all in on it right now.
Yeah, I would definitely do that.
I'm all in on it. Yeah, Proper's probably been playing a little bit more consistently. Chio's had some great sound barriers, but Stalker played Torbjorn, man. And I think that's it. Viper going to swap to Genji here. Now, they're going a little bit more all in on this dive with the Doomfist now, but the Torbjorn is ironically getting more and more value the more Yeti all-ins on this dive, as here comes the rally, as the turret is still alive. They will take it out.
Hey, they're playing a 6v5, all right? turret is an integral part of Team Falcons' team here, but the amplification matrix is there for a little bit of more extra firepower. However, Hanbin also has to use the Gravitic Flux, takes down Viper, so this is going to be a major numbers advantage for the side of Team Falcons. Knife does use the overclock, but it does not seem that it was as effective as some previous overclocks that we've seen.
Yeah, so is it considered a successful counter to Torbjorn if you can kill his turret every fight?
Well, I mean, that's killing half of a Torbjorn, all right? So,
because that's all they've been able to do, Unknown, in all of these fights is kill a Torbjorn turret, lose the fight. Viper got 65% of his ult. And they're still doubling down on this. I think Yeti is pretty frustrated with this situation, as it feels like Stalker is just disrespecting them, and then they
don't have an answer for that.
They don't have an answer, so that's the problem. If you're not prepared for Torbjorn, if you're not going into the series thinking you're going to deal with it, you don't have the right answer. Your coaches can't talk to you in game. You have a hard time as Nano comes out here onto Donghak.
But immediately accretion, so a lot of damage just denied for the side of Donghak there. But in the meantime, Viper finally takes out Stalker, but Proper also trades out Bliss in the process. Yes, Knife does take out the turret, but Proper is just trading a turret for a Knife, and we'll take that every time of the day. However, Viper is there to the rescue of Yeti, and actually going to use the Dragon Blade to just clean up Fielder and Hanbin. They don't want this fight to go any longer because there's already overtime in favor of Team Falcons.
Uh-oh, it's Genji for the rest of the series now. Stalker's made a swap. After they lose one fight on the Turbine, he says, nope, okay, I'm swapping. Comes in for the contest, and after Viper's Dragon Blade, I was a little bit concerned maybe he'd actually end up getting a counter kill, but Yeti do hold firm. They do hold strong here. Very successful push for them. This time they actually killed the Torbjorn and the turret, and they've forced Stalker off of it, which is good news for Overwatch fans everywhere. But see what happens in this next fight is obviously Fielder does have Amp Matrix here, and Gio will have the sound barrier that Yeti won't be able to match.
All right, Proper is in a little bit of pressure, has to rotate out to main, and Fielder, like you said, is going to use that amplification matrix. Stalker trying access on the backline and gets free pass. Viper does get Fielder, but the trade is not going in favor of Yeti, and Team Falcons, with the help of their DPS duo, is just going to win this fight and
the flash
securing the second flashpoint. Yes.
Yeah, so the third flashpoint here. Okay, it does spawn favorable for Yeti, but again, the sound barrier here for Falcons, especially with the 30 seconds here before the unlock, they can slow push towards this and actually should be fine to win this first fight unless the rally is ready for Bliss in time, and even that isn't necessarily going to make the same impact, as Donghak just isn't as sturdy as Hanbin, who got purpled in that last fight and still lived. You can see just how much damage this Doomfist takes on his entry.
Well, there is that sound barrier. Hanbin is slept but is woken up, so it uses these Flux, but maybe even didn't have to use it. Yes, does take Knife with it, but Stalker, everyone getting their share of kills on the side of Team Falcons once again.
And this Genji isn't going to be able to follow up on a purple onto Hanbin. I'd rather see Irony look for the backline with those bio grenades and then have Viper dash in with a swift strike, look for some resets back there. They might be able to pull a blade because the grenades have just been hitting Hanbin, but they can't focus him down because they only have Sojourn Genji damage. There's not enough damage to kill through his barrier as well. A tanky Sigma. So see what this blade can get done here. Both blades at the ready now.
Stalker. Okay, it's actually going to be Viper that goes with the Nano Blade. It does take a little bit of time because of the Immortality Field. Only one kill. Yes, Fielder's taken down is good news, but do you really want one kill with the Nano Blade? That's probably going to be a no. However, the fight is still going in favor of Yeti, so I guess that's what's going to matter here.
Yeah. I don't know what matters anymore. Like, I've lost all meaning in this series. I've lost my mind. My brain cells are depleted every single time I see another Stalker. So, okay, back on Tracer now. Viper ends up winning that fight with the Dragon Blade. The Immortality Field bought time, but it didn't end up mattering as Viper bought enough space there. And once the Immortality Field is down, it's much easier to win those longer fights there with the Doomfist. Knife does have Overclock for this next fight as well. No sound barrier to answer, so I think Proper is going to have to come up big with maybe a big flank here on this Deadeye.
Knife is going to use that Overclock
It's
early.
out.
They want to make some picks, and before they want to dissuade Team Falcons from just contesting the point overall, but Team Falcons is just going inside the point. They almost made the flip, and they actually does make that flip happen, and with the help of the Amplification Matrix, Proper is just doing proper things, laying the proper shots, and it is going to be Yeti going to have to do the desperation touches, but can Knife make it happen? Is 92% at his flashpoint.
He should be able to touch here.
Nope.
He can't actually even get close enough there. Actually was way too far away, in fact, with the spawn location there on this map and the timer of his death. Thought he'd be able to come over and touch, but they actually cannot. And Falcons just making it look easy as Hanbin is giggling, and Krusty is like, all right, Stalker, you come with me, and everybody else, go to the bathroom, get some water.
Yeah, but Stalker, we got a conversation to have.
See me after game 3, like written on his homework. So they do end up winning it in the end. I think a lot of that fight was really poor positioning from Yeti because they had the advantage moving into it, but then they decided to actually give up and relinquish control of the point. While doing so, giving Stalker the proper line of sight angles. They didn't focus him down properly. He just wrapped all the way around with a full circle back onto the point. And he was like, all right, cool, line of sight's mine. I'm just going to free fire here. No threats. With no Dragon Blade, Viper looked a little bit muted there, and the coordination just not good enough to deal with Torbjorn turrets, not good enough to deal with proper on that final fight. Now Team Falcons moving up to match point.
Yep. I mean, this was a little bit to be expected. Of course, Busan was a little bit of a surprise. We did label Team Falcons as going to be the favorites for this match in general, but I just can't erase the feeling that this match is a little bit bizarre. Of course, we did see Torbjorn, we did see Genji. Of course, Stalker is just good at so many things that he makes even weird heroes look really good. And to be fair, the Torbjorn did work out really well, both in Midtown and in Saravasa. So props to that. But yeah, I don't think Yeti is going to struggle to find an answer to whatever Stalker is going to come up with. Because remember when Viper just kind of just forced Stalker off the Torbjorn, then like Stalker was like, okay, I had my fun, and then I'm just going to play Genji better than you. So this is going to...
The term sandbagging comes to mind, but they are winning as well. So it is just a very bizarre series from Falcons. A little bit more extreme than what we saw from them yesterday. But the fact that Yeti are putting up still a good fight does bode well for them. You know, Yeti obviously beat WAC, means that maybe Yeti could also take out FTG in their match tomorrow. So it's a pretty exciting, you know, storyline for our seeding decider matches, but we're not done yet.
Yep, we're not done yet indeed. And Yeti, let's see if they can claw one back or if Team Falcons can close it out after a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We're currently on map 4 of our final series of the evening, which also may be potentially our last map of the series. Now it is going to be Yeti's map type choice and also map choice. We have Push and Escort to choose from.
I say go for Escort if you're Yeti. Push is like coordination diff between these two teams makes Push seem like such a tall task. You'll have to get there eventually, but I don't know, like maybe playing Rialto or Shambali could work out really well for your Doomfist compositions that we're seeing today. Dorado, definitely say stay away from Circuit Royale. Don't even think about it. I'm like, you know what? They better pick Escort actually, so that we don't have to see.
Wait, they are going to go for Esperanza.
Okay, now they might end up getting onto picks they don't want for Escort if they win this one, but they have to win it to bring us to Falcons map pick for Game 5 anyways. As ever since Busan went the way of Yeti with their unique style there, it has been extremely one-sided. I mean, there were some moments for Midtown for sure, but Esperanza going to be a tough one. We're going to see some high ground juggling here. And what is Stalker going to play? I don't know.
We have no idea. All right, so this is kind of a little bit difficult to translate, but this is about what to do if you don't live near Seoul. Friday, after work, you go straight to Seoul. Saturday, you enjoy the fan meets that goes after the matches, and on Sunday, you don't give a damn about the last public transport, and you just enjoy the matches. Monday,
take the first train home.
All right.
That's the esports way. And
also, that was really impressive because those are the tickets to the venue, and that means that particular fan just had.
She finished the OWCS Korea Pokedex.
Yes, correct. Gotta catch them all.
Gotta catch them all. Well, she's here for what could have been an insane upset. It still could be for Yeti, their second of our seeding deciders, but they're going to need to turn it around here as Stalker's wild ride we're all here for has definitely thrown them a few curveballs, and going back to an old favorite on the Doomfist, but it is not lasting here. You just see what they can do as we move into Push, their map choice.
All right, we're hearing that the map is ready for both teams, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going in!
I saw Unknown a lot of comments during the break between maps 3 and now 4 about people saying that Krusty has masterminded this Torbjorn comp. No, he didn't. Stalker just swapped suddenly to Torbjorn, and also like Krusty said before the match in the pregame interview, like, I just let my players decide this time. I'm not really happy with it, but you know, I don't let my players do what they want, and that is kind of what's been happening through the seeding decider match. I think this is definitely what Stalker wants to do. I don't think Krusty hates it, but he's probably watching going like, all right, well, you do you. Hammer's out. We are Torben. We're Torben again.
Well, that's going to be life a little bit hard for Viper, but it is... Anyway, Stalker at half health also has his trustworthy turret on somewhere on the map, just shooting at things, but Donghak just wants to dive in and punch people. Knife, on the other hand, has very different objectives. He doesn't want to punch people, he just wants to shoot people in the head.
He just wants to outrange them, but this first point of Esperanza, if you can get that turret set up, it is pretty nice against this dive, but Proper's already down here.
Well, impressive stuff from Viper, just shoot around the Torbjorn turrets and then finding somehow Proper. This is going to be a very interesting fight. This is going to be a little bit in favor of Yeti now with Stalker and Hanbin down. Yes, Dog did fall, but this is just definitely going to be Yeti's fight. And since this was an extended fight, I think they should be just able to have that control of the first high ground over there.
And Torbjorn is a little bit sturdy, but obviously once Proper did go down, they ended up losing full control. Now, trying to contest for high grounds, the high ground drop, low ground contest, this type of thing, the Torbjorn's going to have no value there. So Stalker does swap here. He's not going to troll us any harder. He just knows, okay, well, that was actually viable. That was actually strong into the dive, but now it's just not going to work to contest against Knife here. So I need to swap to Tracer. He will do so. So the bot is now being contested, and Knife jumps down. Hanbin's position super good here.
Irony with that early nano. Probably the main recipient is going to be the Doofus, or maybe even
Could be
the
Knife.
Sojourn.
Yeah, it could be Knife for sure, but they're going for Donghak.
And both sound barriers used. They just absolutely don't want to give up this fight. The Immortality Field gone early. Actually, Donghak is going to be the one that falls early, and also with Irony as well. Stalker traded out, so this may be a little bit of a even fight, but it is going to be Team Falcons who is going to assume control, and this time they are going to have their share of the high ground now.
You know, I've praised Donghak a lot for playing his own style, but you know, as much grief as I've given Stalker for the Torbjorn that's super rare, this Doomfist really is dated. It is very old. It is not working into proper Cassidy, and obviously the proper damage output is so high. Every time he goes in, if he doesn't secure that limb straight away, if he doesn't have his ult, which he doesn't now, does have it now, but he dies as Knife finds the angle. Nice wraparound.
Yeah, good overclock and good. Oh, wait a second. I was about to say Viper also good coordination to take out Fielder. However, Knife is punished, but still, it will not change the grand scheme of things as Yeti, the rest of Ready, despite Knife falling, will be able to clean out Team Falcons and continue that push.
Yeah, I mean, that looked a little bit risky there for Yeti, but Knife ends up hitting those shots. If you connect those, and even got the shot on the Exo Boots Fielder, then it does work out as Hanbin's going to contest as a purple comes through. Oh, this crouching Doomfist is the scariest.
That was actually a really good idea from the side of Yeti here. Irony with a good nade, and this is actually pretty huge because this is likely going to be the checkpoint cap.
Yeah, and it should be, you know, maybe even going up to like 60 here in terms of the actual finish, how much meterage they get. Hanbin will swap to D.Va. And that play there from Donghak and Irony reminded me of good old Sparkle Doomfist days back in the old times.
Oh, back when Doomfist was
Doomfist
DPS
and you lurk. But this time with the Bio Grenade, they just end up winning the fight instantly. And no Cassidy here for the side of Yeti is going to make it tough to burst down Hanbin. So we might see Knife swap after this next team fight, but see if he can actually stand up to the D.Va, because it's not like Sojourn is bad into D.Va, but Cassidy does have a more consistent damage output. D.Va makes it hard to charge railguns.
Definitely with that defensive matrix in play on Hanbin, but that's a good nade. So Team Falcons, they need to back up a little bit, and it is going to be followed up with the Nano Doofus. Good punch onto D.Va, but does not do terminal damage. However, Irony off screen does take down Stalker. Viper's Pulse Bomb is going to be denied by Fielder's Immortality Field. However, Donghak is going to proceed and take down Proper, and also everyone on the side of Team Falcons is going to fall. Actually, this is going to be a very impressive push on the side of Yeti here.
Looking really good on this map, and Irony is suddenly really showing up here. Great grenades, really nice healing output on a Donghak, and they're just riding this momentum repeatedly before Proper can get set up and getting these kills very fast. And as I was saying, if Doom doesn't actually secure the kill on the first initial combo, he probably dies because Cassidy is just going to then shoot him down. But they are actually making a sound barrier to give some extra survivability.
Yep, so that was really early sound barrier and also amplification matrix from the side of Team Falcons here. 2 members lost, 3 actually for the side of Yeti now, so it's going to... Oh, wait a second, Proper just like shoots down people like it's a shooting range. Oh.
Yeah, and this is going to be a little annoying stagger here for Irony, who will be able to do a little bit more damage, a little bit more nano charge before he jumps off the map. He wanted to fall. Don't give Chio credit for that right click. Chio wants the ult charge, and he will pick it up. As now Proper is going to be able to back in control of line of sight here. A ton of ultimates coming online for Yeti soon, though, so we'll see what Falcons can actually get done. Matching the distance is a tall ask here. Still a lot of time left on the clock. Speaking of clock,
we have an over
for the angle.
Well, the railgun goes wide for a second, so it might be a little bit more time since we are going to see the overclock in action. Donghak is going to use the ultimate to start up and just dissuade Team Falcons from the high ground, but Proper just does Proper things on the high ground. He doesn't give a lot of attention to the Doofist.
And Deadeye at the ready here for Proper. Hasn't really needed to use it.
Oh,
that's big. But it's a trade.
Yep, Viper also took down Proper with the Pulse Bomb, so this is going to be hit scan.
Good nano onto Donghak as well. He actually lives through that D.Va damage and of course the remake.
Yep, Irony is... Oh, wait, the remake is going to be denied by Donghak. So this is actually going to be... Yes, Irony does give his life for it, but it is actually going to be worth it.
Donghak is popping off here with Irony's help, man. That was so clean to actually deny the remake there from Hanbin. And Yeti, they don't end up getting too much control from this, but they have significantly delayed the push, and Falcons still haven't matched the distance. And we'll be able to regroup here quickly. This fielder maintaining high ground here. The contest is real. They have to drop back down. So annoying the way that Yeti are playing here around this Doomfist. Like a Winston dive composition, but so much more deadly if you can get on top of that back line.
Yeah, but as you can see, like, even despite not having meaningful kills on the side of Yeti right now, they're still denying, they're contesting and denying a lot of the push that Team Falcons want to have, and it forces Team Falcons into action, and this is going to be the sound barrier not finding a lot of value.
Yeah, rally and answer here, and this is a chance for Donghak. If he doesn't finish his ult in time.
I think the idea was to finish the ult and just bail out, however, just got punished by Fielder, but okay, Proper also takes down Irony, so this time, Team Falcons will be finally finding that push that they were waiting for so long.
Yeah, last minute delay here from Viper as he returns to the spawn room. And Yeti, you know, they ended up trying that push there with Donghak. I think if he does get the Meteor Strike, this is a completely different story. They could probably trade back a kill or two. They buy a ton more time. But Falcons should be able to actually go over here, and if they win this next fight, match the checkpoint here, or rather the distance here, 10 meters to go. Donghak on the angle.
This time he does have the Meteor Strike, so he does have the get out of jail free card. Oh, Stalker takes down Irony. This may be big because this... Oh, that's really big as well. I thought a Proper taking out Irony was going to be the demise of Yeti. However, Donghak says no and punches the light out of Stalker.
Focus down that Immortality Field. Good communication there, knowing they're all in that room, and the Immortality Field can buy you a ton of space, obviously, against the Doomfist ult, but Knife focuses it down before Donghak lands, hits the ground there, ends up getting those additional kills. And only 75 seconds here for Team Falcons to actually regain control of the push, and they have a long way to go, as Yeti have actually pushed it past neutral here. They have the high ground, but that's not what matters. What matters is getting this robot around this corner. They need to win a team fight. They need to win it soon.
Yep, and Knife does not want that to happen, as we'll be using the overclock to at least scare away the members of Team Falcon, and even better, just get a headshot. And Donghak is actually going to finish off Fielder, so this is really bad news for Team Falcon. Hanbin has to use the self-destruct for the remake, but is denied by Viper. We might see a full series here. Yeti might actually just do it.
I think they just very well might. Donghak doesn't care about that self-destruct. They stopped the D.Va Intertracks. No remake for Hanbin. And to be honest, if he had, it might have actually even been worse for Falcons because the fight was lost and he could have gotten staggered again. They will take out that pilot D.Va. Donghak, his goal here in this fight is just to build Meteor Strike. They have a nano boost to kind of guarantee that as long as he doesn't get focused down by Proper. Or Stalker with a pulse bomb.
10 seconds. This is going to be the last fight.
Yeah, they have sound barrier. They have a lot of good tools here, but Yeti have all the answers as well. If they play this perfectly, they should bring us to 5.
Oh, Stalker. That pulse bomb went wide. And Irony does have the nano. And also, Doofus will be having the Meteor Strike very soon.
Yeah, and the nano can guarantee it, but I don't even think he necessarily needs it. He's going for it, though. Getting the sound barrier first, so Bliss can counter.
Okay.
Meteor Strike. Bye-bye, Stalker. Huge sleep from Irony.
This looks like this is going to be an extended series, Wolf, as yes, there are going to be some trades, but Viper and Donghak is going to just take out the entirety of Team Falcons, and we are going to map 5.
We are going to map 5. Yeti gonna make it happen. Irony playing so well around Donghak, and once again on their map pick here, they make the Doomfist dive look super strong, super viable. Yeti saying we're playing our brand of Overwatch, and you were too, Stalker, you were too, Falcons, but our brand is going to be better this time around. Momentum was taken away early on from Falcons when they tried to run the Tourbillon. They lost the first point on the first push. And then the distance, when it went through to 70, they were always just constantly rotating these fights around the Doomfist ult timer with the nano boost and just keeping Team Falcons at bay, so they could never really get a strong, solid push going, never could get proper into position to actually do the big damage that was necessary. And there were a few big whiffs this time around on the Stalker's Tracer, on the pulse bombs. And I think if some of those hit, we might be actually saying, okay, we're going to team interview, you know, Falcons did it at the end of the day. But a lot of those really critical pulse bombs didn't hit the mark. Hanbin also playing Diva here when I don't think it necessarily is strong into dive at all in this type of scenario is, yeah, remake can be pretty good, but it was denied several remakes as well.
Yeah, I think, like what you said, Yeti did a really good job. Also, a little bit of a, I wouldn't say mistake, but a little bit of a weak side from the side of Team Falcons. However, it's no denying that this is actually being a really interesting and good series, and we will see the conclusion of it we will see the conclusion of this series at Mat 5, no matter what, whoever wins. But before that, we're going to take a short break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Overwatch Champions Series Korea. We are currently on our final map of the final match of the evening. So this is how we're going to conclude our evening. This is how we're going to conclude our Saturday in Korea. We are going to Havana.
It's the Stalker map pick. You know, you can play so many different things here on Havana, and from Widow to Genji to Torbjorn potentially into the dive. Very hard to make the dive composition that we're seeing Yeti succeed with on Havana B, and then even arguably harder on C as well, depending on the level of control that the Falcons do get. But, man, Yeti is pushing us to the brink, and if they win this series, they'll be up 2-0. And who's to say that they would lose to FTG, because FTG got crushed by Falcons. They brought Falcons to 5. Like, the Yeti hype is real no matter what happens, even if they don't win this final map here of Havana.
Yep.
There's just so much momentum behind them right now. A huge dark horse for this seeding decider round robin, but maybe they can get it done. I mean, it would be a miracle here. Falcons have only lost so far to WAC this season, but maybe Yeti will be the second team to get it done.
Yeah, exactly. And this is going to be a huge rivalry coming up, like, especially considering that these are going to be the same teams that are going to the playoffs. These teams, maybe, of course, they might not meet each other because a team might just fall off or get eliminated early on. But if you just look at the possibility, just look at the potential, I guess, context that might come in. Yeti maybe going up 3-2 against Falcons, and then they meet again in, what, upper bracket finals or something like that. This is going to be huge. But before all that, we are going to get ready for our final match of the evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going in! Alright, that Yeti fan chat was as enthusiastic as I were for this map, because I am excited, Wolf.
How excited are you for a May defense here from Yeti? They are actually going to surprise Team Falcons with this high ground May drop down. You set up the wall and you just obliterate anyone who gets cut off. It's also so good into Widowmaker.
They are going to do the 3-3 strat where they're just going to be in front of their faces.
It's the spawn camp. It's the spawn camp May wall. Frustration, drop down, freeze, delay. Oh, Proper already realizes this though, and he's swapping the bash, and it's just Proper and Stalker, man. You can't put this team down with compositions. They're gonna play their own way. They know the answers. They know the counter. Immortality field early here for Fielder.
Yep, and it is actually going to be Knife trying to look for headshot kills, but Sigma was on his face and is going to be taken down. So this early, I guess, yes, there are a few kills here and there, but it is going to be, the barricade going to be a failure.
And we see this defensive strategy is what we like to call an all-in in esports, meaning that if you end up winning with it, you can have great success. Like, you might even win the map off of it. You snowball it, you get a blizzard, you end up stopping Falcons for 2-3 pushes, and even if they get A, their time bank is horrible, but you might deny them completely. But if it fails, Falcons get a free push, they have ult advantage, and then you have to swap. Knife's back onto the Sojourn here.
Oh my god, Stalker is on the Torbjorn again.
Yeah, he's like, I know where this is going. I see that Donghak Doomfist, and I'm just going to put the turrets up here at the front behind this truck and see what we can get done as Irony once again on the high ground here trying to support Donghak, but doesn't have great line of sight for him for now. So tough to play this out with the lack of control.
In the meanwhile, Stalker is having fun. Well, wait a second. Well, yes, he is having fun, but same cannot be said for the rest of Team Falcons, as Hamban is going to be the last player standing and is going to be taken out. Yes, look.
You know, I gotta say it, Unknown. Like, I don't really talk about this kind of stuff in esports cast because it ends up, especially in Korean esports, almost never true or ever real. But like, it feels like Yeti were like, oh, you want to mess around? We'll mess around too. We'll play May, and then Stalker's like, well, I'll play Torbjorn into that. Like, I'm actually the mad scientist, and then Yeti come back in here, and then Stalker gets put down. But trying to set up this turret here again, very tough actually to get the turret to stay up. It's gonna get killed by Bliss.
Wait a second, that Flux is just denied by Donghak's punch. Great mechanical play from Donghak there, and it is also going to be followed up with. Wait a second, it is also going to be followed up with the Nano, but was that a sound barrier just denied from Bliss?
I'm not entirely sure if he actually got denied or if it just ended up being really low value, but either way, it was a very poor team fight for Falcons. Like, the Hanbin ultimate really ends up being extremely low value. It's totally a waste. Stalker isn't going to be able to get anything with his overcharge there. Now he's going to have Molten Core, but Molten Core on attack on Havana. Good luck getting value out of that one. So he's going to swap over the Tracer. They've had their fun, but there's only 80 seconds left, and Meteor Strike is ready. The Nano Boost was great there from Irony, and Yeti will also have Overclock. So Falcons, not a whole lot of wiggle room for mistakes here in this one, or this series. Might be slipping through their fingers.
Yep, and
Hanbin
very low, and also antied, but Knife and Irony is out of the picture, so maybe a window of opportunity for the side of Team Falcons here. Viper does take out Hanbin.
Doomfist?
Doomfist is doing Doomfist things, punching Proper out of existence. Yes, Fielder takes down Viper, but at the moment, it is still, the cart is still under contest here.
Yeah, they should be able to push this into A now. I think with spawn advantage coming through for Falcons here. and do have the numbers advantage now as well. Donghak trying to do heroics there with his Meteor Strike, but it is ultimately not going to be enough. Knife not going to come over here for the contest. Viper will try to push this time bank back with just a recall, but
wait, that contest is actually going to be
risky.
there.
Risky.
Using the power block, actually living long enough for the entirety of Yeti.
Bliss gets sound barrier.
Stalker taking down Knife. Okay, so this is going to be the nail on the coffin, at least for point A here. Proper also taking down Viper. So this is just okay, but I think it was still a meaningful amount of time just taken out of the time bank. However, Team Falcons,
I don't think it was the right call for Yeti, but I think the idea here is if Bliss gets sound barrier and Donghak actually survives survives with it, maybe they end up getting a few picks there and end up winning that fight there and the extended fight. But Bliss didn't have enough, and this actually ends up giving a huge amount of ult charge over to Falcons, especially Fielder's ultimate, so they can Kitsune rush through this tough part of B. They already have high ground here as well, and like contesting high ground is one of the most important parts of the attack here for Falcons. If they can use a Kitsune rush to get up there, that means all advantages are gone.
The power block already used by Donghak over there. Oh, but Viper and Knife actually taking one member each. Knife also taking out Fielder, so this is just gonna be a free win. Yes, they did use the pulse bomb, but that's just basically a free team fight win without using any key ultimates there.
No key ultimates used, as you mentioned, and this is great for Donghak. And he's going to have double support ultimates to really push the advantage here.
Ooh, a lot of damage towards Viper. Viper does have to run away.
He has a bad recall location as well, so he cannot do that. Will actually escape, though. As here's the Nano. Sound barrier to answer.
Yup, sound barrier answered by the same sound barrier from the side of Yeti, but Irony is taken low, so this is going to be a massive disadvantage. But Team Falcons lose proper, but it does not look like it's going to matter because Hanbin is on a rampage. But of course, it's not Jungle Queen. However, on the Winston doing a lot of damage, the Stalker also taking out Viper. So this is going to be a free push until probably...
It's just a messy, messy game of Overwatch 2 here, and Falcons on the extended fight do end up winning out without using as many resources. They traded sound barriers, which is massive for them. Bliss is actually going to swap over to the Brigida now. Knife does have a Deadeye, but that's one of the least impactful ultimates in the game right now. In fights like this, he's dead.
Taking out Knife. So this is going to be bad for the side of Yeti.
Should be the cap coming through from B unless a huge mistake is made.
She also taking down Irony, so this is going to be a lot of healing denied for the side of Yeti as well. Donghak wants to contest as long as he can, but he just elects to live.
That was a little bit awkward there. That was optimistic without any other support ultimates to keep him alive. There was not really going to be a longer fight win condition for them there, and this will just be the cap for Falcons. Very bizarre call there from Donghak, but they've been finding so much success with these scrappy fights that it's hard to blame them. Tensions are running high. You might beat Team Falcons. You know, the underdogs Yeti already beat Whack. To beat Falcons here would be so massive. I think getting a little bit ahead of himself there on that one. They can keep this time bank low potentially here and prevent the cap of C.
All right, Proper always a menace when he has that 100% charge with that railgun. Also has the overclock if he wants to. Hanbin very low. Hanbin has to use the Primal Rage, but Proper just instantly taking out two members of Yeti. This is going to clear the way for the side of Team Falcons just to push that corner. And I thought Team Falcons were in a kind of a pinch because Hanbin was pressured so low.
But he had Primal, you know, and that's the thing. If you purple this Winston, he's not going to carry. You can just press Q and get out of dodge. And the other thing is that this is where the Doomfist really struggles. I was saying it when we talked about the map selection here. Can't really do much on C. He's just getting chipped away at range. You see him very low. Nano Boost is the only way he can get in there, and he does have it, but
that
drops
was
down.
A little bit of a pressure towards Proper, but is going to be saved by Chio's sound barrier. Yes, Chio is going to be antied, but it is not going to stop the entirety of Team Falcons.
They finish the map.
Yeah, they do finish the map. Yeah, albeit it is going to be less than 20 seconds on the time bank. However, it is a full cap onto Havana. And remember, like we said in the earlier series of tonight, full capping Havana is not something that is easy to do.
Yeah, no, Proper ended up having a massive overclock there, but again, this is a compositional problem for Yeti. You're opting into running this Doomfist. Like, watch, like, if you see the free cams in these moments too, you could just see, like, who's threatening Proper? Like, nobody is. And once the Doomfist is dead, he's just like, all right, I overclock, I kill everyone. No one can deal with my range. No one can deal with my massive damage output. When I have constant railgun shots, there's nothing that Yeti can do. And I think that, you know, as cool as this Doomfist has been for them and as successful as it has been, it's going to really struggle on C. And most good teams and teams who pick Havana over the years since Havana's release will always swap composition based on the point. They did not. They stuck with what was working for them, Namakuji style, but it does backfire and gives a ton of agency there to Proper. And Team Falcons in prime position to close this series out now with a finish on Havana. Like you said, so rare in Overwatch 2 here to actually get that C completed. They do it not even in overtime, but with 16 seconds of additional time. We'll see what they want to run here on defense. Looks like Genji for Stalker.
Yep. Probably wanting a little bit of backline access, and also if there is a potential sniper on board like Knife is hovering right now, would like to just do that insane deflect kill like we saw earlier today. But we'll see. Donghak is going to run the ball composition, and it's
just for one potential attack here, and then probably we'll swap if it doesn't work out.
Oh, good knockoff to all the members on the high ground. And it does force out the Immortality Field. Viper just trying to look for a way to harass the backline on the side of Team Falcons. It's not an easy task to do.
It might be time for Donghak to swap. Let's go back to the spawn room to get his armor back. Yeah, wants to stick with this.
Oh, Stalker taking down Knife. That was very clean. Also, Proper taking down Viper means that Yeti probably has to reset. Yes, Donghak does take out Fielder, but Donghak is punished for that, and this is a considerable amount of time taken away from this early barricade here.
Irony's down now as well. Donghak wants to break this formation with the ball. He wants to stick with this, but it's going to be quite challenging. There's a lot of other heroes he could rely on here. Does get the pick on the Chio.
Stalker is also taken down, so finally Yeti can start the engines of the payload and probably, hopefully, wait a second.
Very split up here, but still a huge trade back from Falcons. They're going to lose control of the cart for the moment. Yeti obviously are at the spawn right now, so they will have the advantage here. But so much time was bought. Remember, they have to push all the way to the end of the map, Yeti do. Minefield can be used to try to deny exit of these choke points here on Falcon's return and stop Stalker from building that Dragon Blade, but it's just so hard to get value on this map with the Wrecking Ball. Let's see what Donghak gets done, man, because I'm just not going to question this guy with how many great plays he's had so far today.
Yep,
it's really tough.
Proper always making incredible plays there, but Stalker, wait, that was a deflect from, oh my god. The Stalker deflected Knives right click and killed Viper.
Yep, that can happen. That is what it said there on the kill feed. And Proper will end up getting back line of sight here. The ball completely shut down. The minefield pretty weak there. Even though it was in a choke point, the rest of Falcons just ignore it. And now he's swapping over to Winston here, not the fist. We'll get a nano.
This is going to be a nano to Winston, and also both support ultimates going to be used on the side of Yeti, but this is going to be a good flux. And also Stalker slicing and dicing, not getting a lot of kill credits, however, doing a lot, causing enough chaos for the rest of the team to just wipe out the side of Yeti. And with 1 minute and a half remaining, Yeti doesn't look like they have an answer to what Team Falcons is throwing at them right now.
This is one of the things that have shown up for Yeti in regular season, but also now here in the seeding decider, is just a lack of flexibility in terms of hero pool for Donghak. And so this is really starting to look like a potential full hold coming through here, as ult economy has kind of reset a little bit here, but Fielder does have the Kitsune rush here. Proper does have overclock. That's enough.
Yep, Proper with the overclock to hopefully find a kill, or not even that, just to dissuade everyone on the side of Yeti to try to push and just put them back in their spawns.
Yeah, now that was a little bit wasteful, I'd say, here from Falcons, and it does give an opportunity here for Yeti, who might have been full health, but now Knife with his own overclock. Let's see what he gets done.
All right,
good angle.
Fielder is going to use the Kitsune rush to start, to help the team win the fight, and Knife not finding any value with that overclock.
No peel there, and the Falcons are going to smash them again, and now nothing left of the tank here for Yeti. They do have a Primal Rage, but they have to get out of spawn, as Viper is also going to get staggered. Pulse finds nothing, and Falcons are tired of the upset storyline.
12 seconds, Wolf. 12 seconds. 10.
Yeah, someone is going to have to get to that cart, and it's probably going to have to be Donghak. Viper can try to get in for the touch. Donghak pushing in. Primal's out.
He's going to be primal, but what can he do is going to be the question. Chio drops the beat. Yes, it's not going to save Hanbin, however, Chio is going to take out Arnie, so this is going to be... Oh, Bliss is taken out just before 10% before the sound barrier, so this is going to be a lot of sustain, and also the tank missing for the side of Yeti, and this is just where the dream stops for Yeti. It was a good run, but this is going to be the end, and Team Falcons, despite having to drop a sweat or two, fulfill their duty as the favorites here.
Falcons, a very close series, but they will take it in the end. It was a valiant attempt from Yeti, and they did play their own style, but when it came down to trying to run the Mei defense, that fell flat on its face. It was a really nice push coming through. They didn't swap off the Doomfist on C, which was to their undoing, and then the map was completed. But then you take all that away, and it's just a full hold here from the Team Falcons on their A defense, as Wrecking Ball also does not work out. The Winston a little too late. And Team Falcons, like I said, they're tired of the upset narrative. They're tired of the idea that Yeti could usurp that first place spot from them. And now Falcons will win their second series here in our seeding decider. One match left against WAC tomorrow, and they are poised to take first place.
Okay, player of the match, a guy with glasses. Stalker!
Now, I may have voted for Stalker just because he played Torbjorn and I want to hear about it. I may have voted for him because he played Symmetra yesterday and I want to hear about it. I may also think that Proper was robbed, and I do think that Proper was robbed. But I robbed him because if Stalker's going to do this, then we're going to hear from him on the stage, in my opinion. And it was a 4-1, I think, of the votes here for Stalker, so almost unanimous.
Yep. I mean, of course, definitely Proper will be having the recency bias of just, popping off in Havana and also the more recent maps. However, Stalker just put a very strong foundation of Team Falcons' win in the earlier maps, and just, also just had some insane choices of heroes. So also kind of gave that as a plus for the votes here, and I still think, yes, Proper was robbed, but Stalker does deserve it.
Yeah. No, we robbed him. It's cool. I mean, Stalker robbed everybody by playing Torbjorn, so that's just how it's going to be. Like, we're going to reward him. He's going to get... Like, I hope we get to see some Torbjorn turret POVs in this highlight package. I think we probably will see that kill under the Sojourn. It was Knife who got headshot there.
Midtown.
Yeah, I think that we'll probably see that in this highlight reel. We'll see what ends up coming through, but... He did have a very eclectic hero pool tonight.
Yep, and I don't see, because of today's win, we might not see that go away.
Oh, he started off pretty normal on the Tracer, but then it was Torbjorn time. Molten Core, oh, the Molten Core flyover highlight. I love it.
I need
so funny. What? Got him. All right, wait, hold on. Is this? Oh, no, he's back on Tracer.
Okay. I need to see that Sojourn kill.
Yeah, they skipped it. They did us dirty. Just skipped Midtown outside of the Molten Core.
So this is how they punish us for robbing Proper of the POD.
You know what? Now I just feel guilty. Proper deserved it, man. Oh, Falcons, they had an interesting game plan today. It's hard to like really read into this too much, but this I think even the people who make the highlights are perhaps caught a little bit off guard. Nice deflect there. This is the part though we were all waiting for, the interview.
All right, the interview is ready. So Quest, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Unknown. We are back with the final POTM interview of the day. Team Falcons taking the nail-biting 3-2 victory over Yeti. And of course, we have the man of the hour himself, Stalker.
스토커 선수가 받게 됐는데요. 스토커 선수 자기 소개
Please introduce yourself.
팔콘에서 DPS가 맡고 있는
I
스토커라고
am
합니다.
the DPS for Team Falcons.
네,
Stalker.
반갑습니다. 자, 오늘 경기 팀 팔콘의 저력을 보여준 경기가
Of course,
아닐까
this
싶은데
match
강팀의
was
면모가 이런
about
것이다라고
all
보여준
about
건가요? 팀이 소감
Team
들어볼까요?
Falcons showcasing their dominance. So how do you feel about the victory?
경기일 거라 생각했는데
생각지 못하게 의거가 와서
I thought it would be an easier
당황스럽긴
victory
했지만
for us,
저희 팀
but
중량이 많기 때문에 이길 것 같은
it went
네, 정말 준비한 게 많다라는
not as
게
we
느껴지는
expected.
오늘
So,
경기였는데 상대의
but
맵
I'm so happy
선택과
that we pulled through in the
전략을
end.
팀 팔콘만의 것으로 만들어서 좀 상대를 당황시키는 그림들이 많이 나왔습니다. 또 5세트에서는 입구 막기까지 보여줬는데 오늘
So,
경기의 전반적인
in terms of your
어땠을까요?
game plan tonight, can you tell us about
저희가
how
약간
your game plan
갈
went
길
through
못 찾을 때가
and
좀
what
힘들었던
you
것
came
같고,
through with
그냥
and
갈길
how you came
찾았을
in?
때는 그냥 무난하게 질 것 같다는 생각은 안 들게 약간 그렇게 게임했습니다.
I think we came into
네,
the mindset
오늘도 팀
that we
팔콘의
weren't
픽을
going to
받은
lose
재미가
tonight,
역시나
but again,
있었습니다.
kind
스토커
of taken
선수의
aback
영웅 선택
about
중에서
how
오늘 경기의 흐름을
much harder it
가져오는
was.
키가 있었죠. 뭐였죠?
토글비언이죠 오늘은.
Of
네,
course,
바로 토르비언이었어요.
proper showcasing the Torbjorn.
전략적으로 예티를 당황시키는
tonight.
보는 저도 당황스러웠는데 이
Of
픽은
course,
어떻게
had a lot of
만들었나요?
people on their
시그널에서
seats.
한번 조합을
Can you
써봤는데
tell us about the
오늘
pick?
약간 쓸 것 같아가지고 자신 있게 꺼내들었습니다.
네, 자
It
이런
was a
픽을
pick I
믿어준
showcased
팀원들은
before. It was a
어떤
pocket pick,
반응이었나요?
and
그냥 저희 팀원도 그냥 저 하고
in
싶은
terms
거
of my
해라. 약간 이렇게
teammates,
그냥
they all
방치해놓는
said that,
그런
hey,
느낌입니다.
just
아,
play
그냥
what you
놔두면
want.
알아서 잘하니까.
네,
because
알아서 해가.
네, 이렇게 팀원들을
they
믿는
trusted him
믿음도 느껴지는
and his
픽이었는데
gameplay.
자 오늘 또 겐지에서 트레로 영웅을 바꾼 선택도 좀 좋았고요. 이 전장에 활기를 불어넣어주는 영웅 선택들도 굉장히 좋았습니다. 믿어준 팀원들에게 좀 한마디 부탁드려요.
Is there anything you would like to say to your teammates for trusting you with these picks?
너무
And he just
짧은데요.
says thanks.
그렇다면 자 제가 좀 세트를 좀 패했을 때 코치님이 뒤에서 괜찮아 하고 바로 올라오시는 걸 제가 봤거든요. 코치님께서
We
한마디
saw the
부탁드려요.
coaches
항상
saying
감사드립니다.
that, cheering them up
네,
after the map
감사드린다고
loss.
하고요. 고맙다고
Would you say anything
합니다.
like to?
저는
Would you say
보는데
anything
눈물이 날 정도였는데
to them, please?
스토커
And he
선수는
says, "Thank you very much, as always."
단답으로 대답해 주셨습니다. 자 오늘 또 팬분들께서 많이 와주셨잖아요.
A lot of fans here today.
부러지셨는데도
One of the
응원을
fans
하러 와주신 팬분들이
broke her
있을
tailbone,
정도로 우리 스토커
but
선수뿐만
she
아니라
was
팀 팔콘을
here.
응원해주는 팬분들이 굉장히
So,
많습니다. 팬분들에게
is there anything you would like to say to your fans?
응원해 주셔서 감사하고 앞으로도 이렇게 이기는 경기만
Thank you for always
보여드리겠습니다.
supporting us, and we'll continue to
네,
exert our
자,
dominance and
지금까지
win.
팀팔콘의 스토커 선수
And that was it
만나봤습니다.
for the
승리 다시
POTM
한번
interview
축하드립니다.
with Proper from Team Falcons. And to close us off for the day, I'm going to send it back to Unknown and
자,
Wolf.
소년 만화
All right, thank you, Quest, for the interview. I had a good laugh. Worth it. It was worth it.
He just wouldn't admit the trolling. Would
Yeah.
He has avoided the allegations. As I hope that fan has a nice recovery.
Of course.
Or as best as a recovery as she can. Here are our results for today. Pokerface taking out Genesis. Decay, the end of his career, question mark. We'll have to wait and see until next season. Whack coming back in a big way to destroy FTG 3-0. And then Falcons narrowly beat Yeti here in a 3-5 gamer. And this sets up the Whack versus Falcons storyline tomorrow pretty well. The Falcons not looking immortal. Whack dropping that series to FTG, or rather not to FTG, to Yeti, but then bouncing back in a big way. So Yeti looked good, Whack looked good, Falcons look solid. You know, our top three teams right now looking very good.
Yep, and this is just gonna be. I mean, of course, my faith in WAC has been restored immensely. I dropped a lot of faith on them yesterday. However, we're going to look at the LCQ bracket of our first match of the day: Genesis versus Pokerface, led to Pokerface just clinching the playoffs.
And now SPG and Pokerface tomorrow will face off in a revenge match where Pokerface can actually jump ahead in terms of seeding if they're able to beat SPG this time around. Last time in G2, as you can see there, SPG did upset win, and that was a big storyline. Then they knocked Genesis down, so SPG playing the villain a little bit here in the LCQ, but they deserved that playoff spot. They earned it, and Pokerface now gets a chance to prove themselves one more time. That'll be our first series of tomorrow. As here's our standings. Falcons do rise up 2-0. It was so close to it being Yeti actually up there with a 2-0 scoreline, which would have been pretty crazy. But now Yeti and Whack kind of fighting for second place potentially here. There's a lot on the line tomorrow. Tomorrow everything will be decided.
Yeah, exactly. And I think still, if I'm not mistaken, all of Falcons, Yeti, and Whack has, pending the results of their games and also pending the results of the other side of the bracket, all have a chance to still clinch that first place. Because FTG is the only one that's mathematically not able to clinch first place here.
If Whack beat Falcons after Yeti beat Whack, There could also potentially be, depending on map score, like a 3-way tie as well for first place. So we'll have to keep our eyes on that. It's unlikely, but it will depend on map score, of course, as player of the match rankings here, as Proper was robbed. He won't actually take solo possession of first place, but Stalker will move up to third.
Yep, Proper definitely, I still believe that Proper will be able to have an opportunity to make himself like solo first, especially given that it's going to be against WAC, so Hisang and Proper have one more thing to actually fight for, not just first seed, but also some individual accolades as well. But we're going to see what we're going against tomorrow. It's going to be SPG versus Pokerface. Of course, this is not going to be an elimination match. However, seeding is going to be as important as it possibly can be. So, and also, like I said, winning and losing can be a habit. So starting that momentum going prior to the start of the playoffs is going to be very important. SPG going against Pokerface, FTG going against Yeti, Falcons versus WAC. Tomorrow, we will see who will go to that round, get that round 1 bye, and also that opponent selection.
All of the seeding will be decided tomorrow. Every single game matters, and we will know exactly where every single team is ranking our top 6 in playoffs tomorrow from 1st to 6th. So there's a lot that will be settled tomorrow, and that's going to be a really fun day. I think the WAC versus Falcons series was one of the best that we had all season long. That rematch should be pretty sick.
Yeah, I think not just us, but also everyone, just Overwatch fans, not just in Korea as well, like globally fans, have been talking about this matchup for a long time, also in social media and whatnot. So this is going to be a very touted match. I just hope it just lives up to expectations, because remember, yesterday both Team Falcons and WAC didn't look as high, didn't live up to the hype so far, but today both teams definitely showed that, hey, this is actually what we're capable of. We were just kind of waking up yesterday. So tomorrow, this is going to be the big change. And like I said, a lot more than expected is on the table. Being able to get that first round bye and then being able to select your opponents is going to be very important. But this is going to be the thing of tomorrow. We're going to conclude today. I had so much fun. I hope you had fun too, Wolf.
Of course.
And I hope you had fun too, chat. But we're going to have a fresh series of exciting games tomorrow. So see you tomorrow. Goodbye for us.